Chapter 124. The 10,000 Bagru cavalries withstood the countless attacks. After paying the price of close to 200 casualties, they quickly swam to the edge of Narona City's city wall, and then directly swam up the city wall. Once the Bagru cavalries swam up the city wall, the Boa cavalries with the strength of an Earth Knight and above immediately jumped down from their Bagru before madly beheading Narona City's royal guards with their great swords in hand. Narona City's royal guards, ordinary soldiers, basically all had the cultivation of a high-level warrior. But compared to those Boa cavalries with the cultivation of an Earth Knight, they basically weren't on the same level. Those Boa cavalries rushed into the crowd. Then, like tigers entering a flock of sheep, they started a massacre. Those huge Bagru Boas also opened their bloody maws one after another, before swallowing the human warriors above the city wall. Although Narona City's royal guards resisted with all their might, but they still suffered disastrous casualties and very quickly showed signs of defeat. It's over. Under the protection of the five-bladed troops, Jessica's complexion was deathly pale as she watched the hell-like scene above Narona City's city wall. Damn it! Is Fernando Principality going to perish in my hands? I'm unreconciled. Archduke Fernando faced upwards and issued a long howl of grief and indignation. Not long ago, Elton and some of Fernando clan's youngsters, who were still incomparably arrogant a while ago, watched the savage scene of those Bagru Boas devouring the humans. Each and every one of them was scared to the point of trembling, their eyes brimming with fear. Some timid ones were even scared to the point of wetting themselves. Many of Fernando clan's young ladies went into hiding. Only Helena and a few apprentice warlock rank young ladies with decent strength were still hiding behind the army and were still fighting. Are those Steel City's mechanical golems? They're really too formidable. If only they belonged to me, how great would that be? Helena looked at the bladed troops guarding in front of Jessica, her beautiful eyes brimming with jealousy and envy. The five-bladed troops guarding in front of Jessica, brandishing their high-frequency oscillation blades, as if cutting tofu, they easily beheaded those Bagru Boas as well as those Boa cavalries. Those Bagru Boas had just approached Jessica when the five-bladed troops charged and directly chopped those Bagru Boas into countless pieces. On the vast city wall of Narona City, only Jessica's side was barely holding on. The other directions have practically collapsed. A large number of human warriors and apprentice warlocks were swallowed by those Bagru Boas, beheaded by those Boa cavalrymen, or bitten to death by those vipers. Relying on the protection of the five ferocious and peerless bladed troops, even if the entire Narona City fell into enemy hands, Jessica would still have the hope to kill her way out of Narona City and escape. It's over. Illyria watched as the 10,000 Bagru Boa cavalrymen ascended Narona City's city wall. The corners of her mouth slightly rose, revealing a trace of smile. The capitals of Cineris Principality and Potent Principality were easily captured by Illyria. Just as Illyria expected, after the Bagru Boa riders attacked the city wall, the forbidden guards above Narona City didn't even persist for half an hour before their morale collapsed, and they started to flee in all directions. Cries, shouts, and blood-curdling screams reverberated above Narona City. Archduke Fernando successively beheaded quite a few fleeing high-ranking officers, but was still unable to curb the collapse of his army. Finally, he sighed in frustration and his eyes flashed with a whiff of despair. The Minister of Defense Archer had an anxious expression as he arrived beside Archduke Fernando and advised, "Your Majesty, let's quickly escape. As long as we survive, we'll have the chance to stage a comeback." Archduke Fernando was very unwilling as he said, "After losing Fernando Principality, what value would we have in the eyes of Warlock College in Talia? Even if we escape to St. Colin City, we'll only be living under someone else's roof and struggling at death's door." Fernando Principality had to hand over a large amount of resources to Warlock College in Talia every year. Only then did it obtain the authority to govern the principality. Moreover, it was valued and sheltered by Warlock College in Talia. After Fernandro Principality was destroyed, Fernandro family would also lose its foundation and wouldn't be valued by Warlock College in Talia. Archer said, "As long as we're alive, there's hope." Wasn't Princess Jessica betrothed to Steel City's city master's soul kin, Yang Feng? With the support of Steel City's city master, we'll still have hope of restoring our country. Archduke Fernandro gave a miserable smile and pointed towards the several hundred Omagudo, flying snakes that were already descending from the sky. Hope of restoring our country? That's just deceiving ourselves. Even if Steel City has 100,000 knight-rank steel golems, they still wouldn't be a match for those freaks. Archer looked at the several hundred Omagudo flying snakes that were descending from the sky to give Fernandro Principality a final blow. His eyes flashed with a whiff of despair. He also didn't believe that Steel City's mechanical golems could contend against the Omagudo flying snakes. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Nerona City had sunk into despair and chaos, air-to-air missiles dropped from the sky, bombarding the flock of Omagudo flying snakes with incomparable precision and instantly exploding. One after another, Omagudo flying snakes were instantly torn apart under the bombardment of the air-to-air missiles, turning into countless fragments that scattered on ground. Seeing this scene, Illyria's smile slightly stiffened, and then her eyes surged with endless fury. Those Omagudo flying snakes were variant species born from the mating of Snake Demon Clan. They were also the Snake Demon Legion's most elite main force. Every one of them was very precious. Illyria's status among Tyrannid subcontinents, Snake Demon Clan, was extremely high, yet she only had several hundred Omagudo flying snakes in her possession. She used these Omagudo flying snakes as scouts and trump cards to decide the outcome of the battle. Now that several dozen of them were killed, it immediately made her furious, and her killing intent surged. Who the hell is it to actually dare to kill my Omagudo flying snakes? I definitely won't forgive you. Illyria raised her head and looked towards the direction where the missiles were fired. The terrifying life force of a pinnacle level, 3 Warlock erupted, issuing a terrifying whistle. In the distant sky, 100 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters were lined up and flying in her direction. Behind the protection of the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, 120 Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were flying. High in the sky, 100 Lightning supersonic fighters were flying, guarding 60 Colossus heavy-duty bombers. Hearing Illyria's shrill howl above Nerona City's city wall, all the Fernandro Principality's people who were still fighting had a trace of hope in their gazes as they looked towards the huge group of fighter jets. I'm Steel City's emissary. Above a modified Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, an elevator opened. Yang Feng stood on top of the elevator, overlooking the fierce battle between the two great forces below, revealing a trace of a smile as he said. Chapter 125. Gazes brimming with complex emotions shot from Nerona City and concentrated on Yang Feng. Fernandro Principality's people looked up at Yang Feng's figure in the sky, and their eyes surged with a touch of hope. In the sky, the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters were constantly firing air-to-air missiles, blasting the Omagudo flying snakes into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. Stop! Illyria barked sternly as she watched the several hundred Omagudo flying snakes being blasted into fragments. She felt a sharp pain in her heart. Yang Feng smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. How was that possible? As if laying eggs, the 60 Colossus heavy-duty bombers flying at an altitude of 5,000 m dropped the densely packed cluster bombs. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the cluster bombs hit the ground, they set off earth-shaking explosions. The explosive power of each cluster bomb was equivalent to a small-scale level 3 spell, and an area the size of a football field was covered by the power of the explosion. Under the first round of bombardment of the cluster bombs, all kinds of vipers and snake-type extraordinary life forms on the ground were blasted into pieces and scattered everywhere. The Snake Demon Legion's experts, as well as Fernandro Principality's experts, were dumbstruck when they saw this scene, not daring to believe their eyes. Archduke Fernandro was somewhat dumbstruck, his eyes brimming with astonishment. So strong. Is this the battle prowess of Steel City's mechanized infantry division? It's really terrifying. Steel City's City Master's alchemy has really reached the acme of perfection, to actually reach such a terrifying level. Helena looked at the vast expanse of vipers and snake-type extraordinary life forms disappearing from the battlefield, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Such a terrifying army, such formidable weaponry. No wonder they had the confidence to annex us within a month at that time. Such alchemical weaponry is really too terrifying. Jessica was somewhat delighted and excited, yet also somewhat complicated as she looked at Yang Feng in the sky. She sighed with some bitterness in her heart. Steel City's mechanized infantry division is really too powerful. At that time in Warlock College in Talia, Jessica looked down on trash with low soul aptitude like Yang Feng. However, due to Steel City's great influence, she wouldn't take the initiative to provoke Yang Feng. When she first heard that Yang Feng was promoted to a level 3 apprentice warlock, she felt very upset. After all, in terms of soul aptitude alone, she was more than 100 times stronger than Yang Feng. Now that she had become Yang Feng's fiancée, it gave her an indescribable feeling. Elton and the other youths who originally looked down on Steel City and the Fernandro family were all dumbstruck, not daring to believe their eyes. "Stop! Do you hear me?" Illyria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of anger. She instantly erupted with the life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. A pair of dragon wings grew from her back. She lightly tapped her feet and turned into an extremely fast black ray shooting towards Yang Feng lightning fast. Yang Feng's mind stirred slightly. Soon after, 50 lightning supersonic fighters swooped down from the sky. Their cannons rumbled and madly strafed Illyria with all their might. Illyria's figure flashed with a spell radiance, before more than 100 lifelike phantoms appeared in midair. Those lightning supersonic fighters did not use their eyes to identify their enemies, but instead used their radars to lock onto their enemies. Those more than 100 phantoms were basically unable to confuse them. Their cannons still madly strafed Illyria, while air-to-air automatic homing missiles also madly bombarded Illyria. Illyria's figure shook, as if she had only taken a single step. She left behind afterimages as she evaded the strafing of those lightning supersonic fighters, before strangely appearing in front of Yang Feng. She extended her lily-white hand and directly grabbed at Yang Feng. The 2 level 8 shield troops guarding in front of Yang Feng instantly raised their large shields, opened a level 3 protective cover, and blocked in front of Yang Feng. Illyria gave a sweet smile. She instantly disappeared from where she stood and very strangely appeared behind Yang Feng. She extended her lily-white hand and grabbed at Yang Feng. When Illyria's lily-white hand had just come into contact with the level 3 protective cover, her pretty face changed slightly. She discovered that she was unexpectedly unable to break through the protective cover in an instant. Just as Illyria's figure slightly paused, those lightning supersonic fighters completely locked on her figure. Their cannons rumbled, and countless cannons' shells madly bombarded Illyria. Demonic snake morph. Illyria's pretty face changed slightly. She gave a shrill howl, and in a flash, her whole body blossomed with black life force. Countless demonic snake scales suddenly grew and appeared. Her eyes changed from human eyes to snake-like vertical eyes. A long snake tail appeared behind her, and her lily-white hands grew incomparably sharp claws. From a stunning beauty, she transformed into a freak with a mixture of human and snake characteristics. The countless cannons' shells bombarded Illyria's body, before being instantly jolted away by the formidable life force revolving around her body, unable to injure her in the slightest. The air-to-air automatic homing missiles also stopped beside Illyria, unable to explode. Because once those automatic homing missiles exploded, then Yang Feng and Illyria would be blasted to pieces. To actually be able to force me to this point by relying on some mechanical golems. You can also be proud. Just obediently surrender. Illyria's vertical pupils flashed with a cold glint. Her claws, carrying an incomparably tyrannical black life force, instantly erupted, piercing through the 2-level, 3 protective covers and grabbing at Yangfeng. At this moment, level 8 shield troops suddenly jumped out of the Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft, instantly erupting with level 3 protective covers one after another. Each level 3 protective cover was equivalent to a level 3 force field type defensive spell. Dozens of level 3 protective covers superimposed on each other, forcibly sending Illyria flying. Illyria gave a furious howl. Countless black life force revolved around her. Her figure shook and instantly split into dozens of afterimages, bombarding Yangfeng with punches one after another. One by one, the level 3 protective covers burst open under Illyria's bombardment. If it was a level 8 shield troop, then within a second, Illyria would have directly dismantled it into a pile of components. However, the nearly 30 level 8 shield troops unceasingly urged the level 3 protective covers, layer after layer, firmly blocking Illyria's frenzied attacks. Yangfeng, under the protection of the level 8 shield troops, said with a smile, "What's your name? How about we have a chat? Fighting back and forth, it's too hurtful." Illyria became furious and shouted sternly, "Shut up. If you're a man, then come out from behind those guards and fight me one-on-one. Hiding behind guards, what kind of skill is that?" Chapter 126. Yangfeng said with a grin, "Equipment is also a part of strength. I'm a warlock alchemist. Isn't it a matter of course for warlock alchemists to command their golems to fight? How many warlock alchemists would abandon their golems and go into battle barehanded? Furthermore, there's something wrong with what you just said. Now, isn't the backward feudal era, gender equality is the mainstream of society?" Illyria became even more furious within. She hated Yangfeng's shamelessness. Her speed suddenly doubled. Her fists were like meteors as they frantically bombarded the level 3 protective covers. The level 3 protective covers of the 30 level 8 mechanical shield troops were actually forcibly torn open by Illyria. Her fist slammed onto the super alloy shield of a level 8 mechanical shield troop. A terrifying, peerless power erupted in a split second. With a single strike, the level 8 shield troop was blasted into pieces, its components scattering in all directions. Yangfeng smiled as he clapped his hands and teased, "Amazing. However, please continue to work hard. This bit of attack power isn't enough to destroy my guards." 60 shield troops equipped with external flight equipment had already flown over from both sides before landing beside Yangfeng and activating their level 3 protective covers one after another. The 89 level 3 protective covers were stacked in front of Yangfeng, giving Illyria a feeling of powerlessness. The offensive power of the level 8 shield troops was extremely low. All their components were for defense. Even ordinary level 3 extraordinary life forms could resist 1 or 2 attacks. Illyria being able to tear apart the defenses of the 30 shield troops was already extremely terrifying, but in front of the 89 shield troops, it seemed somewhat powerless. Just at this moment, rumbling sounds were transmitted from afar. Illyria turned around to take a look, her heart turning cold. She saw smoke and dust rising from afar. A large number of tanks, IFVs, armored personnel carriers, self-propelled artillery, howitzers, rocket launchers, and many other weapons of war forming a huge convoy moving towards this direction. The group of tanks, even more so, carried out a roundabout outflanking, cutting off the Snake Demon Legion's path of retreat. Illyria took a look at her Snake Demon Legion, only to see that under the berserk bombardment of the Colossus heavy-duty bombers, the Snake Demon Legion that she had painstakingly built had already suffered disastrous casualties before scattering in all directions. Although Emma had already completely suppressed Nerona City's Warlock Pagoda, but it was still impossible to reverse the situation. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport aircraft were dropping airborne troops towards Nerona City. Those airborne troops were basically level 7-bladed troops and level 7-gunner troops. The level 7-bladed troops and level 7-gunner troops were completely one-sided massacres against the Bagru Boa cavalrymen. The Omagudo, flying snakes in the air, had also been decimated by the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, with less than 60 of them remaining. Illyria felt a sharp pain in her heart as she commanded in a mournful voice, "Retreat." The Snake Devil Legion issued shrill howls, then almost collapsed, and quickly fled in the direction they came from. Yang Feng said with some regret, "It's a pity. If you had persisted here, your corps would have been finished." If Illyria got angry and tangled with Yang Feng, then the Snake Demon Legion would be completely devoured by Yang Feng's mechanized infantry division. Illyria recovered her tranquility. Her snake-like vertical pupils flashed with a touch of a bizarre radiance as she coldly asked, "What's your name?" Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Do you want to be my slave? If you let me set up a restriction, then I'll tell you my name." "All right. If you're willing to give me all of your war golems, then having me be your slave isn't a problem." The magic radiance on Illyria's body flashed, and she withdrew from the snake demon morph. She recovered her mature, charming, sexy, and alluring demeanor of a peerless beauty. She gave Yang Feng a charming smile. Traces of faint magic fluctuations surged from her body, and a charm spell was silently deployed. The female life form cast a charm spell on you. The principle of this charm spell is to use body language, appearance, spirit fluctuations, environment, tone of voice, and other conditions to carry out a shallow level of hypnosis, making you subconsciously have a favorable impression of her, laying the foundation for the next step of the psychological suggestion and hypnosis. A series of analyses flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Illyria's charm spell was extremely formidable, not the slightest bit inferior to Anusha's. If Yang Feng's true body was here, then he would definitely fall for it. However, there was only a liquid metal robot here. Through the liquid metal robot's point of view, Yang Feng only felt that Illyria was very beautiful, but he wasn't eroded by the charm spell. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "All right, I'll think about it." Sure enough, human males are only at this level. Illyria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of contempt. The next moment, the lightning supersonic fighter in the sky rumbled with countless cannon shells madly bombarding Illyria. Caught off guard, Illyria was forcibly bombarded by hundreds of cannon shells. She was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. She glared at Yang Feng, full of resentment. Yang Feng had a harmless appearance and said with a somewhat shy smile, "Sorry, I made a mistake. How about we chat again? Son of a bitch, I'll remember you. Next time, I'll definitely make you pay." Illyria ferociously glared at Yang Feng, gave a furious roar, and launched demonic snake morph. Her figure shook, and she turned into a black stream of light, madly flying towards the group of tanks. After several dozen breaths of time, Illyria flew into the group of tanks. As if unparalleled, her claws were shrouded in a layer of black life force. She exerted her strength and tore a tank into two halves. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of shock. Tearing a tank with bare hands, that's too fierce. Only in the world of warlocks, where individual strength has reached the pinnacle, can such a scene be seen. The two great level 3 warlocks, Illyria and Emma, joined hands and tore the group of tanks to pieces. They forcibly broke out of the encirclement of the group of tanks with the several thousand Snake Demon Legion's remnants. The 100 Lightning supersonic fighters quickly chased after them, continuously diving and strafing from the air, hunting the Snake Demon Legion's remnants. At the same time, half of the huge mechanized convoy was also split into two, continuously chasing after the Snake Demon Legion from the rear. The Thunder Demon heavy-duty transport plane that Yang Feng was riding descended from the sky and directly landed above Nerona City's city wall. Archduke Fernandro, along with a group of Fernandro Principality's ministers, arrived beside Yang Feng, bowed solemnly towards Yang Feng and said, Yang Feng, welcome to Nerona City. Thank you very much for saving Nerona City's 1.5 million people. Thank you very much for saving Fernandro family. We, the Fernandro family, will never forget this kindness. Chapter 127. All the ministers also bowed extremely solemnly towards Yang Feng in salute. No matter what their thoughts were, Yang Feng had indeed saved them today. If not for Yang Feng's appearance, then they would have been reduced to Snake Demon Clan slaves or even food. Although Hellion Clan was born from among humans, but they had already developed into humans' natural enemies. Hellion Clan viewed humans as pigs and dogs for food, and after humans discovered Hellions, they would basically kill them. Colluding with Hellions and raising them in captivity was an unpardonable felony in human society. They were just products of Second Warlock Dynasty's experiments on the fusion of all kinds of ancient life forms blood meridians. They possessed a lot of ancient life forms blood meridians as well as mutated blood meridians. Many human warlocks, in order to pursue power, would secretly raise Hellions in captivity or collude with Hellions in order to obtain formidable blood meridians. Under the enticement of Hellions, every year there would be human warlocks who would degenerate, implanted with Hellion blood meridians, and become Hellions. It was precisely because of this that Hellions couldn't be exterminated. After exchanging pleasantries, Archduke Fernandro personally led Yang Feng to a luxurious palace outside of Fernandro Imperial Palace to rest. The mechanized infantry division that Yang Feng brought, with its main force being level 5 humanoid primary battle robots, quickly built all kinds of fortifications within Nerona City, starting to fortify Nerona City. There were countless experts and legions within the underworld's allied forces. The Snake Demon Legion was just one of them. If they didn't prepare for battle, then Nerona City wouldn't be so easy to defend. At night, Nerona City's Imperial Palace, in a luxurious hall inlaid with countless magic lamps and the floor covered with marble, gathered the aristocrats of Nerona City. Yang Feng, dressed in a black formal attire, stepped into the palace, attracting the gazes of practically everyone within the palace. Steel City's mechanized infantry division had defeated the Snake Demon Legion with 2 level 3 warlocks with an absolute advantage, making everyone within Fernandro Principality aware of Steel City's deep foundation and formidable strength. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the strong were respected. Moreover, during the invasion of the underworld's allied forces, an expert would receive the respect and attachment of countless people. Steel City had 10 mechanized infantry divisions, yet it had only dispatched 3 mechanized infantry divisions to defeat the Snake Demon Legion. From this, one could easily imagine how deep the reserves of the City of Steel was. Yang Feng was the only blood relative of Steel City's Master Yang Yi. The power he possessed was enough to annihilate many small warlock families and make countless people attach themselves to him. Hello, Yang Feng. I am Elena. May I know your name? Dressed in a pitch-black, low-cut evening gown, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin, her slender legs faintly visible, and exquisite makeup, the beautiful Helena, appearing mature and charming, walked up to Yang Feng and said with a sweet smile. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It's nice to meet you." Helena was one of the most beautiful women in the banquet. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse the good intentions of getting to know such a beauty. "Hello, big brother Yang Feng, I am nice. Thank you very much for saving us today." A 13 or 14-year-old little girl with dazzling blonde hair, a petite figure, ample twin peaks, beautiful and pure, yet somewhat sexy, and snow-white skin arrived in front of Yang Feng. Her big, limpid eyes were filled with adoration as she said with a sweet smile. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It's what I should do." Fernandro Principality's aristocratic young men and women successively moved towards him, courteously greeting him and surrounding him in the center like stars surrounding the moon. Standing on either side of Yang Feng, Elena and Nissa calmly engaged in an open and veiled struggle with the aristocratic young ladies who surrounded them. His Majesty the Archduke has arrived. Along with a resonant voice, Archduke Fernandro stepped into the reception hall under everyone's attentive gazes. Beside him stood a beautiful young lady Jessica, dressed in a pure white evening gown, with light makeup, snow-white skin, picturesque eyebrows, and a sexy figure. Under the illumination of the magic lamps, her entire body seemed to blossom with a layer of faint fluorescence. As soon as Archduke Fernandro entered the reception hall, gazes focused on him. At the same time, a lot of gazes also focused on Jessica beside him. Jessica and Helena were Nerona City's two most beautiful pearls. Jessica, who was younger and more talented, was even known as Fernandro Principality's #1 beauty. In Fernandro Principality, there were countless aristocratic young men who were secretly in love with Jessica. In this banquet hall, there were more than 100 aristocratic young men who were secretly in love with her. I'm very glad that everyone can do me the honor of attending this banquet. Here, I have something to announce to everyone. Archduke Fernandro smiled merrily as he looked around and said, "My most beloved daughter, our Fernandro Principality's most beautiful pearl Jessica, will be engaged to the savior of Nerona City's 1,500,000 people, the Steel Lord's only blood relative, Yang Feng." The banquet hall at once resounded with earth-shattering applause. Archduke Fernandro said with a smile, "Yang Feng, come here." Yang Feng also smiled as he walked up to the dais and stood beside Jessica. Jessica looked at Yang Feng. A touch of blush welled up on her cheeks. She was somewhat at a loss when she thought that the youngster before her was going to become her husband. Archduke Fernandro had a kind expression on his face as he grabbed Jessica's little hand and placed it on Yang Feng's hand. "Yang Feng, henceforth, I'll hand Jessica over to you. You have to treat her well." "Wait." At this moment, a loud shout came from below. A handsome young man with short blue hair and a trace of gloominess shrouded between his eyebrows walked over under the protection of 4 men. Archduke Fernandro's eyes flashed with a touch of dread and displeasure as he said in a deep voice, "Weaver, what's the matter?" Weaver said with a cold smile, "Your Majesty Archduke, Jessica is my fiancée. Why did you betroth her to that good-for-nothing Yang Feng?" The entire banquet hall was in an uproar. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. His gaze fell on Archduke Fernandro and Jessica, and it became extremely cold. He was no longer that ordinary person who could be casually played with. If Fernandro family dared to play with him, then he would make the entire Fernandro family pay a painful price. Jessica was greatly alarmed and promptly asked, "Father, why didn't I know about this?" Chapter 128. Archduke Fernandro's eyebrows creased slightly, and he said somewhat fearfully, "Weaver, I never said that I wanted to betroth Jessica to you. Isn't this a misunderstanding?" Weaver gave an arrogant smile, swept Yang Feng with a contemptuous glance, and threatened in a cold voice, "My uncle is Scarlet Hans Blitz. It's your Fernandro family's honor that I fancy Jessica. Since I like her, then she's my fiancée. Yang Feng, you good-for-nothing now scram. If you dare to fight with me over a woman, then I'll let you die without a burial ground. Even your city of steel will be destroyed." After hearing Weaver's words, everyone's complexions changed greatly. The aristocrats who originally wanted to speak up for justice turned silent at once. Scarlet Hans Blitz was a peerless expert in Warlock College in Talia, second only to the few great warlocks. Warlock College in Talia's several great warlocks were basically practicing closed-door cultivation and researching all kinds of knowledge, with Blitz presiding over the daily affairs. It could be said that before the great warlocks appeared, Blitz was the uncrowned king of Warlock College in Talia. His status was comparable to that of Black Dragon Empire's Emperor Solomon. As far as the Southern States Alliance's many states were concerned, Blitz's orders couldn't be violated. The warlock families that disobeyed Blitz's orders were already massacred by him. His fierce reputation as Scarlet Hands was obtained after massacring 6 or 7 warlock families. Archduke Fernandro's complexion at once turned green and red. his face distorted due to anger, yet he couldn't speak. Fernandro family's biggest backer was Warlock College in Talia. Blitz's nephew. They didn't dare to offend him. In fact, within the Southern States Alliance, there weren't many people that dared to offend Blitz's nephew. Jessica was also angered to the point that her pretty face alternated between green and white. She secretly clenched her silver teeth, yet she didn't know what to do. As a level 2 apprentice warlock of Warlock College in Talia, she was very clear about how powerful and terrifying Scarlet Hand's Blitz was. Fernandro family wasn't as powerful as the few families he had massacred. The entire banquet venue sunk into a peculiar silence. Weaver gave a proud smile and said, "Yang Feng, I'm very fond of the mechanized infantry division in your hands. Hand over control of them, and you can get the hell out of here." Yang Feng, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly revealed a smile. "I think that under these circumstances, Bloody Hands Blitz Darren will definitely look at the bigger picture." With that, Yang Feng flipped his hand, a hand cannon appeared in his hand, and he aimed at Weaver's head. "Stop!" Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Weaver's head instantly exploded. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground, and the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Even in death, he could not believe that someone actually dared to kill him. A figure flashed, and Lamix appeared with a gloomy face. Looking at Weaver's corpse, his eyes flashed with endless horror and despair. Scarlet Hand Blitz's anger could completely destroy the whole Fernandro Principality. "Young Master, damn it, you actually dared to kill the young master. I'll fight you to the death." The complexions of the 4 guards next to Weaver suddenly became extremely pale, and bursts of life force comparable to that of a level 3 apprentice warlock erupted from their bodies. They silently recited incantations and prepared to cast spells. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and ordered, "Lamix, get rid of them. In other words, your Fernandro family wants to be enemies with our Steel City. What Bloody Hands Blitz can do, our Steel City can also do." Lamix quivered and at once erupted with the terrifying life force of a level 2 warlock. With a point in his hand, 4 gray radiances at once hit the 4 guards. In a split second, the 4 guards withered. Their life force completely disappeared and turned into 4 mummies. Lamix had a bitter expression on his face and gave a long sigh. "Yang Feng, you were too impulsive." Although Weaver was arrogant and despotic, but he was a blood relative of Bloody Hands Blitz. Now that he was killed by Yang Feng in public, Blitz would never let Yang Feng off. Even Fernandro Principality would be implicated. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Lamix, I need your help. Kill all of Weaver's guards, and then return their corpses to Blitz. I think that in the face of humanity's life and death, he should put the overall situation above all else and bear with it. My subordinates are rather bellicose. If you don't do as I say, then my subordinates might be very dissatisfied. If a riot breaks out, then I won't be able to stop them from acting on their own." Lamix felt a slight chill in his heart and gave a bitter smile. He knew that he was now faced with a dilemma. Yang Feng was forcing him to make a choice, either choose to join Steel City or choose to remain loyal to Warlock College in Talia. If Fernandro family continued to remain loyal to Warlock College in Talia, then the mechanized infantry division stationed in Arona City might immediately turn around and massacre all of Fernandro family in Arona City. Lamix hesitated for a moment and then clenched his teeth and said, "Yang Feng, there's a great warlock over there." Great warlocks were the pinnacle and most powerful existences in Tyrannid's subcontinent. A great warlock alone could destroy a small principality like Fernandro Principality. A force with a great warlock rank expert overseeing it, and one without a great warlock rank expert overseeing it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Our Steel City also has a secret weapon that can contend against great warlocks." Lamix was secretly alarmed, and his eyes flashed with a touch of determination. He clenched his teeth and said, "All right, I'll do as you say." Blitz's threat was in the future, while Yang Feng's threat was in front of him. The mechanized infantry divisions from Steel City weren't existences that Fernandro family could contend against. Lamix could only make such a choice. Before long, an army led by a level, one warlock killed their way into the hotel where Weaver and his entourage were staying and killed all of Weaver's guards. A few days later, Weaver's corpse was sent to St. Colin City. After seeing Weaver's corpse, the entire St. Colin City was shrouded in a tremendous anger. St. Colin City's Elder Conference Hall, the huge space that could accommodate thousands of people, was already filled with people. Following the outbreak of the Holy War between the allied forces of the underworld's races and the humans, those warlocks who were traveling outside in search of opportunities and all kinds of ancient relics had already returned to Warlock College in Talia. Scarlet Hand's Blitz sat on the seat of honor, and beside him sat several tens of formidable level, 3 warlocks with faint traces of terrifying fluctuations of power. Chapter 129. Blitz's expression was gloomy as he said unhurriedly, "Today, I called everyone here to announce a piece of news. My nephew, the kind, courageous, and humble Weaver, was publicly killed in Fernandro Principality. The one who killed him was Steel City Lord's only nephew, Yang Feng." In the meeting hall, there were gloating, ridiculing, watching a good show, angry, and other complicated gazes that fell on Blitz. Everyone present was very clear about what kind of person Weaver was. Weaver was Blitz's younger brother's only son. His parents died early. Blitz treated him as his own son and loved him even more than his own son. However, Blitz was busy dealing with Warlock College and Talia's various affairs and still had to practice cultivation. Therefore, he didn't manage Weaver too much. This gave him the temperament of a hedonistic overlord. God knows how many women were abandoned after being toyed with by him. If Weaver wasn't Blitz's nephew, then he would have been killed long ago. He was extremely daring. Even many of the warlocks in the Council of Elders were harassed by him. Many of the warlocks in the Council of Elders secretly applauded his death, but none of them expressed it. Marvin, one of Blitz's confidants, had an indignant expression as he shouted, "Truly too daring," that Yang Feng actually relied on Steel City's power to kill people in public. This heinous crime should be put on the most severe trial. I suggest that we dispatch the Black Department to capture the Steel Lord and Yang Feng and put them on trial in public. That's right. Such a sinner should be put on trial. Let them come to Warlock College in Talia to apologize. In the Council of Elders, nearly 1/3 of the elders echoed one after another. Warlock College and Talia's great warlocks were basically busy practicing cultivation. As the butler, Blitz had also roped in a lot of confidants these past few years. The level, 3 warlocks capable of contending against Blitz had bored and indifferent expressions as they watched all of this, their minds wandering, not knowing what they were thinking. As long as it didn't involve their core interests, then they basically didn't care about Blitz's actions. The majority of level 3 warlocks pursued to upgrade their knowledge and strength. Once they were able to promote to great warlocks, then their status and power would receive a huge upgrade. At that time, a level 3 warlock like Blitz would be nothing. Apart from Blood Meridian warlocks, the majority of level 3 warlocks only had a lifespan of 400 to 500 years. They were all looking for elixirs that could prolong their lifespans or researching methods to break through and promote to a great warlock. They were basically research maniacs. But Black Dragon Empire's Blood Meridian warlocks had a long lifespan, and their cultivation was also a lot easier than that of Orthodox warlocks. Only then would they take the initiative to participate in the secular world and enjoy the sweetness of power and all the good things in the secular world. It was precisely because of the different lifespans of the warlocks of the 2 great warlock groups, as well as the different philosophies between the 2 sides, that 2 different ways of ruling were formed. A handsome young man, who appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old, with 2 small strokes of mustache at the corners of his mouth, said with a smile, "I heard that Steel City's mechanized infantry division had just defeated the Snake Demon Legion commanded by Magic Snake Princess Illyria." Blitz, Is this information true? Blitz's face twitched as if he had been slapped. He said in a gloomy voice, "Chooks, this information is true." The Council of Elders immediately sunk into silence. Many of the elders' eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. Magic Snake Princess Illyria was a peak expert of Snake Demon Clan. In Warlock College in Talia, apart from the few great warlocks, no one dared to say that they were her match. For such an expert to be defeated by Steel City's mechanized infantry division, then Steel City's strength could very well be imagined. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to casually make an enemy of such a formidable force, especially when it was a holy war between the humans and the allied forces of the underworld's races. Chooks said with a slight smile, "I have no objection to Blitz's proposal. However, my direct subordinate troop, Dark Demonic Leopard, won't be participating in this operation." Another man with a petite stature, resembling a human skeleton and exuding a negative force field, Arte also said coldly in a hoarse voice, "My hands of death also won't be dispatched. Blitz, if you want to dispatch the secret department, then dispatch your Dark Scarlet hands." Blitz's complexion at once became somewhat unsightly. Warlock College Antalia's secret department was a formidable warlock assassination group. The secret department was divided into 3 great factions, namely Dark Scarlet Hands, Hands of Death, and Dark Demonic Leopard. If these 3 great factions joined hands, then they had even successfully assassinated 2 hostile great warlocks in Warlock College Antalya. The reason why Blitz convened the Council of Elders was to form a final decision and have the secret department's 3 great forces join hands to deal with Steel City. But Chooks and Arte weren't interested in using their direct subordinate troops to pay for Blitz's personal grudges. Blitz suddenly revealed a trace of a smile and said faintly, "Steel Lord Yang Yi is said to have obtained 6th Warlock Dynasty's inheritance. Only then was he able to rapidly develop and create a huge mechanical golem legion. If my men were to accidentally kill him, then that would be such a pity." Chooks and Arte's complexion suddenly changed when they heard that. Chucks quickly changed his expression and smiled. "Ahem. I think since the Council of Elders has passed the resolution, then my Dark Demonic Leopard should also advance and retreat together with the Dark Scarlet Hands." Arte said coldly, "Hands of Death also want to participate." Only then did Blitz reveal a trace of a complacent smile. For Blitz to be able to preside over Warlock College and Talia's daily affairs proved that he was a very intelligent person. Blitz couldn't swallow the secrets of 6th Warlock Dynasty by himself. If he didn't share some of the profits, then once those great warlocks became suspicious, then he would face a calamity within Cineris Principality's territory. Boom, boom, boom. Along with earth-shattering explosions, 6 Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters directly self-destructed. The terrifying explosions were accompanied by all kinds of components splashing in all directions. The demonic snake princess Illyria, riddled with scars, flew out from the explosions and fell on the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped for breath. Emma arrived beside Illyria and said with a worried expression, "Darren, this won't do. If this goes on, then our legion will be wiped out." Illyria looked at the Snake Demon Legion's elite troops that were left with less than 1,000 members. She felt extremely pained and cursed. A bunch of fucking mad dogs. They're actually biting so hard. The Mechanical Legion, dispatched by Yang Feng, had been pursuing the remnants of Illyria's Snake Demon Legion, directly killing their way from Fernandro Principality to Cineris Principality. Chapter 130. Illyria and the Mechanical Legion fought hundreds of times. The more she killed, the lesser her forces became. Were it not for her being a powerful pinnacle level 3 warlock, she would have already been killed by the Mechanical Legion. Even so, Illyria was still riddled with scars under the Mechanical Legion's non-stop attacks. Her physical strength and spirit force had fallen to the lowest point. Unless Illyria and Emma abandoned the Snake Demon Legion that they had spent close to 100 years of painstaking effort to build. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape the Mechanical Legion's pursuit. Illyria hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and said, "Follow me." Illyria took her Snake Demon Legion and changed direction, no longer fleeing towards Potent Principality, but rather towards the west of Cineris Principality. The Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng was in hot pursuit, unceasingly chasing after Illyria and her Snake Demon Legion. After a whole day of fighting and stopping, a valley covered in ice and snow suddenly appeared before Illyria and her entourage. The Mechanical Legion, dispatched by Yang Feng, had also chased them all the way to the vicinity of the valley. Suddenly, incomparably tyrannical auras flew out from the valley, covered in ice and snow. 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes with a pair of dragon wings on their backs, around 5 meters tall and covered in red fur, issued tyrannical roars, instantly flew out from the valley and rushed into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The flying speed of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes was comparable to supersonic fighters. They rushed into the midst of the lightning fighters, before brandishing their fists and madly tearing the lightning fighters to shreds. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes shot fireballs from their mouths, bombarding the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters, completely blowing them to pieces. As if unparalleled, the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes madly slaughtered the Mechanical Legion dispatched by Yang Feng. Within a short half an hour, the Lightning Fighters and the Falcon heavy-duty assault helicopters in the sky were directly destroyed by the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. Incomparably formidable fire elemental particles madly condensed in the sky, forming clouds of fire containing endless fire elemental particles. 5 seconds later, fireballs fell from the sky like raindrops, madly exploding towards the mechanized infantry divisions dispatched by Yang Feng. Under the bombardment of the terrifying fireball, tanks, IFVs, flamethrowers, self-propelled artillery, and many other weapons of war exploded, burned, and turned into countless pieces of scrap metal. The 10,000 primary battle robots with level 5 battle prowess were also blasted apart by the endless fireballs and were completely annihilated. Warning! Warning! The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division was completely annihilated. Preliminary energy analysis. The other party is a great warlock rank expert. Giant Stone City's portable, fortified stronghold. Yang Feng's true body was practicing cultivation when he suddenly received an R. 3790 XS warning. The 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division was wiped out. I remember that they were the troops that were chasing after the remnants of the Snake Demon Legion. If they had great warlock rank experts, then they would have already used them in the war against Fernandro Principality. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly, then quickly opened the battle log and looked at it. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. His eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. They were completely annihilated in the vicinity of a nameless valley in Cineris Principality. This means that there's a great warlock rank expert lying in ambush there. The other party's objective must be made clear. Not far behind the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division, the reconnaissance troops at once released large amounts of tiny mechanical cockroaches, mechanical mosquitoes, and mechanical flies, lurking in the direction of the valley. In the vicinity of the valley covered in ice and snow, an extremely gloomy voice came from inside the valley. "Illyria, you actually dare to use me. You've got guts." A terrifying great warlock rank life force spread from inside the valley, shrouding Illyria and her entourage, oppressing them to the point of being unable to breathe. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes with pinnacle level, 3 warlock rank battle prowess also descended from the sky, fiercely glaring at Illyria and her entourage, their eyes flashing with ominous glints. Illyria lay prone on the ground, saluted towards a distant place, and said in a magnetic voice, "Your Holiness, mighty Scarlet Flame Traveler Israel, I'm very sorry to have disturbed you. I'm willing to offer 100 of my clan's beautiful virgins and 10 million magic stones to quell your anger. The voice from inside the valley sounded once again. Within a month, deliver the things you promised to demonic fire ape castle. Yes, your holiness, Illyria said respectfully. Finished speaking, Illyria quickly took the remaining 1,000 elite warriors of demonic snake core and retreated toward the distant place. Inside the valley, inside an enormous block of pure crystal-like ice, there was an approximately 13 or 14-year-old little girl with snow-white jade-like skin, a head full of silver long hair, and an incomparably exquisite appearance. That incomparably adorable little girl had a black dagger inserted in her abdomen, with traces of pitch-black evil chi diffusing from the dagger. She was holding a silver box in her bosom, from which snow-white rays of light blossomed, forming a suffocating ice-cold chi pervading in all directions. Outside the block of ice, there was a large expanse of black flames shrouding it. The large expanse of black flames emitted a scorching high temperature, slowly melting the pure block of ice. In the center of the black flames stood a young man dressed in a black formal attire, with an appearance of merely 23 or 24 years old. This young man was Scarlet Flame Traveler Israel. Israel revealed a handsome smile that could make countless young girls fall in love at first sight, and said, "Snow White Madam, give up resistance. This area has already been shrouded by my magic power. It's impossible for you to send a message to the outside. If you surrender now, then I can make you my wife, and even help you convert your blood meridians, letting you possess our demon clan's noble blood meridians, making your cultivation even faster." A cold voice was transmitted from the block of ice. "Surrender? I'm afraid that once I surrender, then I'll be dismembered and eaten by you. By devouring human warlocks, Demon Clan can greatly enhance their strength, and even obtain part of the human warlock's strength, blood meridians, and knowledge." Israel, you've already been trapped in the great warlock realm for more than 1,000 years. If you eat me, then you'll have the chance to promote to a starry sky warlock. Would you let go of such an opportunity? Israel said with a slight smile. "That's right. If I eat you, then I can indeed increase my chances of breaking through to the starry sky warlock realm by 5%. However, I'm a person who prefers beauties over power. As long as you obey me, then the two of us can join hands and hunt other human great warlocks." Chapter 131. Israel said cruel words with a smile. "Snow White Madam, I know that Savage Claw's great warlock Iseto admires you very much. As long as you join hands with me, then we can easily assassinate him with a little trick. Afterwards, we'll eat him equally. That way, our strength can obtain a huge upgrade." Although great warlock rank demons didn't need to rely on eating human flesh to stay sane. However, devouring warlocks of the same rank was still very beneficial to them. Therefore, demons were one of the most terrifying enemies of humans. A firm voice came from the ice cube. "I won't surrender to you, nor will I join hands with you." Israel said with a slight smile. "No, you'll surrender to me. You've been stabbed by the legend rank dagger kiss of the damned, even if you have the legend rank secret treasure ice snowbox. At most, it can only last for another 3 days. After 3 days, this ice snow barrier won't be able to withstand my erosion and will vanish into thin air. After I've captured you, I'll help you implant my clan's pure blood meridians in you and transform you into a demon. At that time, you'll definitely change your mind and become my wife." Demon Clan's blood meridian transformation technique was extremely terrifying. Demon Clan hadn't been exterminated by human warlocks since the Third Warlock Dynasty. Instead, after a few ups and downs, it rapidly developed and grew stronger, all because of the might of the blood meridian transformation technique. If there wasn't a great warlock guarding Tyrannid subcontinent, then within a year, those demons could completely transform Tyrannid subcontinent's more than 10 billion humans into inferior demons. Demons were like cancer cells parasitizing humans. If one wasn't paying attention, then they would rapidly spread. The ice cube became deathly still at once. No matter what Israel said, the ice cube didn't emit any sound. As a great warlock, Israel's perception was extremely terrifying. No life form within a radius of more than a dozen square kilometers could escape his perception. But there were too many insects in this area, so he didn't notice the few mechanical mosquitoes monitoring him. A day passed in a flash. A thin layer of the pure ice cube was melted by the black flames. Israel suddenly creased his eyebrows and turned his head to look towards the southeast. By relying on his extraordinary hearing, he could clearly hear the mechanical rumbling sounds coming from that direction. Israel said coldly, "Go, get rid of them." "Yes, Master, we will dismantle those iron lumps into scrap metal." The three dragon-winged demonic fire apes outside the valley smiled malevolently and instantly erupted with the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 3 warlock. Their figures shook, and as if they had turned into 3 fire clouds, they shot towards the southeast. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes flew 6 kilometers towards the southeast direction and sought a dense crowd of more than 100,000 level 8-bladed troops, gunner troops, artillery troops, and shield troops, the 4 main battle robots advancing towards them. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes felt their scalps go numb when they saw this, and their arrogance instantly disappeared. Each of those level 8 main battle robots was more than 5 meters tall. At the same time, they were equipped with all kinds of weapons. At a glance, one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. As long as there were less than 10 of those level 8 primary battle robots, the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire ape brothers could easily destroy them. But against 100,000 level 8 primary battle robots, even if they fought to the death, they still might not be able to completely destroy the level 8 primary battle robots. As soon as the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes appeared, the level 8 gunner troops immediately adjusted their muzzles. Gauss cannons rumbled madly, and countless terrifying Gauss cannons madly swept towards the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. In a split second, the sky was shrouded by countless red nets of fire. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes immediately gave birth to a feeling of danger. They bellowed, and countless flames formed a flame shield around their bodies. Then, they fled towards the ice snow valley. The intelligent ships of the level 8 gunner troops were loaded with the most advanced ballistic prediction systems. Under the calculations of the portable fortified strongholds super optical computer, the escape routes of the dragon-winged demonic fire apes were completely sealed. Countless Gauss cannons exploded on top of the flame shields of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. After barely a second, the flame shields of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes were directly shattered. In a split second, countless Gauss cannons blasted the bodies of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes riddled with holes, and they fell from the sky along with a large spray of blood. If it was in existence below the level 2 extraordinary life form realm, they would have long since been blasted to pieces by the countless Gauss cannons. But the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes were terrifying pinnacle level 3 extraordinary life forms. Even though they were blasted to pieces by the countless Gauss cannons, they still didn't die. 3 blood-colored magic radiances soared into the sky and directly entered the bodies of the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes that were nearly blasted to pieces. Their bodies riddled with holes recovered at once. But their faces were pale. They knelt beside Israel and said with great shame, "Master, I'm very sorry. We couldn't complete the mission." Israel's eyes were extremely cold. With a flick of his hand, a flaming eye formed from flames flew into the sky. The scene within a radius of tens of kilometers was completely captured by the flaming eye. Israel silently recited an incantation. A second later, he pointed to the sky. A crimson radiance entered the sky, and countless fire elemental particles condensed in the sky. A large expanse of clouds of flames quickly took shape. 5 seconds later, as if the end of the world had appeared in a radius of several kilometers, fireballs fell from the sky, madly bombarding the 100,000 primary battle robots below. Not long ago, Israel relied on this spell rain of fireballs to insta-kill several thousand of the mechanical army dispatched by Yang Feng to hunt down Illyria. The shield troops, standing among the primary battle robots, raised their shields, and in a split second, level 3 protective covers enveloped them and the primary battle robots they were guarding. The tens of thousands of fireballs fell to the ground, bombarded the shield troops' protective covers, and collapsed one after another. Then, very strangely, they were directly absorbed by the level 3 protective covers and transformed into energy for the level 8 shield troops. The level 8 shield troops contained a new technology that could defend against energy attacks and absorb energy attacks. As long as a single energy attack didn't exceed its defensive limits, then it could absorb the energy of the energy attack and transform it into its own. Even though the shield troops were the lowest level combat troops of a Shi clan, but they still possessed all kinds of mystical powers. Chapter 132. 10 seconds later, the area within a radius of several li was already scorched black. Potholes everywhere, traces of black smoke rising everywhere. The surroundings pervaded with a temperature that ordinary humans would find unbearable. The 100,000 primary battle robots were still expressionlessly walking in that area, heading toward the area shrouded by the snow-white valley. Israel's gaze instantly became gloomy. With Israel's strength as a great warlock, he could only release such a large-scale meteorological spell like rain of fireballs 5 times in a day. Such a terrifying meteorological spell that could destroy an ordinary army of hundreds of thousands with a single strike was the reason why great warlocks stood at the pinnacle of Tyrannid's subcontinent. The 100,000 primary battle robots didn't seem to be affected in the slightest by the rain of fireballs, making Israel's gaze gloomy and his heart endlessly horrified. Israel casually cast a spell, completely sealing the block of ice where Snow White Madam was, released the terrifying might of a great warlock, faced upwards and bellowed, "I am the great warlock Joyman, the Bear of Flames Master. Which friend has come? Please come out for a chat." Bear of Flames was a first-rate warlock group in Tyrannid's subcontinent. The Bear of Flames Master was the great warlock Joyman. Israel was Joyman, and Joyman was Israel. I am Yang Tai, a direct subordinate of Steel City's Yang Feng. I came to investigate the matter of Steel City's 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division being annihilated. According to the information sent by my subordinates, they were annihilated in this area. Furthermore, they were annihilated using large-scale fire meteorological spells. Your Highness Israel, as soon as I arrived, you used large-scale fire meteorological spells to attack us. Could it be that you're the mastermind behind the attack on Steel City? A young man brimming with oriental characteristics walked out from behind the mechanical army and asked coldly, "You've got some nerve to even dare to speak to me like that." Israel flew out from the valley. His eyes glared at Yang Feng. A terrifying life force erupted in a flash, and a spirit might as vast as the sea crushed towards Yang Feng. As a great warlock, Israel had already transcended the mundane and was transforming into a god, an ancient fiend, an ancient devil, and a variety of other terrifying existences. A single gaze from him possessed the terrifying might to kill an existence below the level 1 warlock rank. At this moment, a level 8 shield troop beside Yang Feng instantly stepped forward, raised a shield in his hand, and instantly activated a level 3 protective cover to block in front of him. The shield released by the level 8 shield bearer had an all-round defensive capability. Whether it was physical attacks or magic attacks, they were all unable to penetrate the level 3 shield. The gunner troops among the 100,000 primary battle robots instantly adjusted their position, and countless Gauss cannons roared madly, blasting towards Israel. The artillery troops also adjusted their cannons, and countless missiles and artillery shells rained down on Israel. Israel didn't expect that Yang Feng would suddenly attack him. The countless Gauss cannons instantly destroyed the level 4 life force field surrounding his body, as countless Gauss cannons bombarded his body, sending him flying directly embedded in the valley. Countless artillery roared, and all kinds of artillery shells and automatic homing missiles were fired from the artillery troops, bombarding Israel, as well as the 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes simply didn't have time to react, and were immediately turned into sieves by the countless artillery shells. 3-level, 8-bladed troops frantically flickered amidst the hail of bullets, and within a breath, appeared in front of the 3 heavily injured dragon-winged demonic fire apes, and beheaded them with a single slash. The 3 dragon-winged demonic fire apes were terrifying, extraordinary life forms with battle prowess comparable to pinnacle level 3 warlocks, and their battle prowess was tyrannical. However, due to a moment of carelessness, they were directly killed by the huge mechanical legion. Every time the Shizu technology was unlocked by a level, the battle prowess of the mechanical legion would increase by a terrifying geometrical degree. Stop! I'm the Bear of Flames Master, Joyman. Don't tell me you want to be enemies with the Bear of Flames? Along with a furious roar, a storm of flames instantly gushed out from the valley, forming a pillar of flames, blocking the long-range attacks of the 100,000-strong mechanical legion. Israel's hair was disheveled, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Standing in the middle of the storm of flames, he looked just like a fiery god of flames, and glared at Yang Feng with extreme fury. In Tyrannid subcontinent, every great warlock rank expert was a pinnacle expert. In Tyrannid subcontinent, Israel's previous incarnation of the great warlock Joyman was a man of his word, and was revered by countless people. Yang Feng waved his hand and stopped his attacks. With a fierce expression, he bellowed overbearingly, "You actually dare to attack me if you don't give me an explanation. I'll get rid of you here, and then leave my mechanical legion to flatten your Bear of Flames." Israel's eyebrows creased slightly, and he felt a bit of a headache. Why would I come across such a silk pants idiot at this time? Doesn't he know that even if he's hiding inside those mechanical golems, I only need 3 moves to kill him? If it was any other time, Israel would have definitely charged into the mechanical legion, killed Yang Feng, and then swaggered off. No matter how formidable the 100,000-strong mechanical legion was, it still wouldn't be able to detain a great warlock who was bent on leaving. However, the great warlock Snow White Madam was sealed within the valley. If she was released, then Israel would be in big trouble. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were no more than 4 secret treasures, such as the legendary Dagger Kiss of the Damned, which were used by assassins. Without such legend-rank secret treasures, even a level 3 warlock wouldn't be able to injure a great warlock. But with legend-rank secret treasures, even an apprentice warlock might be able to assassinate a great warlock. Legend-rank secret treasures were very rare, and even great warlock rank experts might not have one. A lot of great warlocks without a strong background could only use level 3 secret treasures. Israel absolutely wouldn't give up on the opportunity to obtain 2 legend-rank secret treasures. Israel's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. He weighed it over and over again, and finally made a compromise. He dispersed the protective firestorm, swallowed his anger, and casually threw a bottle of elixir to Yang Feng. "I'm in the wrong. This is Nin's soul elixir. It's one of the ancient elixirs capable of improving one's soul aptitude. It can also be used to break through bottlenecks. It can increase the chances of a level 1 warlock promoting to a level 2 warlock by 30%. Yang Feng quickly received the bottle of elixir, opened it, and let a mechanical tentacle pierce into the elixir, initiating the elixir analysis. Carrying out the feasibility analysis. The elixir can be analyzed and synthesized, initiating the model analysis. Analysis progress 0. 1%. With the current computing power, it's estimated that the elixir can be completely analyzed after an hour. After the portable fortified strongholds construction was successful, the portable fortified strongholds optical computers analysis and computing power were by far superior to NR 3790 SXS. That's why such an ancient elixir like Neen's soul elixir could be analyzed so quickly. Chapter 133. Yang Feng put away the Nain's soul elixir, revealed a look of greed, and said overbearingly, "This bit of compensation isn't enough. I want a complete corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. At the very least, its crystal core and bones must be included. If there's blood meridian essence, then it couldn't be any better." Israel's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, "A complete corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form. Are you kidding me? Such a precious treasure. Even if your entire Steel City was added up, it still wouldn't be worth this price." The corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form was of astonishing value. Its entire body was a treasure. The blood meridian essence could be extracted from the blood of extraordinary life forms. Their bones, fur, and crystal cores were all precious materials used in alchemy to refine legend rank secret treasures. The corpse of a great warlock rank extraordinary life form was practically a priceless precious treasure. Once it appeared in an auction house, it would cause many great warlocks to fight over it. Yang Feng said with a smile, "That's right. I recently asked the mighty Steel City's city master Yang Yidaran to refine a legend-rank secret treasure. I'm currently short on materials, so hand over a complete great warlock rank extraordinary life form's corpse, and this matter will be over." Israel's eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, overflowing with killing intent, and he said coldly, "Yang Tai, you've got some nerve? You even dare to threaten me? Don't you know that your life is completely in my hands? If I want to kill you, then even if you have so many mechanical golems, they still won't be able to protect you." Israel was a great warlock rank demon. Moreover, he had disguised himself as Flame Bear's Master Joyman. Whether it was among humans or demons, he was a lofty bigwig whose words carried enormous weight. Now that he was being threatened by a level 1 warlock, it naturally gave rise to killing intent. Yang Feng swept Israel with a glance. His eyes flashed with a touch of contempt, and he said with a cold smile, "Your Highness Joyman, for such a bigwig like you to apologize to me in such a humble manner, presumably there's something in that valley that you must have. You can kill me, but my mechanical legion will definitely rush into that valley and snatch away the thing in its entirety. Our Steel City's city lord's alchemy is unparalleled in the world, and there are more than 3 mechanical legions like this one. How many can you get rid of by yourself?" Israel's eyes instantly surged with endless anger, but he forced himself to calm down. With his strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to escape from the pursuit of the massive mechanical army. However, it would be extremely difficult to destroy the 100,000 level 8 main battle robots. It was true that great warlocks were the most formidable existences in Tyrannid's subcontinent. However, so long as one's strength reached a certain level, then the human wave tactic could also drown a great warlock. Israel was silent for a moment, then casually waved his hand, and an up to 5 m long giant wolf corpse with blue fur flew towards Yang Feng. This is the corpse of a blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf. It contains a crystal core and blood meridian essence. Take it and go. Yang Feng received the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf's corpse and carefully looked at it. His eyes flashed with a touch of satisfaction. Although the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf was the weakest level for extraordinary life form, its strength was by far inferior to that of formidable human great warlocks and dragons. However, it was, after all, a level 4 extraordinary life form. Its battle prowess was extremely terrifying. It could tear apart the majority of pinnacle level 3 warlocks. So long as it was modulated by the portable fortified stronghold, a mechanical battle beast comparable to a level 4 extraordinary life form would soon appear. Yang Feng waved his hand and directly sealed the blue Dokfen demonic ice wolf's corpse into a dimensional crest, then casually tossed the dimensional crest into the hands of a level 8 shield troop. The level 8 shield troop immediately retreated into the crowd of battle robots. Israel's eyes surged with killing intent. He forcefully suppressed his anger, squeezed out a trace of a smile, and said, "Can you go now?" Yang Feng revealed a look of pity as if he was looking at an idiot, stared at Israel, and said with a light smile, "Joy man, why are you so stupid? Do you believe everything I say? Since even you are tempted by the treasures in the valley, then I naturally can't let them go." Practically at the same time, the countless gunner troops and artillery troops opened their firepower and bombarded Israel with countless Gauss shells. The countless frightening Gauss shells instantly destroyed Israel's life force field before bombarding his fleshly body, directly piercing through it and embedding it into the valley. The endless artillery fire, as if without pause, locked onto Israel and madly bombarded him. "Yantai, I'll kill you. No one in the entire continent can save you. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill every single person in Steel City, leaving no one alive." In a flash, a flame storm took shape, forming a flame storm barrier. All of Yang Feng's mechanical legion's artillery bombarded the flame storm barrier, but were easily resisted by the flame storm barrier. Israel stood loftily in the center of the flame storm, as if a fire demon god. His eyes spurted out two streams of flames, the depths of his eyes flashing with unresolvable anger. Ever since he was a child, he had never been toyed with like this. Today he was actually toyed with by a trifling level, one warlock, making his anger rise to the extreme. There's no cure for stupidity. It's because you're too stupid that you've been deceived. I'm helping you. Now that you've been deceived once, you'll be on guard in the future. It'll be of great benefit to your conduct and conduct yourself in the future. You should be thanking me. Now that you want to kill me, you're really biting the hand that feeds you, heartless and unscrupulous. Yang Feng's figure retreated briskly, retreating into the protection of a large number of level 8 mechanical shield troops, before making sarcastic remarks from afar. "All right, I'll properly thank you and cut you into pieces to repay your kindness." Israel's eyes spurted flames of anger as he said each syllable. Finished speaking, Israel's figure shook and at once separated into 9 clusters of flame arrows, madly shooting towards the mechanical legion. The 9 clusters of flame arrows at once bombarded the mechanical legion. Each level 8 primary battle robot was equipped with level 2 or higher protective covers. In that split second, the entire mechanical legion flashed with a large protective cover. The 9 clusters of flame arrows bombarded the mechanical legion, piercing through more than 90 bladed troops in a row, burning more than 90 bladed troops in ashes. Israel's complexion was somewhat unsightly as he watched the more than 90 bladed troops turn into ashes. With his current strength, he could only release the level 4 spell 9 flame arrows 10 times in a day. In other words, if he continued to release the spell 9 flame arrows, then at most he could kill more than 900 bladed troops before his spirit force would be exhausted. Even if he continuously drank precious elixirs to restore his spirit force, killing 2,000 level 8 primary battle robots in a day would already be his limit. Chapter 134. In Terrandit Subcontinent, Level 2 warlocks were already the masters of many small principalities. Even in Warlock College in Talia, Level 2 warlocks were also members of the Senate. Their status was extremely high. In the entire Warlock College in Talia, there were less than 2,000 Level 2 warlocks. For Israel to be able to kill 2,000 Level 2 warlocks in a day, his strength was already extremely terrifying. But when he encountered such a freak like the Mechanical Legion, he appeared somewhat powerless. Yang Feng hid in the middle of the Mechanical Legion and made sarcastic remarks. "Your Highness Joy Man, this bit of strength can't kill me. Don't tell me that as a great warlock, you only have this much? That's really too weak. Wait until I tear you to pieces. Then you'll know what I'm capable of." Israel was so angry that he laughed instead. His figure shook, countless flames soared into the sky, and he at once turned into a 6M tall level 4 extraordinary life formed Byron demonic flame bear, its whole body burning with raging flames. The level 4 extraordinary life formed Byron demonic flame bear was second only to the extraordinary life form dragons. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have the ability to fly, then they could even fight against dragons. The Byron demonic flame bear's figure shook and immediately rushed towards the mechanical legion at a terrifying speed, as if a heavy tank. Boom, 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 boom. The Byron demonic flame bear that Israel had transformed into rushed into the mechanical legion, then brandished its huge bare paws and slapped the mechanical legion's primary battle robots. Whether it was the mechanical bladed troops or the mechanical shield troops with the strongest defensive strength, their protective covers were as thin as paper in front of Israel's bare paws. They were basically unable to withstand a single blow from Israel. The primary battle robots blocking in front of Israel were all sent flying with a single slap, their components splashing everywhere. They were basically unable to withstand a single blow from the incomparably heroic Israel. Within a short span of a few breaths, Israel forcibly tore apart more than 100 primary battle robots of the Mechanical Legion before arriving in front of Yang Feng. So amazing, worthy of being a great warlock rank expert, so fierce. Yang Feng only felt that even under the protection of the countless primary battle robots, he still didn't feel safe, as if he could only rely on his own strength to resist Israel. The 100 level 8 shield troops guarding in front of Yang Feng had already formed a defensive formation, raised their giant shields high, stimulated level 3 protective covers, and blocked in front of him. Although I don't have a way to kill these 100,000 mechanical golems, I will kill you. Within this Tyrannid subcontinent, no one can save you. Israel released a prideful roar akin to that of a wild beast. With a palm strike, he shattered layer after layer of level 3 protective shields, directly blasting a level 8 shield bearer into pieces. Within a few breaths, the level 8 shield troops blocking in front of Israel were sent flying one by one, tearing a huge hole in the ground and appearing in front of Yang Tai. Lowly ant, you dare to play tricks on a noble great warlock. Use your life to wash away your sins. Israel's eyes flashed with a glint of tyranny, and he extended his claw and fiercely pinched Yang Feng's head, as if crushing an insect's head. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of an eccentric glint, and he revealed a trace of a smile. You actually broken so easily. I don't know if you're too stupid, or if you think that your strength is invincible. When Israel saw Yang Feng reveal a trace of a smile, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly welled up within him. In a split second, the eyes of the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots flickered with red light, and they instantly detonated the self-destruct bombs within them. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying shock wave formed by the crazy self-destruct of 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots enveloped an area of several kilometers in radius. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and countless components and stones splashed in all directions. A violent hurricane suddenly blew from within the mushroom cloud, blowing away countless smoke and dust. Israel, whose arm had been blown off, his face covered in scars, and his body covered in scorch marks, walked out of the explosion with a look of alarm on his face. He was both alarmed and furious. This madman, he actually detonated so many mechanical golems. He's really crazy. The value of this mechanical golem legion is much higher than 3 to 5 legend rank secret treasures. After all, the might of the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots self-destruct wasn't concentrated at a single point, which was why Israel was only seriously injured. If the might of the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots self-destruct was concentrated at a single point, then it would definitely be able to blast Israel to pieces. Even so, the 50,000 level 8 primary battle robots self-destruct still directly blew off Israel's right arm. Israel had just walked out of the smoke and dust of the explosion when an 8 m tall mechanical demonic polar bear drilled out from the ground behind him and fiercely slapped at Israel. Moffin demonic polar bear. Israel's complexion changed greatly. He raised his left palm and collided with the mechanical demonic polar bear's right palm. The Moffin demonic polar bear was a terrifying, extraordinary life form on the same level as dragons. It could manipulate the power of the earth. Its all-out attack instantly once again inflicted heavy damage to the already seriously injured Israel. Israel was furious. He opened his mouth, and in a flash, a cloud of demonic flames pounced on the mechanical demonic polar bear. The mechanical demonic polar bear's whole body flashed with an earth-yellow radiance, and a thick layer of rock armor instantly appeared on its body. At the same time, it once again fiercely slapped Israel away. Israel was slapped away when he suddenly felt pain in his back. In a split second, more than a dozen long blade scars appeared, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his back. Invisible freak. Fuck. Israel's battle experience was incomparably rich. With a backhand slap, a dozen Spectre hunters were directly smashed by his slap. The mechanical demonic polar bear once again stepped forward. Taking advantage of Israel's split second of distraction, it slapped him with its palm, breaking several dozen bones in his chest. After Israel was seriously injured by the mechanical demonic polar bear, he spat out a mouthful of blood before recovering his human form. He turned into a cloud of flames and soared into the sky before fleeing towards the north. The reason why human great warlocks were so terrifying was because of their numerous means and endless escape spells. It was very difficult to get rid of them. In the sky, there was a huge gust of wind, and the mechanical black dragon that had been hiding in the clouds suddenly flew out. With lightning speed, it dropped from the sky, pierced Israel's heart with its claw, and forcibly dug out the demon core in his heart. Despicable! Israel shouted, full of grief and indignation. The mechanical black dragon's claw slapped Israel's body, directly shattering his internal organs, and he fell from the sky. Chapter 135. Finally killed. These great warlocks are really troublesome. Yangfeng walked out of the huge mechanical legion, looked at Israel's corpse that was dragged in front of him, and heaved a long sigh. With Yangfeng's current strength, defeating a great warlock rank expert would be very easy. But it was very difficult to kill a great warlock. Yangfeng first lured the enemy in, then detonated 50,000 primary battle robots to inflict serious damage on Israel, and then launched a series of sneak attacks to kill Israel. In Tyrandit's subcontinent, each of the 7 human great warlocks had either died at the hands of assassins or were besieged to death by 3 or 4 great warlocks. One-on-one, it was very difficult for a great warlock to kill another great warlock. Only with a special secret treasure or a great warlock whose strength was infinitely close to the Starry Sky warlock rank would it be possible to kill another great warlock in a one-on-one situation. Engineering robots came from afar and collected all the wreckage on the battlefield. Although the 50,000 main battle robots had self-destructed, as long as their wreckage was collected and melted down, only a portion of the energy was needed to successfully recreate them. Yangfeng had already built several large nuclear power plants within Steel City's sphere of influence. With the support of those large nuclear power plants, before the portable fortified stronghold was promoted to a level 2 portable fortified stronghold, there was no shortage of energy. It was precisely because of this that he did not hesitate to self-destruct 50,000 main battle robots. What a cute and beautiful little lowly. Snow White Madam was a famous expert in Tyrandit's subcontinent for more than 100 years. How could she be a lowly? The world of warlocks is truly marvelous. When Yangfeng stepped into the valley, he saw Snow White Madam sealed in ice, and his eyes lit up slightly. Someone from Steel City? I am the Snow White Lady of the Snow White Tower. Thank you very much for saving me. After I recover, I will give you sufficient compensation. A cold voice came from within the ice block. Yangfeng said with a slight smile, I'm Steel City's Yangfeng, Darren's Yangtong. the division commander of the 5th Division. Snow White Lady, I now formally invite you to join our Steel City. An angry voice came from the ice block. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Yang Feng said with a smile. You can understand it that way. Our Steel City's alchemy is unparalleled, but we are still lacking in terms of high-end fighting power. Thus, we need you to join our City of Steel. The Snow White Lady said coldly. Impossible. I am the master of the Snow White Tower. I will never join other forces. What a pity. Then I can only use some more violent methods. Yang Feng snapped his fingers. The mechanical black dragon flapped its wings and descended from the sky like a small mountain. It opened its maw and fired a dragon breath cannon in a flash, blasting into the ice around Snow White Madam. Under the bombardment of the dragon breath cannon, Snow White Madam's ice shield was weakened by a thin layer. 300 gunner troops quickly replaced their external equipment with flamethrowers and sprayed long fire dragons that enveloped Snow White Madam's ice shield, weakening it. The mechanical demonic polar bear let out an angry roar and directly rushed into the flames. Waving its huge bare paws, it fiercely slapped Snow White Lady's protective ice block. With each slap of its paws, large chunks of ice would be sent flying, continuously weakening Snow White Madam's ice shield. Yang Feng smiled and used words to sway Snow White Madam's mind. Snow White Madam, you should join our City of Steel. After all, we are a human force. As long as you join our City of Steel and are willing to serve us, then we will definitely give you the appropriate treatment. If you insist on being stubborn, then after you give in, then your status won't be as high as when you join us. An angry voice came from the ice block. You bastard, taking advantage of people's difficulties. All right, I'm taking advantage of people's difficulties. You're shameless. If you say that I'm shameless, then I'll be shameless. Snow White Madam's curses came from inside the ice block. It was just that she was obviously well-educated. She only knew how to use the words shameless, taking advantage of others, and despicable to scold back and forth. Yang Feng was thick-skinned and let her curse. Snow White Madam cursed for a while, then stopped for a while and said weakly, Stop the attack. I agree to join your City of Steel. The pure ice barrier couldn't withstand the attacks of Yang Feng's mechanical legion. At most in a few hours, the ice barrier would collapse. Yang Feng raised his hand, and all the attacks stopped. The ice around Snow White Lady's body quickly dissipated, and she weakly fell to the ground. A deathly still aura spread from her abdomen and quickly spread to her pretty face, making her look extremely haggard. The legend rank dagger kiss of the damned carried an extremely terrifying curse. Even if it was a great warlock rank expert like Snow White Madam, her life force would slowly be cleansed by the kiss of the damned, and she would eventually die. A great warlock like Snow White Madam originally had a way to deal with the kiss of the damned, merely by being stabbed by the kiss of the damned. However, Israel had seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and she had suffered serious injuries. After fleeing here, she was no longer able to suppress the powerful curse of the kiss of the damned. Only then did she choose to seal herself in ice. Such a powerful curse. I'll think of a way to help you dispel it. Yang Feng's eyebrows rose slightly. He pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a liquid metal nanorobot elixir appeared in his hand. He then directly stabbed Snow White Madam's right hand and injected the liquid metal nanorobot elixir into her body. Once the liquid metal nanorobots entered Snow White Madam's body, more than half of them were directly destroyed by her formidable life force. Formidable beings of the Great Warlock rank had extremely terrifying immunity, and their formidable life force could destroy many foreign objects. Many poisons were ineffective against Great Warlocks. Yang Feng was slightly startled. So fierce. Great Warlock rank experts are really terrifying. It seems like I have to obtain more Warlock knowledge or build a level 2 portable fortified stronghold to upgrade the level of science and technology. Otherwise, the liquid metal nanorobots won't be able to continue to control even more formidable beings. The liquid metal nanorobots were Yang Feng's means of controlling people, They were practically always successful. But now, when used on Snow White Madam, more than half of them were actually destroyed in an instant. This made him greatly alarmed and full of vigilance. But Snow White Madam had suffered serious injuries. Her physique had dropped to an extremely large extent, and her life force had also suffered heavy damage. The liquid metal nanorobots that had invaded her body hadn't been completely destroyed. Those liquid metal nanorobots absorbed Snow White Madam's strength and life force and quickly grew. As if they had become a part of her body, they entered every nook and cranny of her body. When Yangfeng saw this scene, he heaved a slight sigh of relief and revealed a trace of a smile. The evolution of the liquid metal nanorobots allowed Yangfeng to obtain first-hand data. Relying on this first-hand data, an R-3796 would soon be able to develop a liquid metal nanorobot elixir capable of controlling great warlocks. Chapter 136. Snow White Madam watched all of this with some unwillingness and said coldly, "Still not going to help me heal?" Although Snow White Madam didn't know what Yangfeng had just injected into her body. However, after her immune system was activated and killed a large number of liquid nanorobots, she understood that it definitely wasn't anything good. "Rest assured, my medical skills are also unparalleled in the world." Yangfeng gave a confident smile, grabbed the legend rank dagger kiss of the damned, and pulled it out of Snow White Madam's abdomen. In a flash, a terrifying curse force erupted, guiding Snow White Madam's blood to frantically gush towards the wound caused by Kiss of the Damned, almost bursting out of her body. The countless liquid nanorobots inside Snow White Madam's body quickly surged, quickly forming new blood vessels and skin above the wound, guiding Snow White Madam's blood to flow. The countless liquid nanorobots exerted their strength together, quickly stimulating Snow White Madam's secret acupuncture points and arousing her life force. An incomparably tyrannical life force instantly erupted from Snow White Madam's petite body. Countless black smoke of the curse flew out of her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The countless black smoke of the curse continuously condensed into all kinds of human faces, issuing extremely mournful curses. After a full 10 minutes, Snow White Madam collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, traces of redness welling up on her face. The liquid nanorobots aroused Snow White Madam's life force, allowing her to dispel the curse within her in a flash. But at the same time, it also injured her vitality. She needed to recuperate for a period of time before she could recover. After Snow White Madam dispelled the curse, her delicate temperament faded away, exuding a noble and mature temperament. She swept Yangfeng with a glance and said faintly, "What kind of elixir did you just inject into me?" Yangfeng said with a slight smile, "An elixir to prevent you from betraying me. If you're sincerely willing to serve Steel City, then it's a panacea. If you want to betray us, then it's the deadliest poison." Snow White Madam ridiculed, "Forcibly injecting a powerless young lady with poison. Is this Steel City style?" Yangfeng said with a smile, "The current me still doesn't have the qualifications to extravagantly give up the battle prowess of a great warlock rank expert." The Snow White lady said calmly, "What do you want from me?" Yangfeng said, "The Western Frigid Ice Phoenix secret method and all the spell knowledge you have mastered." Lady Snow White did not choose to resist. She agreed very rationally. "Okay." The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly. Sure, Shue's talent was extraordinary. She promoted to a level 1 warlock even faster than Yangfeng. She was already on the verge of advancing to a level 2 warlock. As long as the complete version of Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix is given to her, then she can quickly break through and promote to a level 2 warlock. Furthermore, with her peerless talent and the tremendous resources at Yangfeng's disposal, it was only a matter of time before she promoted to a great warlock. Inside a heavy-duty transport aircraft, every great warlock is a moving treasure. What a truth. Yangfeng scanned the space ring he got from Israel's corpse, and his eyes flashed with a touch of ecstasy. Israel's spatial ring was a high-grade item. It contained a space of 30 by 50 by 50 cubic meters. Inside that space, there were neatly arranged chests of priceless, top-notch magic stones. Each chest contained 1,000 top-notch magic stones, and a top-notch magic stone was equivalent to 1 million inferior magic stones. In other words, the value of this chest of top-notch magic stones exceeded 1 billion magic stones. Apart from the chest of top-notch magic stones, there were also several hundred chests of superior magic stones, 30 chests of intermediate magic stones, and 1 to 200 chests of inferior magic stones. In addition to magic stones, there were also a variety of bizarre magic ores, bones of a variety of extraordinary life forms, extraordinary plants, and a variety of elixirs. There were also a large number of house deeds, land deeds, mineral vein mining contracts, and other important documents. In a corner of that space, there was a large pile of all kinds of secret treasures. Among those various secret treasures, there was a peerlessly exquisite necklace, exuding traces of light blue radiance, carefully placed inside a crystal chest. Yang Feng's mind moved. He took out the crystal chest, opened it, and took out the balloon necklace from inside. Traces of scanning ripples were released from his right hand, and he quickly scanned the blue necklace. Insufficient data, unable to carry out analysis. According to the item's materials and energy fluctuations, it should be this world's level 4 secret treasure. A legend-ranked secret treasure. I've struck it rich. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he handed the necklace to Snow White Madam, who had her eyes closed, and said, "Old freak, what is this?" The always ice, cold Snow White Madam, as if a cat had its tail stepped on, at once widened her eyes and shouted, "What old freak? I'm not old. I'm only 180 years old this year. A young lady in her prime. Do you understand? I'm still a young lady in her prime. 180 years old is still not old. At this age, a woman can already be a great-great-grandmother of many people. Uncultured people are really scary. In this world, there are a lot of extraordinary races whose lifespans are naturally much longer than that of humans. Like pure-blood elves, their average lifespan is 1,000 years. A 180-year-old elf is merely equivalent to an 18-year-old human young lady and has just reached adulthood. Dragons, on the other hand, have a lifespan of several thousand years, and a 180-year-old dragon is still a minor. I'm currently a great warlock and have a lifespan of 1,100 years. A 180-year-old is equivalent to an 18-year-old human young lady. If you don't understand, then don't speak irresponsibly. This will make you look very uncultured, like a country bumpkin. Snow White Madam gave Yang Feng a disdainful glance. "Oh, an 18-year-old young lady. Then I'll call you Little Snow White." "Well, Little Snow White, I also have a name. I'm called Dephilia." While chatting with Dephilia, Yang Feng discovered that the Snow White Pagoda's master seemed somewhat simple-minded and was easily led away by him. Not at all like an old freak who had lived for 180 years and had rich experiences. Yang Feng guessed and sighed. She might have been in seclusion for too long and didn't understand the ways of the world and didn't know how sinister people are, and thus was ruthlessly stabbed by a traitor. In the world of warlocks, being powerful didn't mean that one had rich experience and was cunning. On the contrary, a lot of powerful warlocks were research madmen and had simple minds. Dephilia hid inside the Snow White Pagoda and wholeheartedly practiced cultivation. Although she was the Snow White Pagoda's master, and her status was incomparably lofty, but she didn't manage the daily affairs and naturally wasn't as cunning as Yang Feng. Chapter 137. Yang Feng handed the balloon necklace to Dephilia and asked, "Dephilia, what is this?" As soon as Dephilia picked up the balloon necklace, her beautiful eyes shone with a dazzling light. She caressed the balloon necklace lovingly and said, "Legendary rank, secret treasure, Heart of Azure. Every day, it comes with 2 level 4 defensive spell, Water Curtain Heaven. The power of water spells below level 4 will be increased by 100%. The power of level 4 water spells will be increased by 50%, and the power of level 5 water spells will be increased by 20%. It can also nourish the body and spiritual power of the wearer. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy, and he grabbed the heart of azure. What a great treasure! It fits me perfectly. Dephilia ridiculed with a bit of jealousy. This is a lady's necklace. As a man, don't you feel ashamed wearing such a necklace? The blue heart was obviously a lady's necklace, and it conflicted with Israel's fire magic. That was why Israel did not wear this legendary necklace. Dephilia was very fond of the exquisite and powerful azure heart. That was a legendary rank secret treasure necklace. It was extremely rare. In the entire Tyrannid subcontinent, there are only 4 known legendary rank necklaces. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "It doesn't matter. My current strength is meager. The most important thing is to preserve my life. In a world of warlocks, only by surviving would one have unlimited possibilities." The Heart of the Azure could activate 2 rank 4 defensive spells every day, which was equivalent to having 2 lives. Dephilia snorted coldly, turned her small face to the side, and ignored Yang Feng. Yang Feng also began to reflect on the gains and losses of this battle. Self-detonation tactics are still too weak against great warlock rank experts. The main reason was that the power of the explosion could not be concentrated at a single point. The range was large enough, but the power was far from enough. Next time, I might as well just bury a small nuclear bomb in my clone. From the current data, a small nuclear warhead was enough to kill a great warlock rank expert. However, this tactic could not be easily exposed. Once it was used, the enemy had to be killed. Otherwise, it'll be useless if it's exposed. The reason why human warlocks were able to suppress countless planes and defeat countless extraordinary life forms, gods, fiends, devils, and other terrifying existences was because of this. This was because they had mastered countless spells and could use different spells to deal with enemies in different situations. Once Yang Feng's self-detonation tactics were seen through, it would be very difficult to threaten great warlock rank experts. If those great warlock rank experts were to thoroughly study Yang Feng's battle robots or nuclear warheads, then they would be able to thoroughly study them. Without waiting for Yang Feng to get close, the nuclear warhead inside him would be detonated. In that case, Yang Feng would be sending his troops to be slaughtered. It was because Israel didn't know that Yang Feng possessed the 2 trump cards, the mechanical black dragon and the mechanical demonic polar bear, that he was killed by Yang Feng's sneak attack. If Israel was prepared in advance, then Yang Feng would at most be able to defeat him, but would absolutely be unable to kill him. Because they had once dominated countless planes, the warlocks had a high degree of acceptance towards all kinds of knowledge. As long as there were enough warlock research teams, then they would be able to crack any knowledge and make the corresponding response. The reason why Yang Feng hadn't previously exposed the 2 trump cards, the mechanical black dragon and the mechanical demonic polar bear, to deal with the snake demon legion, was because he wanted to keep his trump cards to deal with great warlock rank experts. Now, sure enough, his attack had succeeded. Yang Feng also intended to keep the nuclear warhead's self-detonation tactic as a trump card, to be used at the most critical moment. Sonaris Principality's capital, Bailu City. Darren, it's bad. Steel City's mechanized infantry division has caught up. Illyria had just taken a nap and arrived at the Hall of Affairs, when Emma hurriedly came before her and reported a piece of bad news. Illyria's pretty complexion changed, and she exclaimed, "Damn it, wasn't their mechanized infantry division already annihilated by Israel Darren?" Emma said, with a bitter expression, "It was Steel City's 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division that was annihilated. Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division is now pursuing us." The Snake Demon Legion could be considered as a very formidable legion within Hellion Clan. But now, they were being chased all the way to their lair, making Emma very angry and helpless. But when she thought of the Mechanized Infantry Division's terrifying battle prowess, Emma couldn't help but feel slightly terrified. When Emma and Illyria were leading the Snake Demon Legion to flee, they relied on their terrifying battle prowess to kill God knows how many warriors of the Mechanized Infantry Division. But the warriors of the Mechanized Infantry Division were all robots. No matter how many they killed, those robots wouldn't be terrified, nor would their morale drop. They would only continuously attack, and slaughter their subordinates. The Snake Demon Legion's warriors were also battle-hardened warriors, but when faced with such a fearless and tyrannical firepower system, the nearly inexhaustible Mechanical Legion, they were similarly terrified. Illyria promptly made a decision. Immediately take our clansmen and evacuate Cineris Principality. Elder sister, you don't have the authority to issue such an order now. Following a seductive laughter, a beautiful woman with an extremely enchanting appearance that was 80% similar to Illyria walked over with a smile. She had a slim waist and perky buttocks, twin peaks that were as large as two small cantaloupes, and a blue ponytail that was tied up. Illyria took a step forward, her eyes instantly becoming snake-like vertical eyes. The terrifying life force of a pinnacle level. 3 warlock revolved around her body, and she said coldly, "Tatiana, do you want to disobey my orders?" Tatiana took out a document with a beaming smile and threw it at Illyria. "This is an order from the Council of Patriarchs. Due to your defeat, you're no longer the Snake Demon Legion's commander, and I'm the new Snake Demon Legion's commander." Illyria took the document and carefully looked at it, her beautiful eyes surging with a touch of bitterness. She had been stripped of all her authority. Now, Snake Demon Clan's highest commander in the surface world had become her younger sister Tatiana. Illyria advised bitterly, "Tatiana, all the warriors of Steel City's Mechanized Infantry Division are mechanical golems. Those mechanical golems can operate Steel City's various alchemical weapons. They're definitely not that easy to deal with." Tatiana's complexion turned cold, and she said coldly, "All right, Illyria, I'm now the Snake Demon Legion's commander. Please call me Commander Darren. You're my subordinate. You must obey my orders and follow me into battle to annihilate Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. If you disobey, then I can only capture you, seal your power, and escort you back." Chapter 138. Illyria was silent for a moment, before saying with a faint sigh, "Yes, Legion Leader Darren." Tatiana laughed wantonly, spitting out the several hundred years of repressed resentment. "Ha ha! It's been 400 years, sister. You've always been a head above me since childhood. Just because you were born an hour earlier than me, all the good things, all the glory belonged to you. I could only live in your shadow. Today, I've finally surpassed you. I'll let you know the disparity between us. Snake Demon Clan's strongest genius is me, not you." Illyria creased her eyebrows slightly and said unhurriedly, "I'm sorry." Tatiana snorted coldly, before turning around and leaving with large strides. "I don't need your apology, and you haven't let me down. I'll prove to you that I, Tatiana, am Snake Demon Clan's strongest expert. In the future, Snake Demon Clan's patriarch will be me." Bailu City was in an uproar. Countless Boa cavalrymen madly gushed out of Bailu City, before quickly forming a 30,000-strong Bagru Boa cavalryman legion in the wilderness. Countless large and small venomous snakes also gushed out of Bailu City, forming a sea of snakes on the ground. Tatiana, Illyria, and Emma, the 3 3 warlocks of Snake Demon Clan, stood loftily on top of a level. 3 extraordinary life formed Kamado, silver-white, demonic horn boa. Cineris Principality was a human country that Snake Demon Clan had captured. According to Demon Clan's rules, this principality belonged to Snake Demon Clan's domain. The fiendish Demon Clan was just like the human race. They were constantly fighting and killing each other. Although under the command of Royal Demon Clan, all the demons had united to kill their way out of the underworld, but there was still a clear division between them, with each having their own sphere of influence. Only in the area occupied by Royal Demon Clan would the experts of the various great demon clans converge. They're here. A group of ant-like mechanical golems can beat the two of you into a sorry state. The two of you are really trash. Tatiana stood on top of the Kamado silver-white demonic horn boa's head, her eyes transformed into a pair of vertical pupils, easily seeing the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division more than 20 li away. She sneered and ridiculed. Emma's eyes flashed with anger, and she was about to open her mouth to refute. Illyria stretched out her hand and pulled her adjutant. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Tatiana's words fell, flames flashed, and a self-propelled artillery shell landed on the neatly arranged Snake Demon Legion. Huge explosions rang out one after another as hundreds and thousands of powerful Snake Demon soldiers were blown to pieces by the artillery fire. Blood splashed everywhere. When Tatiana saw the Snake Demon Legion's elite warriors being blasted apart by the artillery fire and blood splattering everywhere, her eyes turned bloodshot, and she screamed in horror. Fuck! There was still more than 20 li to go. What was that thing? Could it be a human warlock's magic cannon? But aren't human warlocks' magic cannons unable to be used in the field? It was the first time Tatiana had seen a war weapon that could strike from a distance of more than 20 kilometers. When she saw hundreds and thousands of Bagraboa cavalrymen being blasted to death, she was so angry that she almost wanted to spit blood. Illyria, who was rich in battle experience, immediately shouted, "Those are Steel City's war weapons. We have to go and destroy them." The self-propelled artillery had a long range and formidable might, but once it got close, it was just a lump of scrap iron. I don't need you to teach me. Follow me. Let's destroy that scrap iron. Tatiana's eyes were bloodshot. She screamed. Magic radiances flickered all over her body, and a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from her back. She flapped her fleshy wings and swiftly flew towards the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division at a terrifying speed. Illyria and Emma glanced at each other before also flying in Tatiana's direction. The 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's level 5 humanoid robots took out Gauss rifles one after another before madly firing towards the sky. A variety of anti-aircraft cannons, surface-to-air missiles, and other anti-aircraft weapons were launched one after another, forming a dense net of firepower that madly swept towards the sky. Tatiana directly transformed into a half-human, half-snake monster. Her whole body was shrouded in an incomparably formidable life force. She evaded the majority of the Gauss bullets with her ghost-like agility. At the same time, a small portion of the Gauss bullets were directly deflected by her life force. Magic radiances continuously flickered in Illyria's and Emma's hands. Black rays of light shot towards the surface-to-air missiles, directly shattering them. There was a burst of rumbling in the sky. Lightning supersonic fighters descended from the sky, their cannons rumbling, madly strafing towards Tatiana's trio. The lightning supersonic fighters were the war weapons that chased Illyria and Emma, forcing them to flee in a sorry state. If they didn't have the super-fast war weapons like the lightning supersonic fighters, they could have easily torn all the battle robots below to shreds. Under the pursuit of 100 lightning supersonic fighters, countless cannons bombarded Illyria's trio, unceasingly causing the life force protecting their bodies to tremble, tottering on the verge of collapse. Highly poisonous mist. Tatiana's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of cold light. With a sharp whistle, she opened her mouth and sprayed out a cloud of green mist. It rose against the wind and turned into a huge green poisonous mist, enveloping the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's main battle robots below. Highly poisonous mist was the strongest level 3 area of effect poison spell that Tatiana practiced. Once contaminated by the mist of highly poisonous mist, even an Earth Knight rank powerhouse will be poisoned to death. However, the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division was made up entirely of robots. The green poisonous mist enveloping those robots didn't seem to have the slightest effect. No effect? Sure enough, But my spell isn't that simple. Tatiana smiled coldly, then faced upwards and let out a sharp whistle. When the giant snakes under the Bagru Boa cavalrymen heard that whistle, they opened their bloody mouths one after another, spitting out clouds of black venom and flying towards the sky. Tatiana pointed with her finger. A powerful suction force quickly converged with her as the core, gathering the countless black venom together and surging. Corrosive snake venom rain. Tatiana waved her lily-white hand. Countless black venom fell from the sky, scattering on the ground like raindrops. When the drops of black venom fell on the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's main battle robots that were already contaminated by highly poisonous mist, the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's main battle robots emitted bursts of white smoke before strangely dissolving and turning into lumps of scrap iron. Chapter 139. Once the level 3 spell Toxic Mist and the level 3 spell Corrosive Snake Venom Rain were combined, it would form a terrifying large-scale poison attribute spell. Even if it was a level 2 Warlock, once they were first corroded by the Toxic Mist and then the Corrosive Snake Venom Rain, only death would await them. To cast such a combined spell, it required the support of countless Bagru Boas. A level 3 Warlock alone wouldn't be able to cast such a terrifying spell. Illyria's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint. She looked at Tatiana in the sky and sighed faintly. Sure enough, she practiced this spell. Emma's eyes flashed with a touch of delight, and she revealed a trace of a smile. This time, it should be our victory. Tatiana watched as large swathes of primary battle robots melted in the poisonous rain. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she revealed a trace of smile. Such a formidable large-scale poison attribute spell. No wonder the status of warlocks in this world is so high. Mortals basically don't have the power to resist warlocks. Even if it was an army of millions of mortals, without the help of warlocks, they would all die from this spell. On the other side, Yangfeng watched as the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's primary battle robots melted in the corrosive rain, and his heart trembled slightly. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, warlocks were the lofty rulers. Mortals were basically unable to contend against them. After this battle, Yangfeng had a deeper understanding. Yangfeng gave a cold smile and ordered, "Execute Plan B." The 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's legion immediately began to disperse. At the same time, all the combat units equipped with level 1 protective covers at once activated their level 1 protective covers. On the battlefield, thousands of combat units had activated their level 1 defense shields. Under the protection of the level 1 protective covers, those combat units survived the large-scale spell Corrosive Snake Venom Rain. Defensive spells. How is that possible? How could those mechanical golems have defensive spells? Tatiana was stunned when she saw the several thousand combat units erupt with protective covers. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, very few mechanical golems had defensive spells. They basically used their strength to crush their enemies. Those mechanical golems with the ability to automatically cast defensive spells were extremely terrifying and formidable. They were terrifying weapons comparable to level 3 warlocks. They were the trump cards of many powerful forces. That humanoid mechanical golem was actually able to automatically activate defensive spells, completely subverting Tanya's common sense. Tatiana's stacked level 3 spells destroyed more than half of the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division's combat units. The remaining combat units frantically attacked Tatiana's trio while frantically attacking the Bagru Boa Knights. All kinds of cannons bombarded the Bagru Boa cavalrymen. Every moment, hundreds and thousands of Bagru Boa cavalrymen were blown to pieces. The 100 Lightning supersonic fighters were also frantically attacking Tanya and the other two. Illyria sensed the Bagru Boa rider's aura continuously disappearing and shouted loudly, "Tatiana, let's retreat. If we don't retreat, our clansmen will all die." The Bagru Boa cavalrymen were the elite warriors of the Snake Demon clan. If all the Bagru Boa cavalrymen died, the strength of the Snake Demon Clan would be greatly damaged. This won't do. Listen to my orders and destroy these steel lumps. Tatiana's eyes were bloodshot. She opened her mouth and spat out a black poisonous arrow. As if a black light, it instantly stabbed a lightning supersonic fighter. In a flash, the lightning supersonic fighter was corroded, issuing sizzling sounds and white smoke. It fell from the sky to the ground, before exploding crazily and turning into a ball of fire. Tatiana and Illyria were both terrifying pinnacle level, 3 warlocks, and were proficient in a variety of spells. Even if it was a lightning supersonic fighter, they still had the ability to deal with it. Previously, Illyria had been chased by the Mechanical Legion into a battered and exhausted state. That was because she wanted to protect the remaining warriors of the Snake Demon Clan and Emma. Illyria clenched her teeth, then spat out a black poisonous arrow towards the lightning supersonic fighter in the sky. It completely corroded one of the lightning supersonic fighters and caused it to fall from the sky. Emma's figure shook, and she immediately landed on the ground. Her lily-white hands fluttered and bombarded those primary battle robots, smashing them to pieces. One after another, lightning supersonic fighters fell from the sky and exploded. A large number of Bagru Boa cavalrymen were torn to pieces by the shellfire. Everyone's eyes turned red from killing in that crazy battle. Those Bagru Boa cavalrymen finally forcibly broke through the shellfire blockade with their flesh and blood bodies, before pouncing towards the scattered primary battle robots of the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. A Bagru Boa rushed to the side of a primary battle robot, then opened its bloody maw and directly bit a mechanical gunner troop of the 5th Mechanized Infantry Division into pieces. That Bagru Boa had just bitten that gunner troop, when another gunner troop madly strafed it with a Gauss rifle. Countless bullets at once pierced through that Bagru Boa's body, splattering blood everywhere. That Bagru Boa struggled with all its might. Its huge tail swung at the gunner troop, directly smashing it into pieces. After getting rid of 2 gunner troops, that Bagru Boa struggled for a while before dying. After the Bagru Boa got close to them, for every Bagru Boa kill by those gunner troops, 7 or 8 of them would be destroyed. The battle gradually tilted in favor of the Snake Demon Clan. The fierce and cruel battle lasted for a full 2 hours. After Tatiana destroyed the last lightning supersonic fighter, her complexion was pale. Gasping for breath, she clutched the wound on her abdomen and laughed wildly. "Ha! I did it! Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division was annihilated by me. Ha ha! Illyria, my dear sister, did you see that? I annihilated Steel City's 5th Mechanized Infantry Division. I won. I'm much stronger than you." Illyria's pretty face was devoid of happiness. She spat out a mouthful of blood, took a glance below, and sighed faintly. However, the price we paid was too disastrous. Of the 30,000 Bagru Boa cavalrymen, only 3,000 remained. Illyria's adjutant, Emma, was also seriously injured by the bombardment. Of the 1,000 Omegudo flying snakes, only 135 remained. Cenera's Principality's Snake Demon Clan could be said to have been crippled. Even so, I'm still victorious. As long as I'm victorious, I'll get a steady stream of reinforcements. Tatiana laughed madly, looking at the Snake Demon Legion's remnants, who were wantonly shouting and cheering for their victory. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with pleasure. As long as she could gain a foothold in Cenera's Principality, then Snake Demon Clan would send a steady stream of reinforcements from the underworld to support her. Suddenly, Tatiana's smile became extremely stiff. Looking into the distance, her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of fear. In the distance, smoke and dust billowed and machinery rumbled. Armored personnel carriers, tanks, self-propelled artillery, and other weapons of war were galloping in this direction. Lightning supersonic fighters unceasingly shuttled through the clouds. I'm Yang Tong, the division commander of the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division. Now, let's begin the second round. From above a heavy tank, a beast-type bladed troop jumped out and said heartily with a mechanical, synthesized voice, "Boom, boom, boom, boom." The mechanical, synthesized voice had just fallen when an almost endless artillery fire enveloped the remaining thousands of Bagru Boa cavalrymen. Under the terrifying artillery fire, the Bagru Boa cavalrymen were blown to pieces, wailing mournfully. How could this be? How could this be? Tatiana's complexion was pale. She spat out a big mouthful of blood and fainted. She had exerted all her strength to annihilate a mechanized infantry division with the entirety of Cineris Principality's Snake Demon clan strength. Yet at the juncture of victory, another mechanized infantry division appeared. Under great joy and great sorrow, her spirit collapsed. "We're withdrawing." Illyria's pretty face was pale. She issued a shrill howl, picked up Tatiana, turned into a black light, and fled into the distance. Emma also dragged her seriously injured body. She hatefully glared at the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division and fled in a sorry state. After scaring away the remnants of the Snake Demon Legion, a large number of primary battle robots entered the battlefield and began to clean up the battlefield. Yang Feng looked at the wreckage of spare parts all over the ground, and his gaze congealed slightly. These demons really can't be underestimated. Just the Snake Demon clan alone is so powerful. Moreover, this still isn't the Snake Demon clan's full strength. If we were to be targeted by the strongest experts of the Underworld's allied forces, then it would be troublesome. There were many races in the Underworld's allied forces, among which the most powerful were Dark Elven clan and Hellion clan. The Demonic Snake clan was only a branch of the Demonic Demon clan. According to Black Dragon Empire's intelligence, Snake Demon clan also had one or more great warlock rank experts keeping watch. They couldn't be underestimated. Yang Feng calculated within. Nowadays, if I want to expand my forces, then I'm bound to offend people, unless I'm a coward. To expand without attracting the attention of the Underworld's allied forces, it's a bit difficult to grasp this degree. After occupying Cineris Principality, I'll have to stop the expansion and observe the situation. With Yang Feng's current strength, he could recover the majority of the Southern States Coalition's principalities occupied by the Hellions. But that would be too conspicuous. Once the Underworld's allied forces join hands, then they could completely uproot his forces. Long live Steel Lord Darren. Long live Yang Feng Darren. Long live Yang Tong Darren. After Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion entered Bailu City, it received a warm welcome from everyone in Bailu City, as if they were waiting for their savior. Countless people scrambled to sign up to join the army, taking the initiative to approach Yang Feng and surrender, allowing him to easily grasp the hearts of the majority of the people in Bailu City. Chapter 140. Hellions had to eat human flesh and blood in order to remain clear-headed and rational. After Snake Demon Clan entered Bailu City, they wantonly hunted and killed humans as rations, and then reduced all humans to slaves, wantonly torturing and humiliating them. The entire Bailu City was akin to hell. Yang Feng's arrival was akin to the arrival of a savior, easily winning the hearts of everyone in Bailu City. Yang Feng seized the opportunity to dispatch the 6th Mechanized Infantry Division to advance in all directions, driving all Snake Demon Clan's Hellions out of Cineris Principality and firmly grasping the 120,000 square kilometer area of Cineris Principality. After grasping the entire Cineris Principality, Yang Feng wasn't in a hurry to expand. Instead, he dispatched a large number of engineering robots to start building defensive fortifications in Cineris Principality's important cities. After Yang Feng recaptured Cineris Principality, the entire Tyrannid subcontinent was shaken. Countless gazes focused on Steel City, entering the eyes of Tyrannid subcontinent's peak major forces. At that time, Steel City had defeated Fernandro Principality's main army. In the eyes of Tyrannid subcontinent's peak forces, Steel City was but a minor character, and they simply didn't care about it. Now, even the Snake Demon Legion had been defeated by Steel City, and Cineris Principality had been seized by Steel City. Tyrannid subcontinent's peak forces began to take Yangfeng's Steel City seriously. Countless spies and spies, as if moths to a flame, quietly entered Fernandro Principality and Steel City's headquarters, Black City, under all kinds of pretexts, and searched for information. At the same time, as if encouraged by Yang Feng, tyrannical human warlock forces suddenly rose from the Tyrannid subcontinent one after another. They revealed their long-hidden trump cards, erupted with formidable battle prowess, and slaughtered the other races of the underworld's allied forces until rivers of blood flowed. While consolidating his forces, Yang Feng dispatched a mechanized infantry division to attack in the direction of the obscure mountain range, easily taking control of the obscure mountain ranges area. The obscure mountain ranges area was relatively barren and had no magic stone veins. Naturally, no one would attach importance to it, and thus, Yang Feng easily took control of it. After taking control of the obscure mountain range, Yang Feng planned to go to the other side of the planar gate and properly explore it. Planar exploration was something that every warlock would do after promoting to a great warlock. Exploring endless planes and obtaining knowledge and inheritances of each plane. Conquering endless planes and obtaining their resources. Accompanied by continuous exploration and conquest, human warlocks were able to stand at the apex of each plane. Just then, an invitation letter was mailed to Yang Feng. Yang Feng pinched the invitation letter and carefully looked at it for a while, then asked somewhat curiously, "Rose Garden's Young Warlock Genius Assembly. The top 3 will be rewarded with a trip to the Rose Divine Pool." "Dephilia, what's so special about the Rose Divine Pool?" Snow White Madame Dephilia, sitting on the sofa opposite Yang Feng, rolled her eyes at Yang Feng and said, "Rose Divine Pool is one of Rose Garden's foundation, a level 6 secret treasure. Treasures too. There, every 3 years, the Rose Deity Pool will produce a pool of water with miraculous power. Rose Woman, Rose Garden to War. She of Saint. Yang to she to the 2 of 95% of Rose Garden's warlocks are women. They would only recruit talented women to join Rose Garden. One of the most crucial factors for them to be able to become one of Tyrannid's 6 great forces is that they have the Rose Divine Pool, which can cultivate all kinds of warlock geniuses. At that time, after I entered the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, my cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, and I quickly entered the domain of a great warlock. If I hadn't entered the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation, then I would at most be a level 3 warlock. Perhaps it would take another 100 years before I could promote to a great warlock. That's why I owe Rose Garden a big favor. Yang Feng, if you want to go further on the warlock path, then this is definitely a good opportunity that you can't miss. Warlock College Antalya, White Elephant's Ivory, Eyes of Justice, Savage Claw, and Black Dragon Pagoda all have similar treasures. However, in terms of effect, the Rose Divine Pool is the best for warlocks below the Great Warlock rank. Moreover, the other 5 Great Warlock forces wouldn't let their non-core members use such treasures. Dephilia said faintly. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as he said slowly, "It seems that I have to go to Rose Garden." Yang Feng was very surprised that Rose Garden actually had a divine armament. The so-called divine armaments were treasures that were personally forged by gods from other planes. They were treasures that had mystical powers and were refined from countless precious materials. In other planes, there were many kinds of formidable beings that could be called gods. Even the weakest gods possessed strength by far surpassing that of Starry Sky warlocks. Each of the divine artifacts created by the powerful gods possessed terrifying abilities. Moreover, not all gods possessed the power to forge divine armaments. Some weak gods were simply unable to forge divine armaments. Rose Garden actually had a divine armament rank treasure, so one could well imagine how formidable their underlying strength was. Yang Feng also somewhat understood why Tyrannid subcontinent's human warlocks would look down on the allied forces from the underworld's races. 3 days later, The news of Snow White Madam joining Steel City quickly spread in Tyrannid subcontinent. This news immediately shocked Tyrannid subcontinent's human forces. Steel City's defeat of the Snake Demon Legion and recapture of Sonera's Principality was merely to make those formidable forces take its existence seriously. But with Snow White Madam, this great warlock rank expert, joining Steel City, that meant that Steel City had leapt to become a first-rate force second only to Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. Countless forces sent congratulatory gifts to congratulate Snow White Madam for joining Steel City. If it wasn't for the allied forces from the underworld's races besieging cities everywhere, then there would definitely be countless experts personally coming to Steel City to congratulate it. St. Rose City was a city with a population of up to 1 million located in Rose Mountain Range. Rose Garden was located in the depths of Rose Mountain Range. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter Rose Garden. Only apprentice warlocks and warlocks of Rose Garden could enter. St. Rose City was a city that provided apprentice warlocks and warlocks of Rose Garden to enjoy secular pleasures. Aristocratic youngsters who longed to enter Rose Garden, merchants who wished to do business with Rose Garden, as well as people with all kinds of objectives, all gathered here, making St. Rose City extremely prosperous. The residences of peak warlock groups are really high-end. Yangfeng looked at St. Rose City's towering skyscrapers, spacious streets, and speeding magic sports cars, as if he was situated in a world that was even more advanced than Earth's technology. Hey, beauties, do you want to hitch a ride? An incomparably eye-catching silver convertible magic sports car sped over from afar, before stopping in front of Yangfeng and entourage. A charming woman with jade-white skin, long red hair, and wearing large sunglasses frivolously revealed a charming smile towards the few girls beside Yangfeng. I've long heard of Rose Garden's Lalados, but I didn't expect that I would actually encounter such a superb product. Yangfeng looked at that sexy red-haired beauty and was somewhat speechless. Rose Garden was the only formidable warlock group led by women among Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. Rose Garden's successive masters were all extremely outstanding beauties. At the same time, Rose Garden's Rose Empire's emperor was also an empress. Rose Garden's Rose Garden had more women than men, therefore, the number of Lalas was always high. According to legend, Rose Garden's successive generations were all Tyrannid subcontinent's most formidable Lalas. Sure Shui swept the silver convertible magic sports car with a glance and said with a slight smile, "Ask Gidge. If he says we're hitching a ride, then we'll hitch a ride. We have a car." Yangfeng gave a slight smile and pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. A gold-plated 10-seater convertible luxury sports car embedded with countless gems appeared on the main road. Yangfeng gave the red-haired beauty a somewhat provocative glance and snapped his fingers. The convertible luxury sports car, embedded with a large number of gems, automatically opened its door. Sure Shui and the other girls boarded the convertible luxury sport car. The guards following beside, Yangfeng pressed the dimensional crest on their chests one after another. In a flash, silver sport cars appeared on the main road. Very quickly, a fleet of luxury cars appeared on the spacious passageway. The red-haired beauty took off her sunglasses, revealing a peerlessly beautiful complexion that could turn all living things upside down. She asked curiously, "Is this Steel City's sports car? It looks pretty good. What's the power source? Is it Steel City's newly developed high-energy crystal, Yangfeng?" Yangfeng's eyes flashed with a whiff of vigilance as he said, "Who are you?" The red-haired beauty said with a slight smile, "I'm called Angelina, the eldest daughter of Her Majesty the Empress of Rose Empire and the first successor of Rose Empire. May I have the honor of becoming friends with you?" Yangfeng said with a smile, "It's my honor to be your friend." Angelina asked curiously, "What's the maximum speed of your sports car?" Yangfeng said, somewhat proudly, "My Type 1 Lightning Dragon Speedster sports car can reach a maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the maximum speed of magic sports cars was around 80 kilometers per hour to 150 kilometers per hour. The maximum speed of magic sports cars manufactured by level 3 Warlock alchemists could reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour to 400 kilometers per hour. However, the number of level 3 Warlock alchemists was relatively small. The number of magic sports cars refined by level 3 Warlock alchemists could also be counted on one's fingers. As for Great Warlock rank Warlock alchemists, they basically wouldn't refine toys like magic sport cars. The 600 kilometers per hour sports car was already Tyrannid subcontinent's top-notch sports car. 600 kilometers per hour. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement, and she said with a smile, "Yang Feng, can you do me a favor? I want to participate in a speedster race. Please come with me." Chapter 141. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly as he said, "When? I might not have the time." Angelina's eyes shone, and she said with a sweet smile, "Now, let's go to the fiery dragon racetrack. It'll only take half a day. I think you'll have a great experience." Yang Feng directly sat on the Type 1 Lightning Dragon. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon automatically closed its door and said towards Angelina with a smile, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." The Fiery Dragon Racetrack was St. Rose City's most famous racetrack. It was more than 450 kilometers long. The long racetrack contained slopes, sharp turns, cliffs, mountains, sand, hills, and other kinds of terrains. It was the favorite gathering place of St. Rose City's second-generation warlocks and car racing enthusiasts. Each magic sports car selling price was more than 10,000 magic stones. Moreover, it consumed an inferior magic stone every 200 kilometers. Only formidable warlocks or extremely wealthy second-generation warlocks were qualified to have the financial resources to play with magic sports cars. Yang Feng followed behind Angelina and arrived at the entrance of the Fiery Dragon Racetrack. At the entrance of the Fiery Dragon Racetrack, there were several tens of extremely eye-catching magic sports cars parked. Next to those magic sports cars gathered many youngsters, handsome men, and beautiful women could be seen everywhere. At the same time, those youngsters involuntarily emitted formidable life force. The majority of them were apprentice warlock rank life force, but there was no lack of level 1 warlock rank life force. In a small state like Fernandro Principality, level 1 warlocks were considered to be extremely rare experts. But in St. Rose City, they were nothing. Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon arrived at the Fiery Dragon Racetrack. It attracted the gazes of countless people. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon's exquisite design and luxurious 10-seater convertible was still very rare on the Fiery Dragon Racetrack. Gold sports car, so unsophisticated. Why would a 10-seater convertible magic sports car come here? This is the Fiery Dragon Racetrack. I don't know where this bumpkin came from to actually drive such an unsophisticated car here and make a fool of himself. Ridiculing voices came from the crowd. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon sports car, plated with a thick layer of gold and inlaid with countless gems. If it was on Earth, it would definitely make countless young girls scream and countless beautiful women kneel and lick it. But in the world of warlocks, gold was merely a slightly more advanced currency than silver and copper. What was truly valuable were the high-level magic cores and magic crystals of various magical beasts, demons, and extraordinary beings. Yang Feng listened to the surrounding ridicule. His face twitched. He turned around and looked at Eunice and the other women behind him. The aesthetic standards of different worlds are really different. I'm actually being looked down upon by these fellows. No wonder Angelina's gaze was so strange. Eunice covered her mouth and giggled. Dephilia, who was like an iceberg lowly, also revealed a trace of a smile. Coming from a warlock aristocratic family, they naturally knew that the appearance of the Type 1 Lightning Dragon sports car would seem tacky among genuine magic sports car enthusiasts. As soon as Angelina stepped out of the car, numerous gazes were attracted to her. They were filled with admiration, envy, jealousy, and all sorts of complicated emotions. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with a golden ponytail and an extremely good figure, somewhat similar to Angelina's, dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, yet her appearance appeared somewhat immature. From her appearance, she appeared to be approximately 15 or 16 years old. She walked over with a beaming smile. "Big Sister Angelina, you've come. If I'm not mistaken, then the man beside you should be Steel City's Yang Feng." The girl's words had just fallen, when gazes shot from all directions and concentrated on Yang Feng. That Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng. That lucky good-for-nothing Yang Feng? After Snow White Madam joined Steel City became a force second only to the 6 great warlock groups. He's actually Steel City's sole successor. What a lucky bastard. With Steel City's city master's love for him, even if he's a good-for-nothing, he can still practice cultivation and become a warlock. Yeah, reportedly, all of Steel City's resources are tilted towards him. Could it be that he came to St. Rose City for the Rose Divine Pool's cultivation quota? Whisper discussions came from the group of youngsters. Practically all the youngsters looked at Yang Feng, with gazes brimming with envy and jealousy. After Snow White Madame Defilia joined Steel City became a first-rate warlock group, second only to Tyrannid Subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups. As Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng naturally received the envy and jealousy of those young princeling warlocks. The more powerful a life form was, the more difficult it was to reproduce. Once a human promoted to a warlock, their life form would undergo a terrifying evolutionary transformation, and their entire level of life would undergo a transformation. After evolving into an official warlock, the success rate of official warlocks giving birth to offspring would begin to drop rapidly. The more powerful a warlock was, the more difficult it was to produce offspring. However, in this world of warlocks, human warlocks had already overcome numerous difficulties and researched elixirs that could increase the success rate of producing offspring. They could increase the success rate of warlocks giving birth to offspring to the apprentice warlock rank. Therefore, in Tyrannid Subcontinent, the majority of the leaders of the forces had countless descendants. It was practically impossible to become the sole successor of those forces. As Steel City's sole successor, Yang Feng's status became incomparably noble, even higher than Rose Empire's first successor, Angelina. Angelina, as the first successor, still had to face the competition from Rose Empire's many successors. And Yang Feng was already certain that he would inherit Steel City, this terrifying force. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as she said with a smile, "Younger sister Bess, that's right, he's from Yang Feng." A tall and sturdy young man with a head full of scarlet short hair, exuding a valiant aura, with a ridiculing smile on his face, arrived beside Bess and said with a sneer, "Yang Feng, that good-for-nothing Yang Feng with an inferior level. One sole aptitude? He's just a hedonistic son of rich parents relying on his family's influence. If it wasn't for his family's help, then you wouldn't even be an apprentice warlock." A slender and handsome young man dressed in a white warlock's chongpao smiled as he walked over and threatened without a trace of anger. "Yang Feng, you good-for-nothing, stay away from Angelina? Otherwise, I don't mind getting rid of you and sending your corpse to your uncle. Presumably, it'll be very interesting." More than a dozen youngsters faintly exuding official warlock rank life force quickly gathered beside the scarlet short-haired man and the man dressed in a white warlock's chongpao, looking at Yang Feng with ridiculing expressions. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. He turned towards Eunice and Defilia and asked, "Who are these two brain-damaged idiots? They actually dare to talk nonsense in front of me?" Judy and Shue's experience wasn't rich enough. It was basically impossible for them to recognize these two strange men. Defilia said indifferently, "I don't know these nobodies." Eunice's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of graveness, and she said unhurriedly, "The red-haired man should be Savage Claw's strongest genius of this generation, the blood beast Monarch Cookson. And this person should be White Ivory's Little Thunder Monarch Rymot." Eunice transmitted, "Every time Rose Garden holds a warlock convention, not only will the Rose Divine Pool be open for the most outstanding warlock geniuses to practice cultivation, but at the same time, Rose Garden's most outstanding unmarried women will also be selected as son-in-law. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden is, in fact, a marriage convention. In Tyrannid subcontinent, many of the strongest experts had a wife or lover from Rose Garden. Anyone who wants to deal with Rose Garden must consider the reactions of those peak experts. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of understanding, so that's how it is. If that's the case, then although Rose Garden isn't the strongest among the 6 great warlock groups, but it's definitely the most difficult to deal with. Every few years, Rose Garden would hold a warlock convention, gathering Tyrannid subcontinent's young warlock geniuses together. Afterwards, the most outstanding warlock geniuses would be selected to form a marriage alliance. In this way, Tyrannid subcontinent's peak warlock experts would be inextricably linked with Rose Garden. Even within the other 5 great warlock groups, there were also many people who would form a marriage alliance with Rose Garden's female warlocks. In this way, no one would dare to act against Rose Garden. Otherwise, they would become enemies with Tyrannid subcontinent's warlock geniuses. Eunice continued to transmit. Angelina is Rose Empire's first-in-line successor. If one can marry her, then once she ascends to the throne, her husband will be a grand prince. As a prince, her husband would definitely receive a huge amount of resources. In addition to the Rose Divine Pool, Rose Garden also has a lot of secret treasures second only to divine armaments. Those secret treasures can definitely allow one to be reborn and advance a step further. Yang Feng finally understood. No wonder those 2 fellows were pouncing over like male dogs in heat. It turns out that there's such a huge benefit concealed. Rose Empire was also one of Tyrannid subcontinent's most powerful empires. Once Angelina ascended to the throne, then she would be able to grasp tremendous resources. Although she would have to hand over the majority of those resources to Rose Garden, but the small portion at her disposal was already extremely terrifying. By becoming her grand prince, the benefits he would obtain would definitely be enormous. Cooksen's eyes flashed with a touch of a fierce glint. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of dense killing intent, and he threatened in a cold voice. Yang Feng, you dare to insult us. Could it be that your Steel City wants to betray humanity, rely on the allied forces of the underworld's races, and become shameful traitors? The allied forces of the underworld's races came menacingly, sweeping away everything in their way. Some human warlocks who didn't have enough time to escape chose to rely on the allied forces of the underworld's races and became traitors of humanity. Who do you think you are to dare frame me? Yang Feng's gaze was ice cold, and he said coldly, I see that the 2 of you are trying to sow discord between Steel City and Rose Garden. You're clearly traitors of humanity. Angelina, have my guards chop these 2 human traitors to pieces, intimidate these petty people, and serve as a warning to others. The 2 guards standing behind Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crests on their chests, and suddenly their bodies swelled. Shortly after, 2 6-meter-tall level, 8 beast-type bladed troops ejected from the dimensional crests. The 2 level, 8 beast-type bladed troops didn't say anything else, and in a flash, they launched themselves. Holding high-frequency oscillation blades, they madly chopped at Cookson and Rymont, the 2 young geniuses of Savage Claw and White Elephant Ivory. Cookson's eyes flashed with a whiff of horror, and he bellowed. In a flash, the terrifying life force of a pinnacle level 2 warlock erupted, and he transformed into a 3-meter-tall gorilla covered in red fur, as if burning with flames. After transforming into a red-furred gorilla, Cookson immediately pulled out an up to 3-meter-long wolf-tooth mace and swung it with all his might, directly hitting the high-frequency oscillation blades of the beast-type bladed troop and sending the high-frequency oscillation blades flying. Rymont's body flickered with lightning, as if he was riding lightning. He didn't retreat, but instead advanced. In a flash, he evaded the attack of the beast-type bladed troop and strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng, before sending his foot carrying lightning radiance towards Yang Feng's head. In a flash, a transparent protective cover flashed in front of Yang Feng. Rymont's foot slammed on the transparent protective cover, setting off ripples on the surface of the transparent protective cover. He was sent flying backwards, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. In front of Yang Feng, an up to 6-meter-tall level, 8 shield troop holding a giant shield had already appeared. "Stay your hand." Angelina's eyebrows arched, and a terrifying life force of a level 3 warlock diffused from her body. She swept Yang Feng's group of 3 with a gaze brimming with dignity, and said coldly, "This is St. Rose City. In St. Rose City, you must abide by Rose Empire's laws. If you have any grudges, you can leave St. Rose City and settle them privately outside. Outside St. Rose City, I don't care how you fight. But if you fight in St. Rose City, then you're Rose Garden's enemy." Did you hear that, you 2 idiots? Still not staying your hand? Do you want to become enemies with Rose Garden? Ugly red-furred gorilla. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and the several-level, 8 primary battle robots flew back into the dimensional crests of the guards behind him. At the same time, he didn't forget to ridicule them. When Cookson heard that, his eyes were practically spouting flames of anger. He clenched his fists, killing intent surged all over his body, and he took a step forward. Angelina glared at Yang Feng with a slight headache. She calmly took a step forward, blocked in front of Yang Feng, and coldly watched Cookson. Rose Garden's dignity was inviolable. If Cookson were to act again, then Angelina would definitely suppress and seal him. Rymont said in a deep voice, "Enough, Cookson. Stay your hand. This is St. Rose City." Cookson's complexion changed several times. Finally, he clenched his teeth, his figure shook, and he quickly reverted to his human form. He glared at Yang Feng with a resentful expression. The value of this semi-divine armament wasn't lower than your top-grade magic stones. Level 5 Secret Treasure, Semi-Divine Armament. He actually has a semi-divine armament. Voices of astonishment sounded. Practically everyone's gazes were firmly attracted by the bronze disc in Cookson's hand. In Tyrannid subcontinent, secret treasures of level 3 and above were very rare. Some great warlock rank experts didn't even have a single level for secret treasure. As for semi-divine armament rank level 5 secret treasures, even the great warlocks of the 6 great warlock groups might not have a single one. For Cookson to actually have a level 5 secret treasure, it was naturally very sensational, attracting the gazes of countless people. Even Dephilia's pretty face, which had always been indifferent, had a slight change as she stared fixedly at that planar astrolabe. Eunice transmitted her voice. Planar astrolabe is a must-have item for great warlock rank and above experts to travel between planes. Without a planar astrolabe, even if it's a great warlock rank expert, once their fleshly body leaves our world, then if they're the slightest bit careless, they'll also get lost in the depths of the boundless star sea. If they want to go to the connection point of the countless planes, then without a planar astrolabe, then if they're the slightest bit careless, they'll also get lost in the star boundary. In addition, the planar astrolabe still has another function. That is, it can be used to stabilize the planar passageway. If the planar passageway has a planar astrolabe, then it can become even more stable, allowing even more formidable existences to pass through. For warlocks, planar travel was the most dangerous, but also the most profitable risky activity. Once a formidable human warlock descended to a plane and successfully became the plane's ruler, then they would obtain extremely terrifying benefits. The world of warlocks, that Tyrannid subcontinent, was attached to strictly prohibited large-scale, evil human experiments. However, other planes didn't have such restrictions. Some wicked and formidable human warlocks would seize a plane, use that plane as a base, and raise humans in captivity to carry out evil experiments. If a warlock wanted to travel from one plane to another with their fleshly body, then there were 3 main methods. The first method was to use their fleshly body to fly into the boundless starry sky, and then use the starry sky plane's coordinates to go to another plane. The second method was to use their fleshly body to enter the connection point of the countless planes, the star boundary, and then search for the coordinates of another plane from the star boundary. The third method was to use a constructed planar passageway, and then go to another plane from the planar passageway. Apart from these three methods, the other methods of using the fleshly body to enter another plane all had huge hidden dangers. As for using projection, avatar, embodiment, and other methods to enter another plane, they wouldn't be able to display the terrifying strength of their true body. To carry out planar travel, it wasn't enough to just have a planar passageway, but also required all kinds of treasures to stabilize the planar passageway. Otherwise, formidable warlocks simply wouldn't be able to pass through the planar passageway, and only some weak existences could pass through the planar passageway. The planar astrolabe was such a treasure that could stabilize the planar passageway. It was extremely important for Yangfeng. After Cookson took out the semi-divine armament planar astrolabe, he enjoyed everyone's envious gazes for a while, before giving birth to a feeling of regret. Shit, since this planar astrolabe has been exposed, then it'll be very difficult to keep it. Cookson's regret flashed past his eyes. Then his gaze fell on Yangfeng's chest of top-notch magic stones, and his eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint. However, as long as I win that chest of top-notch magic stones, then even if I offer this planar astrolabe to the organization, they won't treat me unfairly. For the current me, a chest of top-notch magic stones and the organization's rewards are much more useful than the planar astrolabe. The semi-divine armament planar astrolabe was only of great use to experts at the Great Warlock rank and above who needed to carry out planar travel. For experts below the Great Warlock rank, the planar astrolabe wouldn't be of any use. For Cookson, the value of the planar astrolabe was far less than that of a chest of top-notch magic stones. Cookson said coldly, "How about it? This treasure of mine isn't worth less than 2 billion magic stones, right?" Yangfeng smiled coldly and downplayed the value of the planar astrolabe. The planar astrolabe, although this treasure is a semi-divine armament, but its range of use is too narrow. Only experts at the Great Warlock rank and above can use it. If this treasure was in the main continent, then its value would be at least 2 billion magic stones. However, in Tyrannid's subcontinent, to be able to auction it for 1 billion magic stones is already very amazing. Cookson's complexion at once became extremely unsightly. He couldn't deny Yangfeng's words. If the semi-divine armament planar astrolabe was in the main continent, then it would definitely be priceless, a treasure that would cause countless experts to fight over. But in Tyrannid's subcontinent, it would appear to be of little value. It wasn't that the planar astrolabe wasn't good, but rather that it was too high-end, so high-end that no one in Tyrannid's subcontinent could use it. A secret treasure without any use value, for warlocks, was equivalent to a waste. That's right, this planar astrolabe is useless. Yeah, although this planar astrolabe is a semi-divine armament, but it doesn't have any offensive or defensive spells attached. Apart from positioning in the starry sky and stabilizing the planar channel, it doesn't have the slightest use. Tyrannid's subcontinent doesn't have a planar channel, nor does it have any starry sky warlock rank experts. This planar astrolabe is basically useless. I reckon that in Tyrannid's subcontinent, the most useless semi-divine armament is this planar astrolabe. Haha! Bursts of laughter came from those youngsters. After recovering from the shock of the semi-divine armament, they saw the value of the planar astrolabe. Cookson had kept this planar astrolabe in his hands and hadn't sold it, because in Tyrannid's subcontinent, this planar astrolabe really couldn't be sold for a good price. Yangfeng's tone changed as he said, "However, I'm a magnanimous person, and I'm bound to promote to a starry sky warlock or above expert in the future. I'm also a bit interested in this planar astrolabe, so I'll reluctantly let you use it as a wager." In order to ensure fairness, let's have Angelina be the notary, and both of us will place the wager with her. Cookson heaved a sigh of relief and handed the planar astrolabe to Angelina. "All right." Yang Feng also handed the chest of top-notch magic stones worth 2 billion magic stones to Angelina. Angelina was Rose Empire's first-in-line successor, and in St. Rose City, she represented Rose Garden's face. She naturally couldn't embezzle Yang Feng's and Cooksen's wager. A trifling chest of top-notch magic stones and a trash-like planar astrolabe wasn't enough for Rose Garden to throw away its face. Yang Feng waved his hand, and another 10 chests of superior magic stones appeared on the ground. He said with a cold smile, "Raimont, these are 10 chests of superior magic stones. They're worth approximately 150 million inferior magic stones. If you want to wager with me, then take out the corresponding treasure. If not, then please get the hell out of St. Rose City and don't stay here to make a fool of yourself." Chapter 143. 10 chests of superior magic stones. So rich. Steel City is really too rich. No wonder they could invite Snow White Madam to join them. How could Steel City be so rich? Seeing the 10 chests of superior magic stones, the eyes of those princeling warlocks turned bloodshot. Although superior magic stones weren't as priceless as top-notch magic stones, but they were still extremely precious treasures. The pure magic energy contained within superior magic stones was also of great benefit to great warlocks. A level 1 warlock would treasure a superior magic stone as if it was a secret treasure and would only use it to practice cultivation when breaking through bottlenecks. Only Tyrannid Subcontinent's great warlock rank experts would have a large amount of superior magic stones. Raimont's complexion alternated between green and white from Yang Feng's words. It was extremely unsightly. If he were to leave St. Rose City with his tail between his legs, then his reputation in Tyrannid Subcontinent would be completely ruined. His position in White Elephant's Ivory would also plummet. White Elephant's Ivory was filled with geniuses. The competition was extremely fierce. With great difficulty, Raimont became the #1 genius of White Elephant's Ivory's younger generation. He didn't want to fall from this position. Once he fell, then there would be countless geniuses eyeing his position covetously, stepping on him to ascend. Raimont's complexion changed several times before he finally clenched his teeth, fished out a box from his bosom, and opened it, revealing an incomparably resplendent crystal core. This is a Kamara lava boa's crystal core. Kamara lava boas are existences comparable to dragons. After reaching adulthood, they possess battle prowess comparable to that of great warlock rank experts. If this crystal core is auctioned, then it should be able to fetch 150 million magic stones. There was also a disparity in strength between great warlock rank extraordinary life forms. Extraordinary life forms like dragons were definitely at the pinnacle of the same rank. An adult great warlock rank dragon could definitely deal with 3 great warlock rank extraordinary life forms like Sphinx lava direwolves. Since Komara lava boas were existences comparable to dragons, then once their crystal cores appeared in an auction house, they would definitely be able to fetch at least 100 million magic stones. This was also a kind of priceless treasure. It was a first-rate material used to refine many legend rank secret treasures. Not bad. I like this crystal core very much. It's barely qualified to gamble with me. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and handed the 10 chests of superior magic stones to Angelina. Raimont snorted coldly and handed the core to Angelina. "If I take away all of these bets, I'll be rich." Angelina looked at the astronomical amount of bets and treasures in her hands. Her beautiful eyes glinted with a trace of greed in the depths of her heart. Even great warlock rank experts would be tempted by such a huge amount of wealth. She was just a trifling level 3 warlock, so she would naturally be tempted. Now I will announce the rules of the competition. Each car was limited to 2 people, and the driving distance was 458 kilometers on the Fiery Dragon racetrack. While driving, you're not allowed to directly use magic to attack the other party's driver or vehicle. Can use the vehicle's attacks to attack the enemy. The first one to finish the race wins. Angelina quickly calmed herself down and said with a smile, The Magic Sports Car Race was different from the races on Earth. In the Magic Sports Car Race, it was possible to use the vehicle's attack system to attack the enemy's vehicle and driver. This kind of race was more cruel, but also more exciting. It was deeply loved by princeling warlocks. I'll open the bets. I'll only accept bets on me to lose. Those who want to bet on me to lose, feel free to do so. Magic stones, secret treasures, gold. As long as it's valuable, it can be used as a wager. Yang Feng gave a faint smile and waved his hand. Shortly after, 10 chests of superior magic stones appeared before everyone's eyes. The superior magic stones' resplendent demonic radiance dazzled people's eyes. He said extremely heroically, "These are 10 chests of superior magic stones. You don't have to worry that I won't be able to pay up. I'll bet 10,000 magic stones. I'll bet 30,000 magic stones." The princeling warlocks gathered in the vicinity of the fiery dragon racetrack were all hot-blooded youngsters who wished for the world to be in chaos. They came to Yang Feng's side one after another and bet with him. Eunice gave an extremely flirtatious smile, attracting the gazes of nearly 90% of the male princeling warlocks. "Those who want to bet with my young master, come and register." The princeling warlocks in the vicinity of the fiery dragon racetrack came to Eunice's side and began to register. Dephilia transmitted her voice. "Are you short on magic stones? Although these little fellas' families are rich, but taking out 10,000 to 20,000 magic stones is already their limit. If these little fellas come and bet with you, you'll at most be able to earn a few million inferior magic stones." Yang Feng had a worried look on his face as he sighed in disappointment. A mosquito is still meat, no matter how small it is. I have to support such a large family, so I can't do without magic stones. After the registration was completed, dozens of magic sports cars appeared on the fiery dragon racetrack. Angelina looked at Dephilia beside Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, and she asked curiously, "Yang Feng, are you sure you want to bring people on board?" Even great warlocks would be tempted by this world-shaking magic sports car wager. The rest of the people wished that there was nothing on board. Yang Feng actually brought along a living person. He looked like an idiot who didn't understand anything. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "That's right. In such a world-shaking wager, he still doesn't forget to pick up girls. This Yang Feng is indeed a sex fiend among sex fiends. Amazing, he's even picking up girls in such a wager. This method is really brilliant. In this way, I'm afraid that the girl will be dead set on him. Such a brilliant method of picking up girls. However, that chick seems to be a bit too young. He actually likes this kind of taste. What a pervert." Whispers sounded from the side. Quite a few princeling warlocks revealed looks of sudden realization. They followed suit and quickly invited their female companions to board their vehicles. Cookson sneered and said with ridicule, "You're really an idiot. In such a race, even if you reduce the weight by 1 kilogram, it might decide the outcome of the race. I'm really happy to see that you're so stupid." Yang Feng gave a faint smile. Without saying a word, he took Dephilia towards the Type 1 lightning dragon. Dephilia suddenly transmitted, "You actually chose me as your companion. That's really shameless." Dephilia was a great warlock rank expert. If they fought head-on, then she would definitely die. Even if one of her hands was tied, she would still be able to easily beat up everyone here. The corners of Dephilia's mouth suddenly rose slightly, and she transmitted, "However, I like this kind of shamelessness. I've helped you so much, so give me 50 of the top-notch magic crystals." Yang Feng also revealed a trace of a smile and transmitted, "Deal." The fiery dragon extreme speed racetrack was extremely spacious. It could accommodate 20 magic sports cars simultaneously. However, the number of magic sports cars participating in this race was as high as 153. Therefore, the vehicles of Yang Feng, Cookson, and Raimont, the 3 great experts, were arranged in the last row. The first few rows were arranged for magic sports cars with generally acknowledged poor performance. Such an arrangement was mainly to give those magic sports cars with poor performance a huge advantage, and to give those magic sports cars with poor performance a chance. Next to Yangfeng's nouveau riche 10-seater Type 1 Lightning Dragon, there were 3 sport cars parked. One was Cooksen's beloved White Tiger Behemoth Chariot. The other was Rymont's beloved Thunderbolt Chariot with countless lightning symbols. And the last one was a pure red rose chariot with a rose motif. Yangfeng swept the red rose chariot with a glance and said, "Angelina, why are you also participating in this race?" Angelina, dressed in red tights, gave a tender and charming smile, her beautiful eyes seemingly burning with a fierce fighting spirit. "I'm very fond of magic sports car races. Yangfeng, even if it's you, I still won't lose. However, I don't have any malice towards you. I'm only betting 3,000 magic stones. Unfortunately, you're bound to lose. That's not necessarily true. Let the race officially begin." Bisca waved her hand. Her words had yet to fall when the magic sports car at the forefront flickered with intense fluctuations of magic and, with a rumble, rushed forward like a hurricane. "Take a look at how awesome I am." Cookson gave a furious roar, and his tremendous spirit force quickly poured into the White Tiger Behemoth Chariot. 2 huge wings quickly extended from the front of the White Tiger Behemoth Chariot. Simultaneously, the White Tiger Behemoth Chariot only took a second to accelerate to 110 kilometers per hour before flapping its wings and riding a hurricane to rise. It rushed above the magic sports cars in front of it, crushed the top of the magic sports cars, and charged forward. Rymont's Thunderbolt Chariot instantly flickered with lightning. A gale billowed, and like a streak of lightning, it rushed forward, crushing the magic sports cars in front of it and rushed into the sky. "Yangfeng, I'll be going first." Angelina gave a sweet smile, operated her magic power, and countless red rose petals suddenly extended from the rose chariot, forming a rose bridge. The rose chariot crushed the rose bridge, easily crossed the magic sports cars in front of it, and sped into the distance. The obstacles that seemed insurmountable on Earth were easily crossed by the magic sports cars with different extraordinary powers. After Cookson's group of 3 sped from the rear to the front, the more than 20 magic sports cars very tacitly slowed down and firmly blocked in front of Yangfeng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon. "A bunch of idiots, get out of my way." Yangfeng's eyes flashed with a whiff of excitement. He fiercely stepped on the accelerator and pressed a button. Shortly after, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's engine issued rumbling sounds akin to a giant beast's roar. Within a second, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's speed instantly soared to 200 kilometers per hour before fiercely crashing into the rear of a magic sports car in front of it. Boom! Along with a loud sound, the magic sports car was forcibly sent flying by Yangfeng. It tumbled several times in midair before crashing outside the racetrack. Chapter 144. Boom, 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 boom. Yangfeng piloted the Type 1 Lightning Dragon, as if a savage beast emerged from the wilderness, rampaging about. The magic sports cars blocking in front of him were forcibly sent flying. As if toys, the expensive magic sports cars were sent flying in all directions, continuously rolling in midair. It was a visually shocking scene. So savage. That magic sports car is really savage. That magic sport car's appearance is mediocre. I didn't expect it to be so savage. At the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack, there was an incomparably huge magic screen. The magic screen clearly displayed the race's situation. When the Princeling Warlocks saw the savage scene of Yangfeng piloting the Type 1 Lightning Dragon and sending the magic sports cars flying, they couldn't help but be speechless. When the Princeling Warlocks raced on the Fiery Dragon racetrack, it was very rare to see someone forcibly send the other party's magic sports car flying. To send the other party's magic sports car flying, then the disparity in performance between the two vehicles had to reach an astonishing degree. It was like the huge disparity in armor performance between an ordinary sedan and a heavy armored tank on Earth. The magic sports cars were basically made by level 2 and level 3 warlock alchemists, so the disparity in performance naturally wouldn't be that big. When a Magic sports cars blocking in front of Yang Feng saw this scene, they got out of the way and opened up a path. Under Yang Feng's piloting, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon sped forward. It quickly overtook one Magic sports car after another and entered the first group of Magic sports cars. Suddenly, the more than a dozen Magic sports cars lagging behind flashed with magic radiances, and fireballs were instantly shot from the more than a dozen Magic sports cars, bombarding the Type 1 Lightning Dragon. The level 1 spell Fireball was the most common offensive spell attached to Magic sports cars. The more than a dozen Magic sports cars besieged Yang Feng, practically covering the entire track. So ruthless, they're trying to kill Yang Feng. A single fireball would be fine, but the more than a dozen fireballs were fired at the same time, the Magic sports cars definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. They're going for the kill. When the more than a dozen fireballs flashed, the eyes of the princeling warlocks surrounding the fiery dragon racetrack flashed with a touch of graveness, and they commented. The Magic sports cars used in the competition were modified and custom-made secret treasures by princeling warlocks. Every Magic sports car was very sturdy and could completely withstand the bombardment of several fireballs. Yang Feng domineeringly sent magic chariots flying, yet didn't injure the drivers in the slightest. Because the magic chariots were sturdy and durable, they weren't so easily destroyed. Generally speaking, a few fireballs would be launched at most in a Magic sports car race to force the opponent to admit defeat. The continuous bombardment of fireballs was definitely going to kill the other party. Boom, boom, boom. The dozen-plus fireballs at once bombarded the Type 1 Lightning Dragon piloted by Yang Feng, setting off a huge explosion. In an instant, the Lightning Dragon rushed out from the flames of the fireball explosion under everyone's shocked gazes, and a transparent protective shield enveloped the entire body of the Lightning Dragon. It's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll let you have a taste of my power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he pressed a button. From behind the carriage of the Lightning Dragon, a dozen Gauss cannons extended out. The dozen Gauss cannons madly spat extremely ferocious tongues of fire, madly shooting toward the Magic sports car. In a split second, the Magic sports car also released a warping force field. The dense crowd of Gauss cannons ferociously bombarded the warping force field. After a mere second of deadlock, the warping force field was immediately shattered, and the countless Gauss cannons swallowed the Magic sports car. Boom! Along with a sky-shaking blare, the Magic sports car directly exploded, with countless parts sputtering in all directions. A battered and exhausted figure shot out from the explosion. The owner of that figure had a look of alarm and resentment on his face as he looked at the Type 1 Lightning Dragon piloted by Yang Feng. If he wasn't a level 1 warlock and had cast a defensive spell in the nick of time, then he would have already been smashed to pieces by the Gauss cannons. The dozen-plus Gauss cannons slightly adjusted their muzzles, then spat out countless tongues of fire, once again shrouding a Magic sports car. Boom! The Magic sports car was directly blasted to pieces. The driver of the Magic sports car, however, had seen the opportunity and had already jumped out of the Magic sports car. Go to hell, all of you! Yang Feng gave a cold smile and pressed another button. The body of the Type 1 Lightning Dragon opened, and shortly after, miniature laser-guided tracking bombs were shot towards the Magic sports cars, dragging trails of white smoke behind them. Fuck, bastard! When the drivers of the Magic sports cars saw the dense crowd of miniature laser-guided tracking bombs, their complexions turned pale. After they blessed themselves with defensive spells, they quickly jumped out of the Magic sports cars in a sorry state. Boom, 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 boom. Under the bombardment of the miniature laser-guided tracking bombs, the dozen-plus Magic sports cars turned into a dozen-plus huge fireballs, with countless parts shooting in all directions. The complexions of the dozen-plus Magic sports cars drivers were pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. What a ruthless guy! Those fellows from Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory reacted quickly. If they hadn't jumped out of the vehicles, then they would have been blown to death. That guy Yang Feng is really ruthless. Those dozen guys are the nephews of Savage Claw and White Elephant's Ivory's Council of Elders. He actually dared to be so ruthless, he's really lawless. So wonderful, this is the most wonderful race I've ever seen. That the Type 1 Lightning Dragon refined by Steel City. It's really a good car. I wonder how many magic stones it costs. If only I could buy a Type 1 Lightning Dragon. At the entrance of the fiery dragon race track, when those princeling warlocks saw Yang Feng blow up the dozen-plus magic sports cars, they were extremely excited and discussed spiritedly. It was the first time that a magic sports car was able to destroy a dozen-plus hostile magic sports cars in a flash. When those magic sports car enthusiasts saw how savage the Type 1 Lightning Dragon was, their eyes shone. They wished that they could immediately seize the Type 1 Lightning Dragon for themselves and then properly play with it. When the magic sport cars behind Yang Feng saw this scene, they didn't dare to release spells to attack Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon. However, they still urged their spirit force, increased the speed of their sports cars, and chased after it. Even if Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon's offensive power was stronger, but he still wouldn't dare to risk universal condemnation by killing the drivers of those magic sports cars for no reason. After all, those drivers didn't have anything remarkable about their own abilities, but their background were quite frightening. After destroying the dozen-plus magic sports cars behind him, Yang Feng pressed a button, and 4 rocket propellers extended from the rear of the Type 1 Lightning Dragon. The 4 rocket propellers ejected a terrifying stream of air, causing the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's speed to once again frantically accelerate, as if a rocket was chasing ahead. Within a short dozen-plus seconds, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon, under Yang Feng's control, charged all the way, quickly closing the distance between him and the 3 first-rate magic sports cars ahead at a speed visible to the naked eye. So fast, the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's speed is really frightening. To be able to catch up to them, even though it started later, this speed is too heaven-defying. Such a speed, I'm afraid it has already surpassed 400 kilometers per hour. When those princeling warlocks at the entrance of the fiery dragon race track saw this scene, their eyes were brimming with shock, and they discussed spiritedly. Tyrannid Subcontinent's magic sports cars generally had a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour, even if they were blessed with all kinds of spells. The highest they could reach was 300 kilometers per hour. A speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Only great warlock rank warlock alchemists of legend could refine such a first-rate magic sports car. However, great warlock rank experts basically rode all kinds of flying secret treasures or powerful bird-type extraordinary life forms. Very few people would be so bored as to refine flashy secret treasures like magic sports cars. Experts above the great warlock rank were terrifyingly strong, comparable to godlike existences. Those formidable existences generally wouldn't be so bored as to play with things like magic sports cars. Their speed far surpassed the limits of the magic sports cars. Angelina, I'll be going first. Yang Feng whistled towards Angelina as he overtook the red rose chariot. He laughed out loud, and then directly drove the Type 1 Lightning Dragon to overtake Angelina. He was, after all, a youngster from Earth, and had a frivolous temperament. Bastard, Angelina scolded in a low voice, before pouring her tremendous spirit force of a pinnacle level, 3 warlock into a magic array inside the red rose chariot. Countless rose petals suddenly emerged from the red rose chariot, before turning into several rose magic chains, at once firmly adhering to Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon. Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon dragged the red rose chariot at a crazy speed. Under the interlocking of the rose magic chains, the speed of Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon suddenly dropped before becoming equal to the speed of the red rose chariot. Yang Feng was slightly distracted before saying with a loud laugh, "No way. Angelina, that's too shameless." Angelina said with a complacent smile, "That's a tactic. Magic sports car races are like this. Only victory is justice." That's right. Only victory is justice. Along with a wild laugh, Cooksen's white tiger chariot extended ahead, before quickly extending a 2 m-long conical sharp ram. With a crazy acceleration, it ferociously slammed into Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon from the left. So ruthless. He actually hit the ram. Too ruthless. A collision with a ram installed at a speed of nearly 400 kilometers per hour. Even a level 3 Warlock's protective spell can be destroyed. Cooksen's move is really too ruthless. At the entrance of the fiery dragon race track, those princeling warlocks were very excited as they discussed. The white tiger chariot had been modified to weigh more than 5 tons. With such a colossus ramming at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, even a level 3 Warlock's defensive spell wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yang Feng pressed a button before a transparent protective cover was instantly released from the Type 1 lightning dragon chariot, shrouding more than half of the chariot. Cooksen's white tiger chariot ferociously slammed into the transparent protective cover before immediately issuing extremely ear-piercing sounds of friction. In the next moment, a scene that no one had expected appeared. The ram of Cooksen's white tiger chariot was unexpectedly forcibly broken before the entire chariot was sent flying under the tremendous reaction force. It continuously spun and was sent flying out of the racetrack. Yang Feng gave a cold smile, then pressed a button. Numerous openings opened on the chariot's body, and miniature laser-guided automatic homing missiles madly shot towards Cooksen's white tiger chariot like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of explosions instantly engulfed the white tiger chariot. With countless flashes of lightning, the thunderbolt chariot driven by Rymont was akin to a railgun shell. Along with countless electric arcs, it rumbled, and its speed rose to 500 kilometers per hour in one fell swoop. In a split second, it surpassed Yang Feng and madly sped away into the distance. Yang Feng's gaze congealed slightly. He gave up on killing Cooksen and pressed a button. 2 flamethrowers extended from the Type 1 lightning dragon chariot, spraying 2 long streams of flames that fiercely burned the 2 magic chains constructed from rose flowers. Under the burning of the flames, the magic chains of rose flowers burned and collapsed. The power of Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon's 4 rocket launchers was increased to the limit, ejecting a terrifying stream of flames, allowing the Type 1 lightning dragon's speed to rise to 600 kilometers per hour. As the tires rubbed against the ground, it splashed countless sparks. As if it was about to fly, it tore through the air and shot towards Rymont, bringing along a terrifying hurricane. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of extraordinary splendor, and she praised sincerely. What a fast sports car! This speed definitely exceeds 600 kilometers per hour. What a good car! Steel City's alchemy is really amazing. In terms of speed alone, Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon was definitely the fastest magic sports car that Angelina had ever seen. Within a short few dozen seconds, Yang Feng drove the Type 1 Lightning Dragon to catch up from behind, and then drove side by side with the Thunderbolt chariot driven by Rymont. Rymont's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment, and he was greatly shaken within. What a fast car! My Thunderbolt chariot is a magic sports car refined by a great Warlock rank alchemist. Steel City clearly doesn't have a great Warlock rank alchemist. How could they refine such a fast magic sports car? The Thunderbolt chariot was a treasure that Rymont had obtained during a fortuitous encounter. It was a sports car refined by a great Warlock rank expert. He had always believed that his Thunderbolt chariot was Tyrannid Subcontinent's #1 magic sports car, but he had never thought that Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon would be so much faster than his. Thunderstorm. Rymont's complexion changed several times before he finally took out a superior magic stone and threw it into a groove. A tremendous spirit force at once poured into the Thunderbolt chariot. The Thunderbolt chariot instantly flickered with lightning, rumbled, and a bolt of lightning fiercely struck at Yang Feng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon chariot. Chapter 145. The bolt of lightning at once struck the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's protective cover, forcibly splitting open the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's protective cover and bombarding the Type 1 Lightning Dragon's outer armor. The Type 1 Lightning Dragon's outer armor flashed with radiance and immediately channeled the electric current into the power propulsion furnace. Yangfeng was also startled by the sudden change and broke out in a cold sweat. What a strong bolt of lightning! It can actually split a level for protective cover. If the bolt of lightning was a bit stronger, then my Type 1 Lightning Dragon wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yangfeng had long since understood that there wasn't a single magic sports car in Tyrannid's subcontinent that could compare to his Type 1 Lightning Dragon in performance. The might of the Thunderbolt Chariot was far beyond his imagination. Since it's like this, then go to hell. Yangfeng's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he fiercely pressed several buttons in succession. Countless miniature, laser-guided missiles flew out of the Type 1 Lightning Dragon and bombarded the Thunderbolt Chariot like raindrops. Raimont was startled, and he threw several superior magic stones into the Thunderbolt Chariot's magic-powered roofs. At the same time, he used his spirit force as a primer and launched the defensive spell storm barrier attached to the Thunderbolt Chariot. A terrifying storm instantly enveloped the Thunderbolt Chariot, and the miniature laser-guided missiles were diverted by the storm, falling to the side of the road and exploding, blasting huge holes in the ground. When the princeling warlocks at the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack saw this scene, their eyes were firmly glued to the magic screen, and they didn't even dare to breathe heavily for fear of missing out on the battle between the two legendary chariots. Raimont had just heaved a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and a premonition of death welled up in his mind. He swept the rear with a glance and saw that all of Yangfeng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon's weapon systems had been completely retracted. A muzzle similar to that of a main artillery extended, and countless electromagnetic radiances converged in the muzzle of the main artillery. Fuck, what's that? Raimont's heart was filled with fear of the unknown. He clenched his teeth and drove the Thunderbolt Chariot as if a streak of lightning continuously twisting and turning on the track, performing all kinds of outrageous actions. In addition to blocking, dodging was the best way to avoid the magic sports car's attacks. The most top-notch magic sports car racers could even avoid the bombardment of fireballs. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you try to hide, you won't be able to escape the calculations of a supercomputer. When computing power evolves to the pinnacle, the derivative ability is future prediction. Yangfeng sneered inside. 3 seconds later, the Lightning Dragon's super electromagnetic gun fired out a terrifying bolt of electricity, instantly blasting Raimont's Thunderbolt tank. Boom! More than half of Raimont's Thunderbolt Chariot was sent flying, its wreckage splattering everywhere as the entire chariot was sent flying into the air. A terrifyingly large hole that was 13 to 14 meters deep and 5 to 6 meters wide appeared where the Thunderbolt Chariot had originally been. How savage. What kind of spell is that? Too cruel. Yangfeng's Type 1 Lightning Dragon was really too savage. Were all the sports cars developed by Steel City so savage? It could be used as a weapon of war. The princeling warlocks at the entrance of the Fiery Dragon racetrack were all dumbstruck as they commented. It was the first time they had seen a magic sports car loaded with such a formidable weapon of war. After half of Raimont's Thunderbolt tank was destroyed, killing intent flashed past Yangfeng's eyes. He once again recharged the super electromagnetic gun. In another 3 seconds, he would be able to fire another super electromagnetic gun and kill Raimont. I'm not willing. Yangfeng, go to hell. As long as you're dead, then everything will cease to exist. Raimont's eyes were bloodshot. Hatred shrouded his mind, and he ruthlessly crushed a jade card. A terrifying life force comparable to that of a great warlock rank instantly pervaded the area. Great warlock? Those are great warlock rank fluctuations of power. Raimont finally went crazy. It seems that he used White Elephant's Ivory's ultimate trump card to actually have the protection of a great warlock rank. It seems that this Raimont is White Elephant's Ivory's most valued genius. It seems that Yang Feng is going to die. A great warlock rank expert's move is a thunderbolt, unless there's an expert of the same rank. Otherwise, it's basically impossible to resist. The complexions of the princeling warlocks at the entrance of the fiery dragon race track changed slightly, and their eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. As they looked at Yang Feng, their eyes also flashed with a touch of pity. Every great warlock rank expert possessed world-shaking, terrifying power. In many planes, they were legend rank experts who left their mark in history. As long as a great warlock rank expert acted, then existences under the great warlock rank were basically invincible. A large hand condensed from magic power, with the pressure of MT Tai, grabbed at Yang Feng's Type 1 lightning dragon. Damn bastard! Angelina's pretty complexion changed, and she cursed fiercely, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of helplessness and bitterness. Although she was a peerless genius of Rose Garden, but she was still powerless to contend against a great warlock. Haha, Yang Feng, you're dead. Cookson, who had caught up from behind, revealed a trace of a malevolent smile on his face when he saw this scene. Under everyone's gazes, when a large hand condensed from magic power appeared, the Type 1 lightning dragon, whose speed reached 600 kilometers per hour, was immediately powerlessly suspended in the air, its tires madly idling. It was as if it was a small white mouse frantically struggling in a human's large hand. The large hand made of magic power lightly poked, and the protective cover shrouding the Type 1 lightning dragon collapsed and shattered like a bubble before grabbing at Yang Feng. Humph! A trifling remnant of power that isn't even a projection dares to bare its fangs and brandish its claws in front of me. Turn into an ice cube and shatter. Dephilia, who was sitting next to Yang Feng like an indifferent lowly, snorted coldly. Terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused from her petite body. She extended her lily-white finger and flicked slightly, and a white cold air instantly shrouded the large hand made of magic power. The large hand made of magic power was instantly shrouded by the white cold air, before condensing into a huge block of ice, before instantly collapsing and turning into silver ice fragments that scattered on the ground. Great warlock! That's a great warlock rank expert. That girl is actually a great warlock. Snow White Madam. She must be Snow White Madam. Not long ago, Snow White Madam had just announced that she had joined Steel City. Snow White Madam. She's Snow White Madam? Too shameless to actually let a great warlock rank expert board the vehicle. Too despicable. On the fiery dragon racetrack, those princeling warlocks were dumbstruck as they cried out involuntarily. Snow White Madam. That girl is actually Snow White Madam. Furthermore, she's following Yang Feng. How is this possible? Angelina was dumbstruck, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. Practically everyone didn't dare to believe their eyes and didn't dare to admit this fact. In Tyrannid subcontinent, every great warlock rank expert was a top-notch existence. They spent most of their time in their warlock pagodas, practicing cultivation or conducting all kinds of research. For such a bigwig to actually act as a bodyguard by Yang Feng's side, it was as inconceivable as a lofty king running over to act as a bodyguard for an ordinary civil servant with a low status. Since you can't afford to lose, then go to hell. Dephilia snorted coldly, then flicked her finger, and a pure white cold air instantly swept towards Rymont. Rymont's complexion changed greatly when he was faced with the pure white cold air. He took out a magic staff and silently recited an incantation. A long flame, as if a huge fire snake, swept towards the pure white cold air. When a huge fire snake came into contact with the pure white cold air, it issued ZZ sounds and then immediately disappeared with a pah sound. The pure white cold air at once shrouded Rymont, directly freezing him into a human-shaped ice sculpture. A blood-colored cross suddenly appeared between Rymont's eyebrows, and terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash. The entire ice sculpture immediately burst open, with countless ice fragments splashing in all directions. Rymont's aura changed. His eyes were shrouded in a layer of incomparably profound light of wisdom, as if he had become another person. He uttered a slightly aged voice and said extremely overbearingly, "So it's snow, White Madam. I'm Grant of White Elephant's Ivory. Rymont is the most outstanding of my grandchildren. You actually dared to attack him. Do you want to become enemies with White Elephant Pagoda?" In Tyrannid's subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups were aloof, and their style of conduct was similarly incomparably overbearing. Even the relatively amiable and approachable Rose Garden was brimming with pride. Dephilia's eyebrows arched, and she directly transmitted, "Yang Feng, you've provoked a big one by beating the small one. Do you want to get rid of this waste? If we get rid of him, then we'll basically have a falling out with White Elephant Ivory." Yang Feng sneered. "This old thing is so savage, there's no need to give me face. Get rid of them. In any case, this is Rose Garden, not White Elephant Ivory." Along with the continuous increase of Yang Feng's power, his trump cards were also increasing. Although he still wasn't a match for the 6 great warlock groups, but if the other party were to attack him, then he would definitely give the other party a pleasant surprise. "Grant, you're just a projection of power attached to your grandson, yet you still dare to threaten me. You're really reckless. You could die now." Dephilia sneered, operated her magic power, pointed with her lily-white hand, and condensed ice-cold force into a white breath of ice that rolled towards Rymont. In a split second, Rymont was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, fixing his startled and angry expression. Grant, who was attached to Rymont, was also a great warlock rank expert, but a projection of power wasn't enough to contend against a formidable great warlock. Chapter 146. Angelina hastily shouted loudly, "Your Holiness Snow, White Madam, please be lenient." Holiness was the title low-level warlocks used to address great warlocks, as well as formidable beings above them. Only experts above the great warlock rank were qualified to be called Holiness. This was also one of the titles unique to Tyrannid's subcontinent. Dephilia waved her lily-white hand, and Rymont, the genius of White Elephant's Ivory, immediately turned into sparkling and translucent ice chips. The only remaining storage ring flew into her lily-white hand, and she put it away lightning fast. Angelina's pretty face paled when she saw this, and her beautiful eyes flickered with an extremely complicated glint. "Let's continue the race. As long as no one violates the rules, then I won't act again." Dephilia had the demeanor of an expert. She left behind a few words, then turned around and stepped into Yang Feng's type 1 lightning dragon. "So that fellow Yang Feng's female companion is actually Snow, White Madam. I thought that he was an idiot, but I didn't think that he would be so cunning to silently bring a great warlock aboard. With Snow, White Madam by his side, no one can harm him." At the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack, those princeling warlocks suddenly realized something, feeling both envious and jealous. To have a beautiful, great warlock protect them, that was something they didn't even dare to think about. Dephilia had just boarded the Type 1 lightning dragon, when Yang Feng coughed lightly, grasped her little hand, and said with a beaming smile, "Hand it over." Dephilia glared angrily at Yang Feng. "That's my spoils of war." Yang Feng said with a beaming smile, "Your things are my things, and my things are still my things. Therefore, your spoils of war are also my spoils of war. Shameless. Here you go." Dephilia's cheeks puffed up, and she directly threw the storage ring to Yang Feng. After Yang Feng received the storage ring, he swept its interior with his spirit force and picked a few materials and elixirs that he needed for cultivation. He then smiled and handed the storage ring to Dephilia and said straightforwardly, "It's yours." Dephilia's anger turned into joy, and she grabbed the storage ring. "That's more like it." After the match resumed, there was no longer any suspense. Yangfeng piloted the Type 1 Lightning Dragon to take the lead, rampaging about, pulling far ahead of the second-place Angelina and easily seizing the first place. Then, he received his spoils of war from Angelina's hands, with the great warlock rank expert Dephilia keeping watch at Yangfeng's side. Cookson didn't even dare to say a harsh word. He could only watch helplessly as Yangfeng put away the planar astrolabe, before leaving with a dejected expression on his face. A planar astrolabe. I never thought I would see such a treasure here. A soft sigh sounded, and a stunning beauty wearing a silver-white, low-cut warlock robe with deep cleavage, and the bottom of the robe fluttered in the wind, revealing a pair of slender and beautiful legs. She had a voluptuous and sexy figure, dazzling blonde hair, and exuded a strong femininity from head to toe. She was a peerless beauty that would give birth to lust at first sight. "Greetings, Your Holiness Clarissa." Angelina's pretty complexion changed when she saw the peerless beauty. She bowed deeply towards the peerless beauty in salute and said respectfully, "The peerless beauty that would give birth to lust at first sight was one of Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Clarissa. She was also one of Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks. Greetings, Your Holiness Clarissa." At the entrance of the fiery dragon racetrack, apart from Dephilia, everyone bowed deeply and respectfully towards Clarissa. Even Yangfeng was no exception. Apart from great warlocks of the same rank, anyone who saw a great warlock rank expert had to salute. This was one of Tyrannid's subcontinent's publicly recognized rules. Although Yangfeng wasn't afraid of any great warlock rank expert, but he still wasn't willing to offend a great warlock for no reason. Although Rose Garden only had 3 great warlocks guarding it, but not only did they have divine armament rank treasures, but they were also on friendly terms with countless experts of the continent. Their hidden forces were enormous. If they went all out, they could even gather more than 10 great warlock rank experts within a short period of time. Clarissa swept Yangfeng with a glance with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes flashed with a whiff of amazement, and she said with a light smile, "You're Yangfeng? Not bad. You actually became a level 1 warlock. It seems that your Uncle Yang Yi really dotes on you." Level 1 warlock, he actually promoted to a level 1 warlock. How is this possible? Isn't Yangfeng a waste with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude? How could such a waste practice cultivation and become a level 1 warlock? Clarissa's words immediately set off stormy waves in the hearts of everyone on the fiery dragon racetrack. Inferior rank 1 soul aptitude was the lowest existence in Tyrannid's subcontinent. Even an ordinary farmer's soul aptitude might be at intermediate rank 1 or even superior rank 1. In Tyrannid's subcontinent, Yangfeng was the first person to promote to an official warlock with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude in several millennia. Angelina swept Yangfeng with a glance. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a whiff of envy and jealousy. He's actually a level 1 warlock. To be able to promote to a level 1 warlock with such a soul aptitude, how many treasures of heaven and earth did he waste? Yangfeng gave a simple and honest smile, as if he was a simple and honest young man who wasn't good with words. Clarissa said with a slight smile, "Dephilia, the last time I saw you was already 50 years ago. How about we go to my Storm Rose Pagoda and have a good chat?" Dephilia pointed at Yangfeng and said, "I promised someone to protect this stinking brat. If I want to go to Storm Rose Pagoda, then I must bring him along." "All right." Clarissa's eyebrows creased slightly, then loosened and said with a smile, "Angelina, you also come over and help me take care of Yangfeng." Angelina said respectfully, "Yes, Your Holiness." Clarissa waved her lily-white hand. Countless pink rose petals fluttered and condensed into a rose magic carpet. After everyone sat on the rose magic carpet, the rose magic carpet flew straight towards Rose Garden's entrance. Among the youngsters coming out of the fiery dragon race track's entrance, an ordinary-looking youngster suddenly cursed in a low voice. "Great warlock, fuck, he actually has a great warlock as his bodyguard. Arte, are you sure you can snatch him away from Snow White Madam's hands?" An ordinary-looking youngster with dead fish eyes said coldly. If it's to assassinate him, then there's a 30% chance of success. To snatch him away alive, then it's impossible. Moreover, those who assassinate him will all die. These two ordinary-looking youngsters were the two great commanders of Warlock College, Antalia's dark demonic leopard and Hands of Death, Chux and Arte. In order to capture Yangfeng, these two pinnacle-level 3 warlocks had personally set out. Chux sighed faintly and said, "Now that he's entered Rose Garden, it'll be even more difficult to capture him alive." Arte said coldly, "Leak the information that Snow White Madam followed Yangfeng to Rose Garden." Chuck's eyes lit up and he exclaimed in admiration, "Good idea. Like this, they definitely won't let go of this good opportunity. Once they and Steel City are mutually wounded, then we'll go and take advantage of the situation. Pass the information that Snow White Madam acted as Yangfeng's bodyguard to Rose Garden to pass to the underworld's allied forces." Soon after, Chucks took out a communications crystal and issued an order in a low voice. Rose Garden was located 10 kilometers north of St. Rose City in the Rose Mountain Range. At the entrance to Rose Mountain Range, there was a long staircase leading deep into the mountain range. Soon, the Rose Magic Carpet stopped at the entrance to Rose Mountain Range. Clarissa waved her lily-white hand and put away the Rose Magic Carpet. Within the 6 great warlock groups, there was an extremely formidable forbidden air magic array. Flying was prohibited, only walking was allowed inside. Only experts wearing special secret treasures could fly within their domains. From the entrance to Rose Mountain Range, an up to 6 m long mandala cyclops monitor lizard covered in earth-yellow scales, and with a single huge eye crawled out from the side. The huge eye emitted traces of soul fluctuations. Mandala cyclops monitor lizard, a formidable extraordinary life, form comparable to a level 3 warlock after reaching adulthood. It has the racial innate skill of soul peering, capable of peering into a warlock's soul origin. Even a great warlock rank expert would also be unable to escape its peering. A line of information emerged on Yangfeng's eyeglasses. The 6 great warlock groups would rear extraordinary life forms with special racial innate skills, like the Mandala Cyclops monitor lizard in captivity to distinguish between friend and foe, and to prevent the infiltration of spies from other races. Warlocks could change their appearance and body shape through countless secret methods, but their soul origin couldn't be changed. The reason why Yangfeng didn't use his liquid metal robot avatar to participate in the Warlock Convention was, on one hand, to obtain the qualification to practice cultivation in the Rose Divine Pool. On the other hand, it was because the liquid metal robot avatar couldn't conceal itself from an extraordinary life form like the Mandala Cyclops monitor lizard. We're all humans. I've memorized the fluctuations of your soul origin. Your Holiness Clarissa, please come in. The Mandala Cyclops monitor lizard issued a hoarse voice and immediately retreated to one side. Clarissa took Yangfeng and his entourage along the passageway and walked towards the interior of Rose Garden. At the end of the passageway was an incomparably lush garden, with all kinds of rare and exotic flowers in full bloom. They were multicolored. The fragrance of the flowers overflowed, nothing more beautiful than a fairyland. Some beautiful and moving female apprentice warlocks of Rose Garden were shuttling back and forth in the garden, picking all kinds of flowers, looking like fairies from a kingdom of flowers. In the center of the kingdom of flowers, there was a group of warlock pagodas, surrounding and protecting 9 7-story-tall warlock pagodas. In the center of the 9 7-story-tall warlock pagodas, there was an up to several hundred meters tall, resplendent and gorgeous blue rose, absorbing the drifting energy in the surroundings. Incomparably formidable magic energy dispersed from the giant blue rose, making the concentration of magic energy in the surroundings by far higher than in other places. Chapter 147. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as he looked at the giant blue rose. Warlock College in Talia's core energy source is the ancient energy-absorbing tree, while Rose Garden's core energy source is the magical energy blue rose. Although the magical energy blue rose's energy absorption is far inferior to the ancient energy-absorbing tree, but it still has its miraculous aspects. Rose Garden's female experts emerge one after another. It's precisely because of its existence. Rose Garden only recruited women with outstanding talent to practice cultivation. Such a biased method of recruiting talents made it somewhat difficult for them to pass on their inheritance. If it wasn't for the magical energy blue rose's miraculous abilities, then Rose Garden might not even have 3 great warlocks. The majority of the people in Rose Garden were women. After they saw Yang Feng, the only man, their curious gazes focused on him. Among them, there was no lack of passionate young ladies throwing flirtatious glances and blowing kisses at him. Rose Garden was a place where women were superior to men. The women inside were also much more passionate and unrestrained than the women of other forces. Yang Feng followed Clarissa to the bottom of a 7-story-tall warlock pagoda, before being brought by Angelina to a garden surrounding the warlock pagoda. Dephilia followed Clarissa into the Storm Rose Pagoda. The Storm Rose Pagoda was like Clarissa's home. For thousands of years, no man had been able to enter it. Yang Feng took a deep breath and sighed slightly within. Such rich magic energy. The magic energy here is at least 4 times richer than Black Cottage's magic energy elemental pool. There's already such rich magic energy outside. Then I wonder how rich the magic energy inside the 7-story-tall warlock pagoda would be. This is the disparity between the foundations. In Tyrannid subcontinent, geniuses were as common as clouds. Every once in a while, some peerless geniuses would emerge, promote to great warlocks, and then establish their own forces, flourishing for a time. However, after such geniuses perish, once there was no successor, then that force would gradually decline, before finally disappearing in the long river of history. Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups possessed such sacred cultivation grounds, as well as all kinds of foundations. That's why great warlock rank experts emerged one after another. They were always at the apex of Tyrannid subcontinent. Angelina suddenly gave a somewhat complicated sigh. Snow White Madam is actually your bodyguard. That's really beyond my expectations. Yang Feng, it seems like your Uncle Yang Yi really loves you. Yang Feng smiled and thought silently. Yang Yi is me. I am Yang Yi. I naturally won't mistreat myself. This is Green Cloud Immortal Tea from the continent's Eastern Warlock Empire, the Great Shu Empire. Have a taste. Angelina clapped her hands, and a maid handed several cups of steaming hot tea to Yang Feng and his party. Yang Feng took the cup of Green Cloud Immortal Tea and took a sip. A bitter taste quickly spread on the tip of his tongue. But in the next moment, a fragrant aroma quickly spread in his mouth, and a warm current spread through his limbs and bones, cleansing his body. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he praised, saying in an overbearing manner, "Good tea, good treasure. Do you have more of this Jade Cloud Immortal Tea? How many magic stones? Name a number and I'll buy it." Angelina very gracefully took a sip of the Jade Cloud Immortal Tea, comfortably exhaled a long white breath, and said with a smile, "This is a specialty of the continent's Eastern Warlock Empire. Every 50 grams of tea is worth at least 1 superior magic stone. Most importantly, the amount of this tea spread to our Tyrannid subcontinent is very small. On average, our Rose Garden can only buy 1 gene of it every year. It's impossible for us to sell it to you." Yang Feng suddenly asked, "The continent? Angelina, how can we go to the continent?" Tyrannid subcontinent's area was already several times larger than the Earth's landmass, but it was merely a small enclave in the world of warlocks. The continent was the birthplace of warlocks, where countless formidable warlocks gathered. Tyrannid subcontinent was merely a corner of the continent that had collapsed after the Great War between experts. Whether it was resources or inheritances, it was far from being able to compare to the continent. Great Warlock rank secret methods inheritances in Tyrannid subcontinent were already extraordinary inheritances, but on the continent, they didn't count as anything. There's a sea between Tyrannid subcontinent and the continent, Sea of Monsters. That sea is filled with countless terrifying sea trolls, as well as all kinds of incomparably formidable merfolk. In order to go to the continent, one must cross the Sea of Monsters. There are countless formidable monsters in the Sea of Monsters. Even great Warlock rank experts, once they fall into the nests of the sea trolls, only death awaits them. Even Starry Sky Warlock rank experts, if they don't have a sufficiently powerful ship, they may also fall in the Sea of Monsters. Every 3 years or so, a fleet will cross the Sea of Monsters and arrive at our Tyrannid subcontinent, selling us all kinds of supplies from the continent, while simultaneously taking away large amounts of top-notch magic stones and our Tyrannid subcontinent specialty products. That's also the only chance for our Tyrannid subcontinent's warlocks to leave this place. Angelina slowly revealed this big secret to Yang Feng. The continent's information was confidential to ordinary warlocks, but to Steel City, a force with a great warlock overseeing it, it wasn't too confidential. Yang Feng suddenly asked, Tyrannid subcontinent doesn't have any experts above the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Is it because those first-rate geniuses have all gone to the continent? Angelina slowly sighed. That's right. Tyrannid subcontinent is barren of resources. Even if there are peerless geniuses who promote to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, then there's no way forward. If they don't go to the continent, then they'll remain in the Starry Sky Warlock rank for the rest of their lives, and then slowly die of old age. It's not that Tyrannid subcontinent doesn't have any Starry Sky Warlock rank experts, but that those experts have already left. Yang Feng continued to ask, Are there any restrictions on going to the continent? Angelina said lightly, 4,000 top-notch magic stones can buy a ticket to the continent. Moreover, a ticket can only allow one person to ride. Yang Feng was immediately speechless. At present, he only had 1,100 top-notch magic stones, which wasn't even enough to buy a ticket to the continent. The high price of the ticket meant that only great warlocks or Starry Sky Warlock rank experts could go to the continent. Ordinary warlocks simply couldn't come up with the sky-high price of 4,000 top-notch magic stones. Yang Feng asked, Why don't Warlock College and Talia's Holy Ones go to the continent? With their strength, several thousand top-notch magic stones isn't an issue for them. Angelina said with a light smile, In our Tyrannid subcontinent, great warlock rank experts are already at the peak of experts. But in the continent, they're nothing. Only Starry Sky Warlock rank experts have a bit of status. In Tyrannid subcontinent, they're already peak existences, so why would they go to the continent and be ordered around? Yang Feng had a second thought, and had to admit that what Angelina said made sense. In Tyrannid subcontinent, great warlocks could summon the wind and summon the rain. They were peak existences and enjoyed pleasure surpassing that of emperors. They naturally weren't willing to go to the continent and live a life of being ordered around. Only powerful warlocks who had cultivated to the Starry Sky Warlock rank and had no way forward were some freakish geniuses who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of warlocks and were full of confidence in themselves. Would they be able to board the giant ship that crossed the Sea of Monsters and go to the continent? Yang Feng asked, Are there still Starry Sky Warlocks in Tyrannid subcontinent? I don't know. Angelina said with a light smile. Starry Sky Warlocks are elusive. In the past millennium, I've never heard of anyone promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock. The few Starry Sky Warlocks that I know of have already left Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng changed the subject, his eyes shone, and he proposed, The Warlock Convention will be held in 3 days. How about we join hands and open a betting account for the Warlock Convention? I'll only accept bets that I won't be able to ascend to the top and become the Warlock Convention's #1. The odds are 120. This odds is bound to attract countless people to bet. I'll prepare the compensation funds. You'll organize the manpower, spread the news, and accept the bets. If I win, then I'll give you 10% of the profits. If I lose, then I'll pay the compensation funds. Regardless of the outcome, you won't suffer any losses. Yang Feng originally thought that he was already very rich after getting rid of a great warlock. But when he saw that the journey to the main continent actually required 4,000 top-notch magic stones, he sobered up and realized that he was still very poor. He still needed to seize any opportunity to earn magic stones. Angelina said with a sweet smile, "That's a good idea, but are you sure you want to open a betting account here? Our Rose Garden will levy a heavy tax of 40% on any public gambling." Yang Feng looked left and right and whispered somewhat furtively, 40%? Isn't that too much? Can it be a bit less? If the tax is too heavy, then your share of profits will correspondingly be reduced by a lot. How about I give you 20% of the profits and abolish the tax? Angelina joked. "I'm sorry, but even if I'm Rose Garden's first successor, I still don't have the authority to change Rose Garden's tax collection policy. If you come to my territory to open a betting account, then I'll exempt you from the tax." Yang Feng muttered with a pained expression, "Shady, really shady. However, I'm an honest person, so it's settled. 40% heavy tax is 40%. You're so confident that you'll be able to become this time's Warlock Convention's #1? After all, this time's Warlock Convention is a gathering of experts. It's a gathering of Tyrannid Subcontinent's peak experts of the younger generation. Savage Claws Cookson, Warlock College Antalia's Kashmir, Eyes of Justice's Halden, Black Dragon Pagoda's Nalei, White Ivory's Bagley, Rose Garden's Dietrich, the recently risen Southwest Tiger Lachi, Northern Lion Cobham, Southern Goddess of War Jenny. These are all peak geniuses of the younger generation. Although they're less than 50 years old, but all of them are level 2 warlocks. If coupled with the power of their secret treasures, then they can even contend against level 3 warlocks. You're just a trifling level 1 warlock. It's impossible for you to defeat them. Angelina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint as she said in a deep voice, "The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden was only open to geniuses of the younger generation." The geniuses of the younger generation referred to warlocks under 50 years of age. Those warlocks under 50 years of age being able to practice cultivation to the level 2 warlock rank was already very terrifying. After all, 90% of warlocks in Warlock College Antalia's Council of Elders were already more than 100 years old when they promoted to level 2 warlocks. Cookson and the others had the cultivation of level 2 warlocks at such a young age. Furthermore, by relying on the power of their secret treasures, they could even contend against some weak level 3 warlocks. Such strength could be rated as terrifying. Level 1 warlocks were basically unable to contend against them. Yang Feng said with a confident smile, "I have my own ways to deal with them. Moreover, I'm fully confident that I can obtain this time's Warlock Convention's #1. Angelina stared at Yang Feng for a good while, then said with a sweet smile, "Since you're so confident, then I won't say anything more. However, if you want to open a bet, then a single bet isn't conducive to attracting funds. I think that you should open a few more bets, such as Cookson taking first place, Kashmir taking first place, and so on. With a few more bets, there'll be more people placing bets." Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "That's right, you're right. As for the specifics, you can discuss it with my secret method Eunice." The most capable person under Yang Feng's command was Eunice. She was responsible for handling all kinds of daily affairs, managing all kinds of affairs of Yang Feng's forces in an orderly manner. Yang Feng also trusted her a lot. Sure, Shui was a cultivation genius. She wasn't interested in handling all kinds of daily affairs. Eunice said with a sweet smile, "Angelina, Darren, let's discuss the specifics." The two very cunning women opposed each other with equal harshness. They carried out a fierce debate and slowly settled on a series of details. Not long after, an organization quickly appeared in St. Rose City, and in the name of Steel City, they opened a betting account with huge odds. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden attracted countless warlock geniuses to gather here. Additionally, there were also a large number of merchants and the leaders of some small and medium-sized warlock groups. Those people had a lot of magic stones. After they saw the bets opened by Steel City, they placed heavy bets on the warlock geniuses that they were optimistic about. In just 2 days, Yangfeng received bets of more than 110 million magic stones, with the majority of the bets being placed on Yangfeng being unable to obtain the first place in the Warlock Convention. 3 days later, Rose Garden finally let those warlock geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent enter Rose Garden. In St. Rose City's bustling areas, magic screens were turned on, broadcasting this grand occasion live. Rose Garden's Warlock Convention was held once every few years. At the same time, the battles of those warlock geniuses would be broadcasted live. This was also the grand ceremony that St. Rose City's people were most looking forward to. Rose Garden's new city, within the Rose Garden Grand Arena. The huge arena that could accommodate 200,000 people was already filled with human warlocks from all over the world. At one end of the huge arena, there was a small dais suspended in the air, above which sat the experts of the 6 great warlock groups. In Tyrannid subcontinent, the 6 great warlock groups were aloof. They controlled everything. Their status was far above that of the other warlock groups. This was a fact that everyone acknowledged. In various world-class occasions, there were various ways to demonstrate the status of the 6 great warlock groups. Chapter 148. At the top of the small dais sat 3 peerless beauties of peerless style. They were so beautiful that people couldn't shift their gazes away from them. The 3 peerless beauties of peerless style were Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, Storm Rose Clarissa, Flame Rose Cordelia, and Saint Rose Carolina. Flame Rose Cordelia had a head full of gorgeous long red hair, snow-white skin, and a sexy and fiery figure. She wore a fiery red warlock's chompao. She was like a beautiful burning flame, enough to melt any man. St. Rose Carolina had a head full of dazzling short golden hair, a slim waist, and a perky buttocks. She wore a snow-white warlock's chompao. She exuded a holy and noble aura from head to toe. She was like an aloof and incomparably holy goddess that controlled everything. Among Rose Garden's 3 great warlocks, St. Rose Carolina was the strongest. She was also the peerless expert closest to the Starry Sky warlock rank in Tyrannid subcontinent. She didn't lose to any man in the slightest. Clarissa and the other 2 women were also known as Tyrannid subcontinent's 3 most dazzling roses. Their names had spread throughout Tyrannid subcontinent, and countless people were filled with admiration towards them. Among the other 5 great warlock groups, there were also many great warlocks who adored them, but no one was able to obtain their favor. Below Clarissa and the other 2 women sat a person. It was precisely Dephilia. In Tyrannid subcontinent, only great warlock rank experts could sit together with the peak warlocks of the 6 great warlock groups. This was the privilege of all great warlocks. Below Dephilia sat Warlock College Intalia and the other 4 representatives of the 5 great warlock groups. The representatives of Warlock College Intalia and the other 4 great warlock groups were all level 3 warlocks. There wasn't a single great warlock rank expert. Currently, it was a crucial time in the holy war between the humans and the underworld's allied forces. Every force's great warlock rank experts were very precious. They naturally couldn't be dispatched lightly. White Elephant's Ivory's representative Ulrich looked coldly at Dephilia and said coldly, "Your Holiness Snow White Madam, 3 days ago, you killed White Elephant's Ivory's genius Rymont. Shouldn't you give White Elephant's Ivory an explanation?" Dephilia's gaze was ice cold. Her eyes flashed with killing intent, and great warlock rank life force pervaded her body. She said frigidly, "Your White Ivory's genius Rymont not only violated the rules of the competition, but also dared to attack me. So what if I casually killed him? An ant-like level 3 warlock like you dares to talk to me like that. Do you want to become a corpse and be sent back to White Elephant's Ivory?" Black Dragon Tower's representative Anusha said with a smile, "That's right. Your White Elephant's Ivory's genius actually dared to take the initiative to attack Snow White Madam. This is courting death. you can't blame others. Warlock College in Talia's mortal enemy was Savage Claw, White Ivory's mortal enemy was Black Dragon Tower, and Rose Garden's mortal enemy was Eyes of Justice. The people of White Elephant's Ivory would suffer a calamity, but the people of Black Dragon Pagoda would definitely be happy to see it happen. Ulrich bowed deeply towards Carolina and said respectfully with a hint of threat, "Your Holiness, Saint Rose, our White Elephant's Ivory's genius died tragically in St. Rose City. The murderer is right in front of your eyes. Don't you want to punish the murderer? If your Holiness were to ignore the murderer's wanton rampage, then I'm afraid that it would affect the friendship between our two families. I was the one who killed him. If you want to deal with someone, then deal with Steel City." As for you, to provoke a great warlock again and again, then I'll grant you eternal death. Dephilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint, and her great warlock rank life force instantly erupted. She pointed with her lily-white hand, and a white stream of cold air shot towards Ulrich. Ulrich was both startled and furious, and his body at once flickered with magical radiances in an attempt to resist the white stream of cold air. But all of the spells on his body were completely suppressed by the white stream of cold air and were basically unable to be released. In just a split second, he felt an ice-cold force pervading his body, destroying all of his vitality. "Stop!" A voice brimming with magnetism and majesty spat out from Carolina's cherry lips, and an incomparably pure and holy radiance blossomed from her lily-white hand before falling on Ulrich. Under the illumination of that incomparably pure and holy radiance, the cold air released by Dephilia was directly melted. Ulrich only felt his body warm up, his body brimming with strength, and he regained his senses. He stared fixedly at Dephilia, and his heart brimmed with anger. Such a vicious woman, to actually dare to attack here. "This is Rose Garden. I don't care about the grudges between you. After leaving Rose Garden, how you fight is up to you. Since you're in Rose Garden, then you must abide by Rose Garden's rules." Rymont took the initiative to attack Snow White Madam, and Snow White Madam retaliated, killing him. This was considered self-defense, and I won't punish her. However, Your Holiness Snow White Madam, if you attack someone else for no reason, then I'll have no choice but to punish you. Carolina stared at Dephilia with a gaze brimming with dignity. Dephilia's heart shivered slightly, and she responded respectfully, "Yes, Your Holiness Saint Rose will respectfully comply with your decree." Through this incomparably obscure exchange, Dephilia already understood that Carolina's strength was far above hers. There were strong and weak great warlock rank experts, and Dephilia's strength was considered to be in the middle of the great warlock rank. After all, she was only a little over 180 years old and was very young. But Carolina was definitely at the pinnacle of the great warlock rank, and was infinitely close to the Starry Sky warlock rank. Ulrich could only clench his teeth and swallow his resentment. "Yes, Your Holiness Saint Rose, I will respectfully comply with your decree." When the other representatives of the 6 great warlock groups saw this scene, their eyes revealed glints of schadenfreude, but they still remained well-behaved and didn't say anything. Although the 6 great warlock groups had joined hands to establish Tyrannid Subcontinent's order, but they still struggled for power and profit among themselves. Quite a few forces were still mortal enemies with each other. They were happy to see Ulrich being taught a lesson. With a light leap, the presenter jumped to the center of the grand arena, and then delivered an impassioned speech that stirred up the mood of the entire grand arena. After stirring up the atmosphere in the grand arena, he said with extreme passion, "Now, the first battle officially begins. The 2 sides are respectively Savage Claw's peerless Genius Cookson and Steel City's Genius Yongfeng. Cookson, kill him. Kill Yongfeng. Get rid of that waste Yongfeng." Earth-shaking cheers came from the surroundings of the arena. The majority of the audience was cheering for Cookson. Cookson was a peerless genius of Savage Claw's younger generation. He had already been famous for 6 to 7 years and was publicly recognized as one of the strongest level 2 warlocks. He was also one of the hot favorites to win the Warlock Convention. Yangfeng was merely a good-for-nothing earthling with an inferior level 1 soul aptitude. Even if he promoted to a level 1 warlock, but no one was optimistic about him. With a light leap, Cookson flew to the center of the grand arena, gave a sunny smile, and waved his hand towards the surrounding audience. Many young ladies saw the incomparably handsome Cookson and issued excited screams. They unceasingly threw coquettish glances at him and shouted his name with extreme enthusiasm. Yang Feng's figure shook. He also flew to the center of the grand arena and stood opposite of Cookson. Cookson swept Yang Feng with a glance and said with a cold smile, "Yang Feng, I'm very surprised at your stupidity. Do you think that you can challenge me with your trifling strength of a level 1 warlock? In this arena, even Snow White Madam won't be able to protect you. If you flee now, it's not too late. Otherwise, spells have no eyes, and dying in this arena will be your only fate." Yang Feng didn't even give Cookson a glance. He turned around and looked towards the contestants' seating area. Warlock College Antalia's Kashmir, Eyes of Justice's Halden, Black Dragon Pagoda's Nalei, White Ivory's Bagley, Rose Garden's Dietrich, the newly risen Southwest Tiger Lachi, Northern Lion Cobham, Southern Goddess of War Jenny. One after another geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent's younger generation fell into his eyes. Those world-famous geniuses of the younger generation were indeed dragons and phoenixes among men, possessing formidable strength comparable to that of a level 2 warlock. If he didn't use any treasures, then Yang Feng definitely wouldn't be their match. Those young warlock geniuses were swept by Yang Feng's gaze. Unruly, provocative, curious, and other complicated gazes were concentrated on him. Yang Feng held his hand behind his back and sighed faintly. "Cookson, you're too weak. You're not my match." Cookson's face suddenly twitched. His eyes flashed with a touch of anger. He was a formidable existence of a pinnacle level 2 warlock. Moreover, he had many fortuitous encounters. He had a lot of precious and formidable secret treasures on him. Even an ordinary level 3 warlock might not be his match. Yang Feng was a trifling level 1 warlock. He basically didn't care about him. Now that Yang Feng said that he was too weak, it filled his heart with endless anger. Yang Feng turned to look at Carolina on the small dais and said lightly, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, I just had a look. This time's Warlock Convention's geniuses are too weak. Not a single one of them is a match for me. Please allow them to come up and fight me. I'm somewhat impatient. I want to try the miraculous effects of Rose Divine Pool's cultivation. He has quite a big tone. Who's he think he is? Who's he think he is? He actually wants to challenge all the geniuses. He's simply overestimating himself. Yang Feng, this good-for-nothing, he's just a trifling level 1 warlock. I'm afraid that he can't even compare to Cookson, yet he still wants to challenge all the young geniuses of the Warlock Convention. Does he want to die?" In the Warlock Convention, there has never been a genius who dared to challenge so many geniuses of the same rank. He's either a madman or a super genius with absolute confidence in himself. After hearing Yang Feng's words, the atmosphere in the grand arena was ignited. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Many people looked at Yang Feng as if they were looking at a madman. There were also some people who were brimming with expectations towards Yang Feng. Chapter 149. When Cookson saw this scene, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. His eyes spurted endless fury, and killing intent surged within him. Lachi's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He licked his lips, and killing intent flashed past his eyes. What a big tone. This Yang Feng is really crazy, interesting. Kashmir snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "A guy trying to please the crowd with claptrap." Cobham's eyes flashed with a touch of a pondering glint. He wasn't the slightest bit angry and smiled slightly. "Interesting, Steel City's sole successor? I'm looking forward to seeing what trump cards you have." The blonde, slender, and extremely beautiful Dietrich creased her eyebrows and mused. "He wants to challenge all of us? How is that possible? Even Tyrannid subcontinents, most outstanding geniuses, wouldn't be able to challenge so many geniuses of the same rank. Furthermore, he only has the strength of a level 1 warlock. However, he doesn't look like an idiot, so how could he be so arrogant?" Jenny glared coldly at Yang Feng, as if she was looking at a corpse. "Such an arrogant idiot. Wait until my spear runs through your body. Then you'll know the disparity between us, you good-for-nothing." Some of the warlock geniuses who were ridiculed and provoked by Yang Feng glared angrily at him, while others were very calm, watching everything with cold eyes. When she heard Yang Feng's request, Carolina, who was sitting upright on the dais, was also slightly tempted. In so many years, it was the first time that someone so domineeringly wanted to challenge all the warlock geniuses by himself. Such a person was either a lunatic or a super genius. She had watched the Warlock Convention for many years. The unchanging Warlock Convention also made her feel a trace of aesthetic fatigue. Cordelia suddenly said, with a sweet smile, "Big Sister Carolina, since Yang Feng wants to challenge the other Warlock geniuses, then he must have his own trump cards. It would be better for us to agree to his request. In any case, the Warlock Convention's objective is to select Tyrannid subcontinent's most outstanding young geniuses. If he can defeat all the geniuses, then he'll be Tyrannid subcontinent's #1 genius in name and in reality. Moreover, he might even be the strongest young genius in Tyrannid subcontinent's history." When Dephilia heard this, her face slightly twitched. She cursed in her heart. He is not the strongest young genius in Tyrannid subcontinent, but a despicable and shameless thief. Carolina smiled meaningfully and said, "Since that's the case, I'll make an exception and agree to your request. Yang Feng, only those who have accepted your challenge. Can you fight them at the same time? However, I believe that none of the geniuses here will reject your challenge." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng bowed slightly in salute towards Carolina, then turned to look at the warlock geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. "I, Steel City's Yang Feng, challenge all of you. Do you dare to fight with me? Those who don't dare to fight me are all cowards." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar below. "Kill him! Go and kill him! All of you hurry up and get rid of that waste Yang Feng. Kill him!" In the spectators' stands of the grand arena, earth-shattering roars erupted. The countless spectators who had bet heavily on Yang Feng's defeat issued loud shouts. They were very much looking forward to the scene of Yang Feng being killed in the ring. "Yang Feng, you're too stupid. No matter how many trump cards you have, my spear will run through your body and make you regret your stupidity." Southern Goddess of War Jenny, dressed in a black secret treasure armor and holding a pitch-black spear, lightly jumped to the center of the grand arena. She stared at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes brimming with a cold glint, as if a female leopard preparing to hunt, and said icily. Kashmir jumped to the center of the grand arena, erupted with a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 2 warlock, and said while stressing each syllable, "Yang Feng, a waste is a waste. Even if your uncle used countless resources to push you to the level 1 warlock rank, but you're still essentially a waste. I don't need anyone's help. I alone can get rid of a waste like you." Ever since Yang Feng sent the corpse of Bloodhands Blitz's nephew back to Warlock College in Talia, the relationship between Steel City and Warlock College in Talia took a sharp turn for the worse. Although on the surface, both sides still didn't shed all pretenses of cordiality, but in fact, both sides regarded the other as a great enemy. Lachi's figure shook, and he flew to the grand arena. He looked coldly at Yang Feng and didn't say a word. Cobham sighed somewhat regretfully. "It's a pity. Yang Feng, I actually wanted to have a fair fight with you. But now it seems that there's no such opportunity. However, it's not my style to fight with numbers. I won't act against you while you're fighting them." Dietrich also flew to the center of the grand arena and silently stood to one side, quietly observing Yang Feng, who stood loftily in front of the countless geniuses with his hands behind his back. The geniuses of Tyrannid subcontinent's younger generation successively flew to the arena. Soon, more than 100 geniuses gathered on the arena. The more than 100 geniuses on the arena came from all over Tyrannid subcontinent. Each of them was the pride of their warlock group, and all of them possessed the cultivation base of a level 2 warlock. In terms of real ability, each of them was much stronger than Yang Feng. The geniuses here, even the weakest one, had battle prowess comparable to that of a pinnacle level 2 warlock. Rose Garden's Warlock Convention, although only level 1 warlock experts could participate as long as they were under the age of 50. However, everyone was very clear that only level 2 warlock rank experts could shine brilliantly in this assembly. In the previous warlock conventions held by Rose Garden, there had never been a level 1 warlock who had the strength of a single level 1 warlock. The more than 100 geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent were very proud. They stood scattered with sneers on their faces. They coldly looked at Yang Feng, and their eyes flashed with a touch of disdain. Very good, everyone's here. Yang Feng saw the more than 100 warlock geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent come onto the arena and revealed a trace of a smile. I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Finished speaking, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest. With a flash of radiance, the Moffin demonic polar bear immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. Moffin demonic polar bear, a great warlock rank, extraordinary life form. That's a Moffin demonic polar bear, a great warlock rank, extraordinary life form. How can he command it? Seeing the Moffin demonic polar bear appear, the entire grand arena went into an uproar. Countless spectators were shocked and discussed spiritedly. The more than 100 geniuses from all over Tyrannid subcontinent also had their complexions turn extremely unsightly. The Moffin demonic polar bear was a great warlock rank, extraordinary life form. Although it couldn't compare to a terrifying existence like a dragon, but it was still a relatively formidable existence among great warlock rank, extraordinary life forms. Even if the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for a Moffin demonic polar bear. Cookson swept with his tremendous spirit force and immediately sneered. There's no aura of life, it's just the corpse of a Moffin demonic polar bear. Extremely formidable spirit force swept the Moffin demonic polar bear's body, and only after discovering no fluctuations of life force did he heave a slight sigh of relief. There's no aura of life or fluctuations of power. That's because it's an alchemical golem. Furthermore, it's an alchemical golem that needs to be manually operated. Yang Feng gave a slight smile, his figure shook, and he directly jumped onto the Moffin demonic polar bear's chest. He exerted force, a cockpit opened, and then jumped inside. Less than 2 seconds after Yang Feng entered the cockpit, the originally deathly, still Moffin demonic polar bear's eyes blossomed with traces of red light. Shortly after, terrifying great warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from the Moffin demonic polar bear's body. The Moffin demonic polar bear at once stood on its hind legs. Its eyes flickered with an incomparably ominous glint, and it firmly stared at the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent. Now, who dares to fight me? Yang Feng sat in the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit, overlooking the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said extremely domineeringly. The complexions of the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid subcontinent were very unsightly, and none of them uttered a sound. They weren't fools. Great warlock rank, extraordinary life forms were really too terrifying. Even if all of them attacked together, they would only be throwing away their lives in vain. Shameless. On the dais, Dephilia's eyes revealed a trace of a smile, and she said in a low voice. Carolina's pretty face twitched slightly. She hadn't thought that such a scene would occur. A great warlock rank, extraordinary life form. Even the weakest great warlock rank, extraordinary life form, was an existence that the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid's subcontinent could contend against. Cordelia said with a sweet smile. Interesting, Steel City Master's alchemy is really amazing to actually be able to refine great warlock rank manually operated golems. According to the legends, he obtained the inheritance of the 6th Warlock dynasty. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that there's indeed a bit of a possibility. I'm ready now, let's begin. Under Yang Feng's control, the Moffin demonic polar bear extended its index finger and beckoned towards the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid's subcontinent, before saying in an extremely arrogant and provocative manner, I concede, great warlock rank, extraordinary life forms aren't existences that I can contend against. Yang Feng, I look forward to having a fair fight with you next time. Cobham gave a straightforward smile. After leaving behind a few words, his figure shook, and he jumped down from the grand arena. Chapter 150. Cooksen's complexion was very unsightly. He snorted coldly and goaded, Humph, just relying on the power of golems. What kind of skill is that? If you have the skill, then fight me without golems. That's right, if you have the skill, then don't use golems. If you can defeat me without using a puppet, then I will wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Using the power of golems, what kind of skill is that? If you have the skill, then fight us with your own strength. The more than 100 Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses were impassioned as they denounced Yang Feng. Ayo! Yang Feng gave a cold smile and pressed a button. In a flash, the Moffin demonic polar bear erupted with an incomparably terrifying life force. It faced the sky and issued a world-shaking howl. The incomparably terrifying howl turned into incomparably sharp ultrasonic waves, bombarding the warlock geniuses who were clamoring the loudest. The dozens of warlock geniuses spouted a large mouthful of blood. They staggered and fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. The rest of the warlock geniuses also erupted with an incomparably formidable life force. In a split second, the power of their whole body surged, resisting the Moffin demonic polar bear's howl. After a minute, the Moffin demonic polar bear stopped howling. In the center of the grand arena, half of the more than 100 Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses were already paralyzed. This was the terror of a great warlock rank, extraordinary life form. Yang Feng looked at the fallen Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses and said with a cold smile, You bunch of idiots. Equipment is also a part of a warlock's strength. Which one of you doesn't have a formidable secret treasure to protect yourself? Without secret treasures, your battle prowess will be weakened by at least half. When he said that, the complexions of the Tyrannid subcontinent's geniuses became somewhat unsightly. A warlock's battle prowess mainly depended on his cultivation base, as well as the number of spell models he had mastered and what kind of secret treasures he had. Secret treasures were also very important for warlocks, just like their weapons. Level 2 warlocks like Cooksen and Jenny were known to be able to fight level 3 warlocks because they had formidable secret treasures. If they didn't have secret treasures, then if they encountered a level 3 warlock, even if it was the weakest level 3 warlock, they still wouldn't be the other party's match. The reason why Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups' great warlocks were far superior to other forces' great warlocks was because they possessed many mystical legend rank secret treasures and even semi-divine rank secret treasures. Yang Feng continued to ridicule. I'm a warlock alchemist. Warlock alchemists fight by manipulating battle golems. Don't you have any common sense? The warlock geniuses were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. For an ordinary level, 1 alchemist to be able to refine a level 1 alchemy puppet would already be an amazing genius. The Moffin demonic polar bear that Yang Feng was currently piloting was a great warlock rank alchemical golem. Even a great warlock rank alchemist would find it extremely difficult to refine an alchemical golem of this rank. Yang Feng piloting the Moffin demonic polar bear golem was simply like an adult bullying a kindergartner, crushing those warlock geniuses without any pressure. Yang Feng said lightly, All right, I don't want to waste time, so I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. If you want to fight me, then stay here. If you don't dare to fight me, then concede defeat. 10. I concede defeat. I concede defeat. The warlock geniuses gnashed their teeth, their complexions ashen as they jumped down from the grand arena. Even Cookson, Jenny, and Kashmir, whose battle intent was the most exuberant, had ashen complexions as they helplessly jumped down from the grand arena. Only Yang Feng was left in the grand arena. After seeing that there was no one else in the grand arena, Yang Feng lightly jumped down from the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the middle of the grand arena and sighed in disappointment. Invincible, it's really lonely. The complexions of the more than 100 warlock geniuses from all over Tyrannid's subcontinent were ashen, as if they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. They almost wanted to spit blood. They wished that they could go up and ruthlessly beat Yang Feng, but they were very clear that they weren't the Moffin demonic polar bear's match. Going up would only be courting death. Carolina's face twitched. She didn't think that Yang Feng would so easily become the Warlock Convention's #1. Furthermore, his words were asking for a beating. Interesting. Clarissa revealed a trace of a smile. Dephilia also revealed a trace of smile. This guy is really cunning. Shameless. If you have the guts, then don't use the alchemical golem. Relying on the alchemical golem to bully others, what kind of skill is that? Earth-shattering boos and cheers came from the spectator seats. In the previous Warlock conventions, young warlocks fought fiercely and brilliantly, displaying all kinds of wonderful battle scenes. Countless geniuses went through bitter battles before reaching the summit and becoming the Warlock Convention's #1. Now that Yang Feng revealed the Moffin demonic polar bear, he directly crushed them with his absolutely terrifying strength, forcing the more than 100 Tyrannid subcontinent's warlock geniuses to not dare to fight him, making the spectators who had bet on him to lose extremely furious. Yang Feng was very thick-skinned. Facing the earth-shattering boos and cheers, he only gave an indifferent smile and asked the referee, "Everyone has voluntarily conceded. I should be the winner." The referee gave Yang Feng a strange look and said loudly, "Since all the challengers have voluntarily conceded, I now announce that Yang Feng is the winner. He will automatically become the Warlock Convention's #1. Countless earth-shattering boos and cheers once again came from the spectator seats. Silence. Carolina's dignified voice reverberated in the grand arena, suppressing the chaotic cheers in the grand arena. Carolina said, full of dignity, "Yang Feng can make the others voluntarily concede. That's because he's strong enough. Even if he used the alchemical golem, to be able to control the great warlock rank alchemical golem, that proves that he's strong enough. Equipment is also a part of one's strength." After listening to Carolina's words, the boos and cheers in the grand arena stopped, but their eyes still flickered with ill intent as they looked at Yang Feng. Yang Feng turned around and stared at Carolina with a scorching gaze, saying, "Your Holiness Saint Rose, now that I'm the Warlock Convention's #1, can I enter the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation?" Entering the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation. That was Yang Feng's purpose for coming to Rose Garden. Only by entering the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation could Yang Feng break through the bottleneck in a short period of time and promote to a level 2 Warlock. The higher the Warlock's cultivation base, the stronger Yang Feng's life-saving ability, and the more difficult it would be to kill him. Carolina said lightly, I'll arrange for you to enter the Rose Divine Pool to practice cultivation." "Wait," Cordelia suddenly interrupted. "Big Sister Carolina, the Warlock Convention's top 3 still haven't been decided. Even if Yang Feng is recognized as the #1 expert, there's still the 2nd and 3rd experts yet to be decided. How about we wait until the 2nd and 3rd experts are decided?" Carolina's eyebrows creased slightly, revealing a trace of hesitation. "Ha! What's so difficult about the 2nd and 3rd experts being decided? This time's Warlock Convention's 2nd expert is Steel City's Shui." Yang Feng laughed out loud, his figure shook, and he jumped down from the grand arena. Sure Shue's figure shook slightly. She appeared in the center of the grand arena, and under everyone's gazes, she entered the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. The Moffin demonic polar bear immediately stood up. A formidable great warlock rank life force immediately spread from its body and spread in all directions. Who dares to come up and fight me? I guarantee that I won't leave you with an intact corpse. Sure Shue's tender and overbearing voice came from the Moffin demonic polar bear's bloody maw. Below the arena, the complexions of the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrandit's subcontinent were ashen, their eyes brimming with despair and anger. Yang Feng had used the Moffin demonic polar bear to suppress these warlock geniuses to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back. Now, what was even more hateful was that Yang Feng clearly still wanted to use the Moffin demonic polar bear for others to use and continue to bully these Tyrandit subcontinent's geniuses. It seems that there aren't any. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Carolina Darren, since no one dares to fight me, then I should be able to directly become the Warlock Convention's second place, right? Sure Shue's somewhat regretful voice came from within the Moffin demonic polar bear. Carolina swept the Moffin demonic polar bear with a glance. Her face once again twitched, and her gaze swept towards the Tyrandit subcontinent's genius warlocks. None of the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrandit's subcontinent had any intention of fighting Sure Shue. With their current strength, fighting a great warlock rank alchemical golem was practically equivalent to throwing away their lives in vain. Cookson looked straight at Carolina and said in a loud voice, "Your Holiness, Saint Rose, Yang Feng has already used the alchemical golem to win once, and now he's using the alchemical golem to humiliate us. Could it be that this warlock convention is just a joke?" Carolina's eyebrows arched, and she remained silent. Yang Feng sneered and said in ridicule, "What a joke. The so-called alchemical golem is also a kind of secret treasure recognized in the world of warlocks. In battle, loaning secret treasures is very common. If you have the ability, then go find a great warlock rank alchemical golem to fight with us. Or do you, Cookson, dare to swear on your soul that you've never used a secret treasure to fight?" Cookson's eyes spewed fire as he said, one word at a time, "Sophistry." Yang Feng ridiculed, "You good for nothing. Since you don't dare to fight in the grand arena, then don't stay here and make a fool of yourself. If you have the guts, then go and fight with her." Cookson's eyes flickered with an ominous glint, and he said coldly, "Yang Feng, you good for nothing. If you have the guts, then don't use a mechanical golem. Let's have a fair fight." Yang Feng laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I'm a warlock alchemist. You want a warlock alchemist to fight without using his alchemical items. Isn't that ridiculous? How about this? As long as you abolish the level 2 innate spell model solidified in your spirit sea, then I'll have a fair fight with you. Both of us are level 1 warlocks. Only then can it be considered fair. Do you dare?" "Absolutely not," Cookson said resolutely. Once the innate spell model solidified in his spirit sea was abolished, then Cookson himself would suffer a huge blow and might not be able to promote to a level 2 warlock for the rest of his life. If his luck was bad, then he might even become a cripple. Cookson said coldly, "I was able to promote to a level 2 warlock because of my own ability. If you have the ability, then go and promote to a level 2 warlock as well." Yang Feng sneered, "I have a great warlock rank alchemical golem because of my own ability. If you have the ability, then go and get a great warlock rank alchemical golem. If you don't have the ability, then scram, good for nothing." "Enough." Carolina's dignified voice reverberated in the grand arena, suppressing everyone's voices. Yang Feng smiled slightly and transmitted his voice. "Your Holiness Saint Rose, if you can let me monopolize the top 3 places in this Warlock Convention. Then after this Warlock Convention, I can gift you with 2,000 alchemical golems with battle prowess comparable to level 2 warlocks." Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed slightly with a touch of a peculiar glint. She was silent for a moment, then swept Cookson with her gaze and said coldly, "Cookson, if you're dissatisfied, then go and challenge Shui. If you defeat her, then you'll be the second person in this warlock convention. If you don't dare to go, then keep your mouth shut." Cookson swept the Moffin demonic polar bear in the center of the grand arena. His gaze flickered a few times. He clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth, hung his head, and retreated. "Is there anyone else who dares to come and fight me?" Shui's incomparably overbearing voice came from the Moffin demonic polar bear. "Ike will fight you. I want to see what skill Steel City has." The eyes of a young level 2 warlock flickered with sparks of anger. He gave a shrill howl. His figure shook, and he directly appeared in the center of the grand arena. The referee heaved a sigh of relief and immediately announced, "Now, I declare that the match officially begins." Boulder burst. Shui manipulated the Moffin demonic polar bear to cast a level 4 spell at once. An incomparably terrifying magic fluctuation erupted, and countless incomparably sharp boulders madly stabbed towards Ike from all directions. Ike's body at once erupted with 2 defensive magic radiances, and 2 formidable magic force fields revolved around him. In the next moment, the incomparably sharp boulders easily pierced through Ike's defensive magic, crushing him into countless fragments and splattering blood everywhere. Seeing Ike being insta-killed by Shui, the eyes of those genius warlocks from Tyrannid's subcontinent revealed traces of dread. Ike was also a level 2 warlock. He was an extremely powerful genius. Such a genius couldn't even withstand a single move from the Moffin demonic polar bear. This made those geniuses deeply feel the disparity in strength between them and great warlock rank experts. Chapter 151. Shui's incomparably domineering voice came from the center of the grand arena. "Next, who dares to come up?" The more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid's subcontinent looked at each other in dismay, remaining silent. They weren't fools. Moreover, they cherished their lives very much. Naturally, they wouldn't rashly enter the ring to throw away their lives. The referee waited for a good while, before saying with a slight smile, "Since no one dares to come up, then Shui will be the victor of this competition, becoming the second place of this warlock convention." Shui gave a sweet smile, jumped out of the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. Her figure shook, and she arrived next to Yangfeng. "I'm Steel City's Eunice. Who dares to fight me?" Eunice's figure shook, and she directly flew above the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit. She looked at the more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid's subcontinent with a merry smile, and took the initiative to provoke them. Wasn't this giving them a way out? Could they still have fun happily? The more than 100 geniuses from Tyrannid's subcontinent had ashen complexions as they looked at the Moffin demonic polar bear beneath Eunice's feet. Countless curses ran through their minds, and they were so depressed that they wanted to cry. The Warlock Convention held by Rose Garden had always been an arena for Tyrannid's subcontinent's young warlock geniuses to display their strength and desperately compete for the 3 cultivation spots in the Rose Divine Pool. It had always been an arena for Tyrannid's subcontinent's young warlock geniuses to fight fiercely and display their strength. Now, Yangfeng Steel City had directly monopolized the first 3 spots, making Tyrannid's subcontinent's geniuses so depressed that they wanted to spit blood. When Carolina saw this scene, her face once again twitched slightly, and she almost wanted to slap Yangfeng and these people from Steel City. But when she thought of Yangfeng's promise of 2,000 level, 2 warlock rank alchemical golems, she suppressed her anger. If it was during peacetime, then Carolina wouldn't care about 2,000 level, 2 warlock rank alchemical golems. But now it was a chaotic period, and 2,000 level, 2 warlock rank alchemical golems were also an important fighting force. Especially in a large-scale war, Steel City's alchemical golems had already displayed sufficiently formidable battle prowess. Naturally, she was tempted. Apart from this, the most important thing was that Steel City not only had Snow White Madam, a great warlock rank expert, but could also refine great warlock rank alchemical golems at the same time. Such a force with formidable potential. In this special period of time, Carolina didn't want to offend it. It was because of the formidable strength displayed by Yangfeng's Steel City that Carolina had no choice but to choose to tolerate Yangfeng and his party to a certain extent. This was the benefit of having a strong background. The referee was silent for a moment, then looked at the warlock geniuses below. He saw that the warlock geniuses had ashen complexions, yet they didn't dare to step forward. He could only announce, since no one dares to step forward, then the third place of this warlock convention is Steel City's Eunice. Eunice gave a sweet smile and directly stored the Moffin demonic polar bear into her dimensional crest. Her figure shook. She arrived beside Yangfeng, released the Moffin demonic polar bear, and placed it beside Yangfeng. The Moffin demonic polar bear alchemical golem could completely deter the petty disciples, making them not dare to act blindly without thinking. Since the top three have been decided, then I'll open the Rose Divine Pool and let the three of you practice cultivation inside. After Yangfeng's disturbance, Carolina lost interest in the Warlock Convention. She swept Yangfeng's group of three with a glance and said faintly. All of a sudden, Cordelia waved her lily-white hand, and a cloud of pink mist suddenly burst out and hit Carolina and Clarissa. Cordelia's figure retreated briskly. Her lily-white hand condensed a rose seal and fiercely pressed it on Dephilia's back. Dephilia was caught off guard and immediately spat out a big mouthful of blood. She was catapulted from her seat, leaving behind a trail of blood as she fell to the ground and fiercely hit the ground, blasting open a big hole. Clouds of ice force diffused from the big hole and condensed into an extremely pure ice cube, sealing Dephilia within it. The legend rank secret treasure ice snow box appeared in her bosom and released an extremely formidable ice force to seal her in ice. After succeeding in her attack, Cordelia quickly drifted back, flicked her fingers, and a pink radiance shot towards Yangfeng in a flash. Yangfeng's complexion changed greatly. Under the great warlock rank spirit pressure, he couldn't budge. Just as the pink magic radiance was about to hit Yangfeng, an extremely azure radiance suddenly surged from his neck and turned into an azure light curtain that enveloped him. As soon as the azure light curtain appeared, the great warlock rank spirit pressure was blocked by the azure light curtain. The pink magic radiance bombarded the azure light curtain, setting off ripples on the azure light curtain. The level 4 spell sky flower water curtain. Cordelia's pretty complexion changed slightly. Yangfeng seized the opportunity to pull Shui and her party and jumped into the Moffin demonic polar bear's cockpit before entering it. The interior of the Moffin demonic polar bear had already been modified by using dimensional technology. The cockpit seemed to be very small, but in fact, it was a vast space of 30 by 50 by 50 cubic meters. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a cold glint. She pointed with her lily-white hand and unleashed the level 4 spell rose killing finger. A pink rose suddenly shot out and blasted towards the Moffin demonic polar bear. The Moffin demonic polar bear's body only leaned to the side before its head was immediately hit by the pink rose. With a boom, its head was blasted several tens of meters away, and countless parts splashed in all directions. The Moffin demonic polar bear swayed for a moment and then collapsed on the ground. A large amount of blood, as well as several dismembered corpses, flowed out of the broken cockpit. Inside the ice cube, Dephilia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. How is this possible? The Moffin demonic polar bear was the little thief's mount. How could it be so easily destroyed? It was so easily killed. Compared to the genuine Moffin demonic polar bear, it's really lacking. It seems that Steel City's alchemical golems are only SOSO. Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of doubt. She swept the corpses with a glance, and then continued to scan the Moffin demonic polar bear with her tremendous spirit force. Only after she didn't discover the slightest aura of life did her doubts disappear. Clouds of pink mist sprayed from all directions in the grand arena, as if it had a life of its own, pervading the grand arena. The warlocks in the grand arena were sprayed by the pink mist before falling to the ground one by one, unable to budge. Carolina's complexion was ashen. Roses blossoming with sacred radiance flickered beside her. She growled full of grief and anger. "Why? Cordelia, why did you plot against us?" Clarissa also stared fixedly at Cordelia, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity and grief. She asked, "Why, big sister Cordelia, why did you plot against us? Why?" "Of course it's for the throne of Rose Garden's master." Cordelia's beautiful eyes surged with a touch of carefreeness. The depressed feelings that had accumulated in her heart for hundreds of years. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she said faintly, "Rose Garden's master, controlling the destinies of billions of people in Rose Garden. Countless resources, what an enviable position. This position should have belonged to me." Cordelia's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of nostalgia, and she said faintly, "Little sister Carolina, before you joined Rose Garden, I, Cordelia, was Rose Garden's #1 genius, and the most beautiful woman of the younger generation in the entire Tyrannid subcontinent. I was Rose Garden's next master. Countless glories were concentrated on me. However, after you joined Rose Garden, it only took you 50 years to surpass me. Everything I had was taken away from me. Everyone would only say that you, Carolina, had extraordinary talent, that you were a peerless genius with the highest hopes of promoting to a starry sky warlock. Master was also biased and passed on the position of Rose Garden's master to you. When others mentioned Rose Garden, they would only remember your name, Carolina, before mentioning me in passing. Even the man I liked only liked you. Do you know how much I've hated you for hundreds of years?" Cordelia's pretty face became extremely malevolent, and she said each syllable. Carolina's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of a complicated glint, and she remained silent. "Even if I hated you, but everything in Rose Garden was under your control. Your talent was indeed extraordinary, a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years in Rose Garden, a freak with the highest hopes of promoting to a starry sky warlock. In any case, I was far from being your match. Originally, I intended to take all of this to my grave and properly become my flame rose. But fortunately, a holy war broke out that engulfed the entire continent. The devils of the underworld's races brought me a kind of wondrous medicine, the abyssal demonic dragon's rainbow leafy fruit. This wondrous fruit itself didn't have any toxicity and was instead a wondrous medicine that greatly nourished people. But once this wondrous medicine came into contact with white jade rose dew, it would produce a kind of wondrous poison. Even great warlock rank experts would find it hard to resist a peerless, wondrous poison. These days, I've specially had people make some white jade rose dew for little sister Carolina and little sister Clarissa to drink. It's delicious, right?" Cordelia's beautiful countenance trembled with laughter. She was extremely carefree, and the several hundred years of depression had dissipated in an instant. Carolina and Clarissa's complexions were pale, and their beautiful eyes flickered with anger. They hadn't thought that Cordelia, their senior apprentice sister from the same sect who had always been very good to them, would actually use such a poison on them. Even a peerless genius like Carolina had been careless, and had also fallen for it. White jade rose dew was a very rare treasure in Rose Garden. Only the 3 great warlocks would have a small amount of it every year, and it could slightly enhance the soul aptitude of great warlock rank experts. While drinking, Carolina was still lamenting that Cordelia was too good. She hadn't thought that the other party would actually have such a plot. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.